Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's Game 12 at the World Cup. It's the goddamn biggie. It's the biggest event in the world. It's the biggest event that gets watched by the most people ever, isn't it? I don't know. That's what they said at the last one. Anyway, it's India versus Pakistan, and it's the biggest stadium outside of North Korea. It's the Modi Dome, and it looks quite full, actually. And it's going to be exciting. Well, it might be exciting, because actually India have absolutely battered Pakistan every time they played in the World Cup. The only time they've lost to them was the ICC World Cup final in England, ICC Cup final in England in 2017, Tone told me. Other than that, Pakistan usually fail against India. We do want a close match. The last one I watched at 2019, Rohit scored a massive ton, someone else scored a shitload of runs, and Pakistan just fell away like a pack of cards. But anyway, we're here. It's Ahmedabad, it's the Modi Dome, and the teams are: India chose to field after winning the toss, so Pakistan will bat, and they go in with Imam ul Haq, Abdullah Shafiq, Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan, Saud Shakil, Iftikhar Ahmed, Shadab Khan, Mohammad Nawaz, Hassan Ali, Shaheen Shah Afridi, and Haris Rauf. India, Shubman Gill is back from dengue fever. We'll see how that goes. I always thought dengue fever was one of those things a bit like kind of scarlet fever, or what's the one that does your thyroid? I can't remember what it is. That goes on forever. Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul, Hardik Pandya, Ravindra Jadeja, Shardul Thakur, Jasprit Bumrah, Kuldeep Yadav, and Mohammad Siraj. Getting ready for the big one, and joining me first up from the Weather Cave, the man who is on more than me, it's Messi Jez. How are you, Messi?
I'm very well, thank you, Bear. I'm pleased to say that it looks like being a fine day, though very hot, about 36 degrees, 54% humidity. So it's going to be hard work for all of them in that heat sink that is the Mady Dome.
Indeed.
I'm really looking forward to this. And I've got to tell you that given that Australia is so shit, and I've gone off New Zealand since they voted the wrong way today, Pakistan has now become my second hope, although possibly slightly forlorn. So I'm hoping Pakistan do really well.
Oh, God, have New Zealand gone to the right?
Yep.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Joining me from Singapore, it's an Indo Dutta, who is obviously backing in the blue corner for India, hoping for another walloping of Pakistan. How are you feeling, Anindo?
Very well, thank you, Bear. Hi, Messi. Really,
Hello,
really,
Anindo.
really happy to be here for this match with you guys. The stadium does look full. I reckon there's already more than 100,000 people in there. I saw pictures on Twitter of people lining up since 10 in the morning. So in that heat, it's real dedication from people, and this is what you want to see in a World Cup match, especially with India and Pakistan. It's been crazy for the last 6 months. I've heard stories of no hotel rooms being available, blocks of hospital beds being booked by people from outside Ahmedabad. You've had Airbnb,
so they can stay in them overnight. So
absolutely.
What about people who are ill, Anindo? What about people who are ill? You know.
Well, I guess they kept 1 or 2 hospitals for them. But I mean, who cares? I mean, you've got whatever 1.5 billion or whatever was the last count of people. So another 5 or 10 or 500 or 10,000. Who cares? No, I'm just kidding. But I think these are probably a few hospitals who thought that they'd make 10 years budget in one night. But so might as well do that. But it's just been crazy, honestly. I mean, the interest in this match.
Well, I remember, I mean, this was the crazy game. Whenever India played in England, they were always crazy, but when we did Old Trafford. And that was interesting in the game where, funnily enough, Ajit, what's his name, Sethi, who bought the bloody rights, hadn't paid his bill. And so we sat outside Old Trafford with our so-called producer running in, phoning us up, going, "It's all right, I've got the cheque, I'm going to give it to the ICC, you'll be able to get in shortly," while we sat outside and got in with about 20 minutes before the game started. Adam Collins was joining us on our commentary that day, and he was losing his shit, because he's a very uptight man anyway, thinking we weren't going to make it, and screaming at us because we were unprofessional. It wasn't our fault, but I managed to get us on air just in time for the start. And then actually India absolutely walloped them. I remember Rohit Sharma went off like a train. I think he got 150 in that game or something, and I think he opened up with somebody who got 90. I can't remember exactly, but I remember
he had 5 centuries, I think, in that.
Yeah, he was amazing, and then got bowled for fuck all in the semi-finals against New Zealand, didn't it? When it really mattered.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way it goes. That's often the way it goes. Right, so they are coming out to the middle, and we're going to have the opening batters. Will be, who would it be? It will be Imam ul Haq and who's the other guy who opens up? Abdullah Shafiq, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Good question.
Yeah, so it'll be this guy.
Yes.
Abdullah Shafiq's technique. Abdullah Shafiq's unique.
And Imam.
I don't know, maybe it was an experiment in existentialism or mentalism. Maybe they messed up the algorithm, but it definitely is not. My lawyer informs me it's not. Nepotism.
Forgot about this.
Who's your uncle? Nepotism. Nah. It couldn't be that.
And I presume opening for England would be England, India even.
Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Oh, Bear's caught in a time warp.
Possibly, quite possibly. It is going to be Jasprit Bumrah, of course, as we count down. They should have started 45 seconds ago. There's nothing like the big 10 seconds in an IPL game to get them going here, is there, in this World Cup? They don't start on time.
Well, that's just a precursor of not finishing on time. I
Well,
guess.
yeah, it's true.
Well,
So-
they're still within the minute, to be fair. Not anymore.
Well, not anymore. Not according to my watch. So everyone's stretching in the outfield. The rock star that is Hardik Pandya, who I now have clocked what he looks like, is out at mid-on. Bumrah is at the end of his run.
Well, I should tell you that Mog is with us. He's gone full on from the beginning. He says, "Caedite eos novit enim dominus qui sunt eos," which means kill them all, let God sort them out, which is a bit full on early on.
It is indeed. Well, the first ball that Bumrah bowls is a little bit of a way swing. It's reasonably full, and it's defended by Abdullah Shafiq, and there is no run to start the day. And that's great.
So, as far as the Indian team goes, there was some expectation that they'd bring Ashwin in, but they haven't, because I guess they don't expect this wicket to turn too much.
No. Second ball is just played back to the bowler, and it is no run. Just when I don't need my screen to go off, it goes off. That's really annoying.
I should also mention that if you happen to want to listen to this in German, our friend Leah doing a YouTube podcast of this all in German, and I've retweeted that on our timeline.
But does she do an instant translation? How does it work?
Well, it's for anybody who wants to hear it in German. It's her own commentary.
Bumrah, third ball. That seems to be a little in swinger. Starts a little bit wider and goes back to the bowler once more, and there is no run. Why are you doing this to me, you stupid fucking computers?
That's going to be in the day's summary, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, that's in everybody's summary every day, isn't it?
Yeah, I noticed yesterday you went off right at the end of your internet connection, right at the end of the game.
Yeah, that was handy.
Yeah, really. That was into the pads of Abdullah, who just clips it, but straight at square leg, and I ain't no run. 4 dot balls to start. Good first over. What I hasten to add that I need Tony's brilliance here, and what is the average score at the Modi Dome? Messi was saying that Mark Taylor was saying that Pakistan need 250. I suggest that they need a lot more than 250 to be competitive.
Yes.
Oh, completely.
I'd say somewhere up 320, 330 would be my get yourself in the game. Bumrah is in, and that's guided backward of square by Abdullah, but he can't beat the man at point, and there is no run.
I've got to say how good it is to see Bumrah back bowling again. Really missed him when he was off.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly, and he makes a massive difference, doesn't he, for India? I mean, it's as much as anything, it's the pace, it's the action, everything that makes him such a quality bowler. He's a big add for India in this World Cup. Last ball of the over is clipped nicely by Abdullah Fashiq.
Lovely shot.
Off his pads. It'll go all the way down to the wide long on boundary for the first 4 of the day.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Gets himself off the mark with a lovely 4.
Mayank says, "Morning all, I was there last time in 2019. It was cold, rainy and expensive at Old Trafford. This time it's nice and warm in my living room, but at 4:25 a.m. it's going to be a bitch. Part of me wants this to be a quick blowout so I can go back to bed. No, nobody else wants that, Mayank. We want a decent contest. We really do. And make the best of it." The cricket slouch appreciated the link to Leah's. Oh no, he's linked and subscribed to our YouTube channel, which we encourage you all to do.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Look, after you introduce the bowler, I'll give you the stat for this.
Okay, the man at the other end is
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gonna find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. His mother
And his first ball is a little bit wayward, and it's down the leg side, and it gets clipped nicely for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
And he was quite poor, I thought, against Afghanistan.
Yeah,
and usually he's reasonably good. But
well, he gave away over 70 runs. I
yeah.
tend to agree with you.
And they didn't get many in total. I mean, he was about a quarter of the runs, wasn't he, in total? I guess you can afford to have a bad game against Afghanistan if everyone else is on point. I'm not sure that'll be the case with Pakistan.
No.
Second ball. Oh, that's decent, though. A lovely shot, though.
Whoa.
That was just swung into the arc. And Imam ul Haq has driven that back down the ground, and it's 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The thing I would say about Imam,
So
the thing I would say about Imam ul Haq is if this is nepotism, it obviously works.
Yeah, he's quite a decent player, I suppose.
Yeah.
Next ball is just defended by Imam, and there is no run.
So the average first inning score here is 237. The average second inning score is 206. The highest total recorded here is 365 for 2 by South Africa against India, and the lowest is 85 all out by Zimbabwe. I mean, this used to be another stadium before it became.
Yes.
Stadium. The highest score chased is 325, and the lowest score defended is 190.
Okay, so there's a lot of variation in that. Clipped nicely by Imam ul Haq, beats the man at backward square leg.
So
Third 4 in the over.
Easy for them to score 400 here.
Well,
Yes.
that at this rate, yeah.
The rubbish continues for a second match.
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk of him getting dropped for Shami, which may not have been a bad idea. Shami's got a fantastic record of this ground. I just don't know, why they didn't.
Well, he's been. I guess Siraj has been very good up until last game. You can afford to have a couple of bad games. This is a big test, though, isn't it? I guess if you have a bad game here.
This is not somewhere where you're allowed to have a bad game.
We have a super chat from Stephen Kelk, who sends us €2. Says, because Tony and Hendo gave me a lift to a vet. It wasn't a dream, but, I
was going to say. Defended by Imam off the 5th ball of the over. Out to the covers, and there's an arrow. 16 for none, Pakistan. After 1.5 overs. And a good start for now.
I'm a bit worried about Stephen when he's dreaming of being taken to the vet by Tony and Hendo.
Yeah,
I think maybe he needs to withdraw a little.
Yeah, quite possibly. Well, the Modi Dome looking pretty full with 140,000. That last ball is defended very close, bat and pad together, and Imam just defends it back to Siraj, and there's no run. Goes for 12 in his first over. Over to you, Messi.
Stephen Kelk says, Bumrah opening for England? You wish. Kardik says, biggest rivalry in sport by a country mile. Looking forward to this. Brian in Brisbane is with us. G'day, Brian. Morning, all. Sunny but cold in Northampton. Have the organisers managed to get everyone into the ground before play today? How many Pakistan supporters in the crowd? I'd say there's still a lot of people queuing to get in. That's always the way about when it's busy. And frankly, given the heat, I would have gone a little late too.
Well, indeed. Well, there could be 60, 70,000 people on that top deck with no toilets, as we found out the other day. It does seem a bit.
I think you're more than 100,000 in already, so I'd say they've done a decent job of bringing them in.
Yeah.
Even if people have been lining up from the morning, which is normal, honestly.
Yeah.
In Indian ground.
Bumrah in again, and Abdullah Shafiq just defends that out to the covers, and there's no run. I guess Pakistan will be.
Mog's self-flagellating already. He said, I should really do a less shit jingle for Siraj.
I don't know. I don't mind that one. Kind of suits him, really. Angry. He's quite an angry man, he seems to me, anyway. Especially the way he bowls. He's always combative. I like that.
Well, as long as he bowls better.
Abdullah Shafiq is in. Oh, edged. Drops just short of, I presume, Kohli at first slip. They don't think about a run, and there isn't one. dropped well short though on the half volley, and going at that pace, not a bad little stop really by. And yeah, it's Virat. Got his legs out of the way so he didn't get bashed in the knee if he missed it. And stopped it from getting any runs. I guess the press in India are all hyped up about this and OTT.
Amazingly high.
Yeah, I can imagine. Bumrah in, and that's got defended and guided by Abdullah down towards third man with Siraj fields, and it'll just be a single.
Samantha G on YouTube yesterday she's a relatively recent convert to cricket, was asking us if people bought replica kits in cricket the way they do in football. This is a pretty good example of it. I reckon there's at least 90,000 blue shirts with Virat written on the back of them here.
Yeah, I imagine most of them have Virat on the back.
Well, you'd probably get about 10,000 Rohits there.
Yeah, I was going to say Rohit would be the next one, wouldn't he? In sales percentages, that one is onto the hip of Imam, who clips it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Don't forget, the GPL is open. I think it's 90 odd quid today, if I'm correct. It starts off at £96, 96 English pounds. All you have to do is work out how many runs are going to be scored in the day. It closes at 11 o'clock, so you've got an hour and a half, so there's no need to go yet, but do get your cash in, and if you win it, get on the nose, you get all the money in the pot. £1 bet could get you over 100 quid if enough of you enter. Oh, I don't know what happened there. It's trying to clip it on the leg side with a man, and got all tangled up. I think it came off his thigh pad, just popped out on the offside, and there's no run. One ball left in the third over. Pakistan are 17 for none.
Talking about cricket kits, I mean, my memory could be failing me here, but the first IPL, if I remember correctly, by the end of the IPL, they were doing a calculation of which team made money, and the only team, if I remember, which had made money was the KKR. And
really,
yeah, and the money that they had made.
Hold on, defended out into the offside. To cover, no run. End of the third over, 17 for none. Carry on. So no one made money.
Yeah, and well, I don't think they made too much money. I mean, it was almost like break even. But the one team which did make money, I remember, was the KKR, and much of their money was from jersey sales.
And was
that'd be right.
Was that Kohli jersey sales?
But Kohli wasn't saying. But they had got.
No, because he plays for Rajasthan Royals, doesn't he?
No, he plays for Royal Challengers Bangalore.
Oh, RCB, that's it.
But they had sort of Ganguly. They had, they had a whole bunch of McCallum. They had a whole bunch of. That was the Brendan McCallum year when he scored the highest in the IPL.
Yeah. So do teams make any money in the IPL? Then surely. I mean,
yeah.
I was going to say they must make, especially with the TV broadcasting rights money. It's like
and
like
the sponsorships.
Exactly. I mean, it must be like the Premier League over here. I mean, some of these clubs must be worth billions now, aren't they? Billion, 2 billion?
Yeah, because they've opened up everywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. Siraj is in. It's wide, it's full, and
come on! I mean, stop bowling fucking rubbish.
Well, he's bowling rubbish. That's full, and it's wide, and it's a half volley. And Nindo's upset, but Pakistan fans will be happy as Abdullah drives that. Not great timing, but enough on it to get it out to the boundary for 4 runs at extra cover.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And Pakistan move on to 21 for none.
It is buffet bowling, isn't it?
There'd be some bets going around on how much money is collected from Pakistan in certain circles in India. There are a lot of unkind people around.
This one is guided down, back with a square by Abdullah.
It's exceptionally bad bowling.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? And it's fielded this time. Backward pointers now. And if he gets a wicket now, though, you'll be forgiving him.
Yeah, but yes and no. Yes and no.
I mean, especially the first 3 overs at each end, which are really the only ones who likely to get any swing with the new ball.
And Siraj
he's wasting it completely.
Yeah, and Siraj does get decent movement in the air as well, generally. Maybe he's just got puffed out at the wrong time in his year. Has he been playing a lot of cricket this year? I presume he has. Siraj is in. Sometimes mentally people get tired. Expectations become too much of themselves. That's defended back to him, and there's no run. Doesn't seem as quick as he can be as well. But it's a reasonable start.
I didn't see that ball. The previous one was 138 Ks.
Oh, so it's not
a
slow.
reasonable amount of speed.
Yeah, it's a decent pace. Having said that, if he rolls 5 dots after going for 4, that's not a bad over. Just needs the control. His line's been a bit. Maybe he suffers with the right and left-handers. I don't know. Siraj in. That's a decent ball. Driven back past the bowler. They will get a single. He hasn't really timed it. Mid-off's a little bit deeper. Using that Shafsal Thakur, I think, at mid-off. And it's 1 run. Now, he seems to me to be the weak link in the Indian bowling.
Yeah,
I always think he's worse than he is.
But
He's passable, but he's not great, is he?
He's actually got a very good record in taking wickets.
I know, and I don't really expect it from him. He seems like a bit of sort of medium pace. He reminds me of a kind of county Trundler, really.
That's exactly what he is, but somehow
he gets into the team.
Somehow.
He's passable with the bat as well, I suppose. Siraj is in. Ooh, that seems to keep a bit low, or Imam seems to imply it anyway, as he just works it onto the leg side to get through for a single, though. I think Pakistan will be happy with this start. I think not losing a very quick innings. And if these guys can get 10 overs under their belt, get the new ball out of the way and the new bowlers, get the field out, and they lose a wicket and Babar comes in, I think Pakistan would be very happy with that. And they've got to feel, Pakistan have got to feel good after what they did, holding that back against Sri Lanka with Rizwan and Abdullah Shafiq. Was it Shafiq or was it Shakil? It was Shakil, wasn't it? Both getting tons. No, it's Shafiq, I think, got it tons. That was a good pullback because they were in trouble at whatever it was for 4. Not a lot for 4, chasing 320 odd. Sri Lanka's bowling is pretty poor, it has to be said. That's guided back behind square. Ooh, they thought about a run, did Imam. No, sorry, Abdullah. But he got sent back by Imam ul Haq. And wise, because the throw was direct hit onto the stumps. No run, end of the 4th, 23 for none. Over to you, Messi.
So over on YouTube, Stephen Kelk's taking highlight notes for you. He noted down an India's fucking rubbish highlight moment. Brian says, no lose for 60,000 people on the top deck. BCCI are not worried about the minions, just themselves. Are there seriously so few toilets for so many people, says Stephen.
Yeah,
BCCI should seriously send some of the pennies for its pile of gold on basic facilities. I think, to be fair, I think they've spent $53 million in the preparation for the World Cup, including facilities, particularly at Delhi, which was subject to a lot of complaints about the toilet facilities. So I guess they're gradually working it through.
Yeah, the one place where I think it still remains a problem is Hyderabad. During the World Cup, I heard some really bad reports about it. Yeah.
Right.
But that's more due to corruption in the state body.
Well, yeah. Bumrah is going to continue into his 3rd over. Bowling at Imam ul Haq. It's into his sort of thigh region. He works it out to mid-wicket and there's no run. Just a replay. Good throw from Jadeja. He was a man at backward point. Of course, he's left-handed, so it went to his left. He picked it up. A direct hit at the stumps. It was wise of Imam to send Abdullah back. I wish they put. You see, I keep saying Abdullah because it's Abdullah Shafiq, but why don't they put Shafiq? It really confuses me sometimes with his naming system. Jasprit Bumrah is coming in, shuffle, 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 couple of steps, bowls. Leading edge from Imam, goes out to cover, no run. He looks reasonably happy with his work, big smile on his face. He always has a big smile on his face, though. And the crowd builds and builds and builds. And I imagine it's bloody noisy.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
And I remember now. I remember the reason why this the crowd was so big before the start. Normally it fills up a bit later. They had a concert. They've had a lot of stuff around this game, and so they had a concert by one of India's top performers, Arijit Singh, right before the.
That one is left alone outside the off stump by hands in the air from Jasprit, but wasn't really threatening the stumps. Just shy of 90 miles an hour. A little bit of a way shape. No run. Pitch looks pretty good.
A deal of criticism of that in Indo, but it sort of makes sense to make sure you got a decent crowd in at the beginning of the game.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm all for it. I mean, it's a big show. People have honestly come in from outside. They spend a lot of money to spend that 1 day in Ahmedabad. You just give them the money's worth. I mean, I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah. Indeed. Jasper around a wicket to Imam, who is a little bit cramped for room, but he plays with a very straight bat on his toes, punches it square on the offside, out to point, and there is no run. Pitch looks pretty decent, a few little cracks on it. Are we expecting any turn here today?
There should be a little bit, but I'm not sure there's going to be a huge amount. You never know with this pitch.
No, you don't. It depends what, because this is one of those grounds where they've got both types of earth, haven't they? They've got red pitches and black earth pitches, haven't they, at Ahmedabad? Or so I was led to believe.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to spin much, but there will be some turn.
A little shuffle towards the bowler from Imam, but then covers up, defends it up to mid-on. There's no run. I love the fact that Imam bats in glasses.
Yeah, makes you feel normal.
Yeah. But I also think that if contact lenses don't sit quite right on your eyes, they always just slip slightly, and you're constantly trying to blink to get them in the right space so you can actually focus.
Well,
and it's probably better.
It doesn't seem to give any trouble to Virat Kohli.
No, I know some people don't. I always had, but I think it depends on the eyes you have as well. That one is a little bit wider, and he does chop that Imam into the ground. But I think it's probably fielded, it's a danger backward point. Snaffles it out of the air, can't get past him. No run as a maiden. Well done. 23 for none.
Farong says, greetings all on the only match of the tournament. Hope everyone's well. Weather should be kind and no interruptions. However, Tata and PAK will have the usual 100 plus not needed reviews, drinks breaks, etc. Wonder if Tata makes water now. Will we get a close one? I'm hoping so. Che is also with us. Morning all. Let's see if I can go through a whole match at the Modi Dome without me revealing my opinions on Modi. I don't think so. I think we know those pretty well already though. I reckon Dhoni's shirt's still outsell Rohit. And he says, I have no idea why, but Aninda swearing while cross gives me so much joy. I enjoy it too, because it's sort of a bolt out of the blue, isn't it?
It's finally, Aninda's invested in something, because it's India playing. Normally he's so, when it's a neutral game, you're so kind of polite and level-headed, but suddenly it's all coming out. Suraj comes in third over onto the pads of Shafiq, who works it around to long leg. There'll be one and then come back for two. That's good running. Score moves on to 25.
Mike says, I don't know why they put Abdullah on the scorecard graphic instead of Shafiq, but then put Imam's entire name on there.
I know. It's weird, isn't it? It becomes very confusing, especially when you know players you've commentated on so many times and you know who they are, and then the name's different to what you're thinking in your head. It just becomes a little bit confusing at times. This is match 12, so what? We're a quarter of the way through. Yeah, in fact, this is the quarter game, isn't it? Because there's 48 games in total, the semis and the finals. That's defended out to the covers, and there's no one. It seems to have slipped by reasonably quickly, actually, the first 12 games of this tournament.
You reckon?
Well, reasonably.
I've called 11 of them, and I tell you, it seems a long time.
Well, I'm only doing...
I've got a break next weekend.
Yeah, good man. I mean, because I'm doing all the tech and everything, I can't be helping out Mooney Ponds, and Wisely, Russ, etc. aren't helping out on our side, and that's fair enough, I think. Oh, into the pads, probably going down leg side, maybe a bit of inside edge, no appeal. He went right across his stumps though, maybe a little bit too high as well, but it just bobbles out on the leg side. It is a leg by. Goes nowhere, which allows them to scoot through.
It would be missing the leg by a lot, I think.
You think? I don't know if it was missing by that much. I see that Kane Williams got injured again, an unlucky bastard yesterday.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, well, and it wasn't.
That was so unlucky.
It was so unlucky. It was a throw at the stumps, missed the stumps completely, and caught him right full force on the end of his thumb, and he retired hurt 3 balls later. Now the question is, has he cracked his thumb? If he's cracked his thumb or his joint, he's probably out for the rest of the tournament. And considering he's taken so long to get back from an ACL, that would be gutting for him. That one doesn't seem to get up, and it's clicked nicely by Imam ul Haq down towards deep backward square leg. It's Ish and Kishan down there, and they'll get through for a single. Siraj has hands on heads. That did seem to keep a little low. Now, what is it? Explain this to me, because sometimes that isn't due, right? But it still seems to be a lot easier to bat second in India. Or sometimes really hard to bat second. I can't remember which way round it goes. At some places everyone goes, oh, it's really hard to bat in the lights. But there's no dew. Why is that? Is it just because it becomes more oppressive at night with the heat and the humidity? They were saying that yesterday the other day for something. That's worked into the leg side by Abdullah. Down towards the man on the 45. He's on the edge of the 30-yard circle, so they'll get through for a single.
But the humidity is the only thing that I can think of, which the heavy atmosphere. But other than that, I mean,
last night's game was just crazy. It was still 29 degrees. It was 77% humidity, and it was like somebody had turned on a tap in the Kiwis' heads. Every time they just dripped huge amounts of sweat. I think Williamson was probably not unhappy to go off after making 70 odd, just to get some
get some fluid as well, get some get some fluids in. And Shakib's done a quad as well, apparently, hasn't he? Siraj in, defended by Imam up to mid on.
He's bowled a maiden. No, he's just bowled a ball where he hasn't been bowled to the bound.
Yes, he hasn't bowled a maiden.
A maiden ball.
A maiden ball.
He's bowled a dot, is what you're trying to say, because there was 5 off the over. Over to you, Messi.
Dear. Mog says, "Oh yeah, happy Clash of Hastings Day. Is today the day of the Clash's greatest gig being at Hastings, or are you talking about the battle thereof?" I suspect the latter. David says the BCCI are literally telling fans it's okay to shit on people from a great height. At least they are self-aware enough to acknowledge that stance. Jay Grover, quote, "We have both types of Earth, country and Western." And I'm Reno Overs with this. Good morning, wonderful GC. After hearing your voice daily, Messi, you start to infiltrate my dreams. The GC mind control continues. That's a worry. That is a worry for you, hombre.
It's not only bad.
I'm sorry about that.
Hey, Messi. You're getting that done too.
Yeah.
Dreaming about you.
Well, the hardest thing for me is it takes a long time to wind down after the end of a game. So, I didn't go to bed till 5 o'clock this morning. I got up at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, that is the thing, isn't it? You just need to chill at the end of it after talking and listening for so long. 28 for none after 6 overs. Bumrah's going to continue into his 4th. He's only gone for 5 in his first 3. Next ball is just defended by Shafiq back down the track. There's no run. Good start this by Pakistan. Not looked particularly troubled at all.
No,
I think it's thanks to Bumrah that they've only got 28 so far.
Yeah. The thing is, the pitch looks quite easy, doesn't it? There's not a lot of threat.
It does.
There's a little bit in the air with a new ball, which you'd expect. There's nothing off the pitch.
Nothing off it.
No, absolutely nothing off it. I mean, it'd be interesting to see how the spinners do, but if that's the case, then you expect quite a high-scoring game.
I'm surprised with those average scores, though. It looks like a high-scoring match this one.
It certainly looks like a high-scoring pitch, yeah. Well, that is a glorious shot from Abdullah Shafiq. He comes down the track a little bit at Bumrah, smashes it with a very straight bat, holds the pose, straight back over his head, goes down to the boundary, and it's 4 more runs.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
That takes Pakistan into the 30s, 32 for none.
There's a big event coming at the end of this over, by the way.
And what's that?
The return of Nestlers to Gorilla Towers.
It's true, actually. He's come in. He hasn't been here since before COVID. So it's good to have him in.
Is this over? Or, Oh.
No.
Are you
At the
doing
end
a
of
switch?
10.
No,
At the end
no.
of 10. Yeah.
End of 10.
Just drop
sorry,
to the
yeah.
offside, and there'll be a single.
Sorry, I'm in the Australia mindset where it's half hour.
Oh, you
time
do
break,
half
so,
hours?
yeah.
No. We do 10 overs here. We're men, not wimps.
Oh dear God! There was some discussion of toxic masculinity yesterday.
Oh, surely not.
Abdullah has 18 off 21. Imam has 14 off 18.
Oh dear.
Bumrah is at the end of his run. He's now coming. He's coming around a wicket to Imam, who attempts to pull that. Maybe it keeps a little low on him. Hits him on the inside of his back thigh. A little bit of a sting there.
140, that should have
No run.
hurt.
Yeah, that did hurt, I think. He's trying to hide it, but pretty certain that stung a little bit. Run rate just shy of 5. I don't think that'll worry Pakistan. I think they'll want wickets in hand, and they'll want to secure. They'll want to make sure they. Oh no, that maybe hit him in the neck, because they might want to secure that they get it into the 300s and over 330. I think they want. That's short. Imam ducks underneath it, goes through to the keeper, and there's no one. It won't give him as a wide. It's 85 miles an hour. One for the over though. Last ball to come. It looks hot out there. Rohit's mopping his brow with his sleeve. Sky is talking to Siraj on the end of the boundary. What have they got? They've got backward point cover, short cover, and mid off. So packing the offside to Imam as he's coming around the wicket. Quite a wise thing early on. Got to be pretty good to thread it through that. I don't know what's going on here. Imam is handing something to the umpire. Don't know what that was. It's all slowed down a little bit while he does that. Finally, Bumrah is ready to deliver his last ball of his 4th over. It's into the hip of Imam, who plays that very fine, and it's fine enough that Siraj can't get around to it, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bumrah's most expensive over. Pakistan move on to 37 for none.
David Hughes and Rachel O'Connell recommend looking into the confusion around Tom Holland Rest His History podcast on the Modi Stadium. O'Neill Harris, you're up early, O'Neill. Well done. I love the Bear commentary. Bumrah comes in, shuffle, bowls.
Well, he does. He doesn't actually run up, does he? He kind of shuffles and then walks and then shuffles.
You did count Bear in the Australia match, I think.
It's like about 4 steps. But I mean,
4 steps, right?
Yeah, exactly. But he's got about. He comes in from about 20. But I mean, it's all about rhythm and technique, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't really matter. And he's got one of those actions where it's all in the action. So it's not about the run up. It's about timing it so he gets to the crease correctly, so that when he puts it through his shoulder, he gets the timing right and releases it at a quick pace. Much like someone like Jeff Thompson, there are other bowlers who've done it. Slingies, often slingy bowlers don't have much of a run up because it's all in the shoulder. But it's about timing it to the crease.
Stephen Kell wants to know if you wear glasses when bowling in the IPL, Bear.
Of course I would.
Suda Who says good morning. Good morning, Suda. You're on day shifts now, aren't you? That's a bit better. And Chief Wardo says, are we back on the toxic masculinity thing? Not really, no.
Well,
Mog explains that battle isn't a word of Germanic origin, so I went with clash to better represent the losing side at Hastings.
I wore contact lenses for about 12 years. I wore them from my late teens through to my late 20s, and then actually I got fucking bored of wearing them. They're pain. My eyes, technology has moved on, and you've got to think this is sort of late 80s, 90s. But I couldn't have soft contact lenses. The best I could get were gas permeable, and they're still quite solid. And my eyes used to dry up, and they'd be really quite painful. And it's just like,
so I've got the solution. My lenses have been removed from my eyes, and they've put in multifocal lenses that are permanent. Brilliant. No glasses. I had to because of getting
cataract.
Yes, cataracts. I remember that word.
Abdullah clips the first ball of Siraj's fourth over out to deep mid wicket, and they'll get themselves a single. I don't really want. Was that laser surgery or was that actually an operation just to replace the lenses? Okay,
it was an operation. They just pull it out and shove something in.
Okay, that sounds better.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys on the eyes, but it's just been confirmed that Williamson has a fractured thumb.
Oh, really?
Oh, bugger.
Oh, for Christ's
sake.
That's
so unfair.
So that's him out for the tournament, I presume? Unless he wants to play with a fractured thumb, which seems very unlikely. That must be gutting for the Kiwis.
They did play. They did play well even without him. Though.
They did play well even without him, but I mean, to come straight back in after all that time and get 77, I mean, it's the Kiwis look in a very good place, really, don't they? Guided down to third man, just with Bremer Fields, and there is one run.
I'm surprised to see them keep both openers on for 4 overs. 3 overs seems to be long enough, particularly in the heat that they're dealing with. And, it's not as if Siraj is looking threatening either.
Well, it's sort of been a pattern if you've noticed over the last couple of matches. I think that's how Rohit's been going about it. 4 overs each for the opener, and then change.
Well, Cheap Auto seems to think on YouTube as that's short and pulled, not great timing by Shafiq, but he'll get it out to deep square leg. It'll be a single. A fracture, but apparently he'll be back towards the end of the group stage. They're going to stick him in oxygen tent.
Yeah, that's what Mog's saying as well.
Well, that's not so bad then. That's quite quick for a fracture.
Yeah.
And such an unfortunate way to get it. It's not even by a bowler from a random throw from the field. To actually manage to hit him on the end of the thumb as well, crikey. That's quite tricky. Siraj is into the pads of the man or Huck, who clips it down to the man on the 45. There will be no run. And 40's up.
Speaking of Hastings, Jay says John Hastings is a very underrated cricketer. It is meet and right that we celebrate him. He did all right, Hastings.
Yeah. Oh dear, pardon me. 2 balls left in Siraj's fourth. Will we have a change of bowling at the end of this over? Abdullah is 20 off 23 and Imam is 19 off 23. Good early.
Get Pandya coming in.
Yeah, probably. That's guided by Imam down to third man, and there'll just be a single. I think from these early exchanges, India may well be expecting Pakistan to get a big score, and that might play against them. I think on a pitch that's easy to bat on, whilst getting a big score chasing is always possible, scoreboard pressure can weigh down on people. If it's a long way to go, but I mean,
But India's record in chases is so much better than batting first. I mean, they're just far more comfortable in going after a total which they know.
Yeah, that's true. But it's always that thing of a big total and a couple of early wickets can really fuck you up. Mind you, we did see that Pakistan, exactly that happened when they beat Sri Lanka, but Sri Lanka's bowling attack is very different to Pakistan's bowling attack is pretty good.
It's interesting that in the 7 times that India has beaten Pakistan in the World Cup, they've batted first in 6 of them.
Wow.
There you go. Oh, now that's turned him around. It's been given. That's the first wicket.
Yep.
I thought he got a leading edge there, but he didn't. It went square. It seemed to squat. It was straight, and Abdullah Shafiq was trying to work it into the leg side. Nothing happening. He's going down to speak to a man, but he should just be walking off. No, he isn't going to bother. He's tried to work it into the leg side, missed it. It's pinned him in front of the middle. It's probably going on to hit middle.
I think he tried to convince Imam, and Imam was like, no way, mate.
No.
Your history. I'll need that one.
So we'll play him a jingle and say goodbye. Yeah, it's plum in
The
front.
crowd says you're out.
So Pakistan lose their first wicket after 7.5 overs, and the score is 41 for 1.
Just shows how much better Captain Rohit is than me, as I would have had Siraj off before that over.
I think he'll be a little upset about that, Shafiq. I think it was there to be clipped. It did seem this wicket does seem to keep a little bit low. I think he expected that to be a little bit higher and more up towards the knee roll, and it kind of hit him a foot below that. And the odd one just squatting quite fractionally and skidding on. But the first wicket goes.
Jay says guerrilla cricket brainwashing has happened again. I forgot to turn on the telly. And he turns it on and says, oh my word, the colours, they're so beautiful. Pakistan's kit is the best.
Yeah, it's a nice green that they have. Well, the big man is in. Hasn't done a lot so far this tournament. I guess this is the game where all those Pakistani fans will be wanting him to do something large. It's the skipper, it's the man. Is he number 1 ODI batsman? Certainly something like that. It's Babar Azam.
Babar Azam, have you any wool? No, sir.
He doesn't because he's a cricketer from Pakistan and he's a really good one. Thank you very much.
The big man in at number 3. 41 for 1 after 8 overs. Will we get a change in bowling or will they continue?
Yes, he's still just above Shubman Gill in the rankings.
Oh, is he? Okay. Although he's had the last few matches, he's not really.
You know, he hasn't done anything in his World Cup so far,
yeah.
has he? Really? He averages over 57 in 108 matches, which is pretty fucking good. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
We are going to have a change in the bowling. This man's going to start his first over.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
And his first ball is across Imam Ul-Haq. He just guides it down the third man, and there's no run. So, having bowled quite poorly, Siraj does get the breakthrough. It hit him in front of middle. It did seem to be a bit low, and it was hitting halfway up middle stump. And the thought of reviewing that was very stupid.
Well, he's a batsman.
Yeah, it's true. They never think they're out. Nah. He said to Imam, and he was shaking his head whilst he was going, no. And correct. And that'll make India feel good to getting that first wicket. Next ball, Babar faces up to his first ball and just drives it up to mid-off when there's no run. And this top order of Pakistan, if it fires, there's a lot of runs in it, potentially. Rizwan will be in at 5, won't it? Will it be Shafiq in next? Did a Shafiq? Or Shakil? But definitely Saud Shakil probably in next, followed by Rizwan.
Abdullah Shafiq is out.
No, yeah, I don't mean Abdullah Shafiq, I mean Saud Shakil. That one is guided by Babar down a third man. He'll get himself off the mark.
I would expect Rizwan to be next, wouldn't he?
I think Rizwan comes in at 5. I thought Saud Shakil came in before Rizwan. Babar Azam, no, Rizwan is next, then Saud Shakil, so it's that way round. Iftikhar is then at 6. Who strike rate over 100. Could be some fireworks. Hardik comes in. 4th ball of the over. It's just guided by Imam down the third man. Get himself a single.
But there are plenty of singles to be had at the moment.
Yeah.
If they want.
Well, this is it. The pitch isn't really doing anything, is it? So if it's guided across you or angled slightly across you, you can just angle that bat. No slips, no short third man. If the guy's back, then you just run it off the face of the bat, don't you? It's always a single. Look for the bad ball when it comes. Accumulate. Try and get somewhere by 30 overs with wickets in hand, as the usual scenario, and then try and go ballistic in the last 20 and get a high score above 320, 330 up to 350, 60 if you can. Hardik in, short.
Yeah, that's
Babar pulls away and lets it through to the keeper and there's no run. Looks at the umpire.
Virat and Rohit were having a bit of an argument. I think Virat was suggesting asking Pandya to bounce a few, and Rohit wasn't convinced, and then he was, and they went and spoke to Hardik.
They all seem to be looking at each other like he left that and then maybe there's a little periscope through to the keeper or something.
Who is the captain? Yes.
Short.
I think they want to bounce.
Oh, now, yes. Now, did that... Oh, it may have come off the bat, you know, surely. There's a little change in direction, wasn't there? They're all looking at each other.
I think it was just a height. Just a height.
Oh, they stopped the replay as it just went past the bat. That's a nice shot by Baba. Gets the angle right. It's into the pads from Hardick, and he just genuine leg glance down to the boundary. Four runs.
There's a little. You're right. There seemed to be a little something. Have you met me before?
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to see that again. They pulled away from the replay just as the Snicko was going to give us whether it hit the bat or not, but he did.
No, but there was nothing on the Snicko, but I think maybe it was a shadow of the ball on it because we were looking at it from up above.
Dave Wood reckons Williamson will still play more matches in the tournament than Stokes and Willie combined. Ferrong says time for confusion. 7 p.m, 34 degrees and a dew point of 19. You're unlikely to see dew on the grass. Dew typically forms when the temperature drops to or below the dew point. I'll bet we have dew in the second innings. I really do. Jay Grover says, oh dear, I really should try and sync the telly up. Mog says that Anindo has quite the vicious partisan streak when his home team is involved.
That's true. I like that. That's what we're all about, man. That's what we're all about.
It's going to be Pakistan. What do you expect?
Well, exactly. It's going to be fun in January and February. As that's driven out to the covers and there's no run. This will be our last over.
Evil. Come on.
Good versus evil, please.
Yeah. Jay says, not being political, but are there any Pakistani fans allowed in the Modi Dome? Atif couldn't get a visa, and he's fucking English. Well, I'll bet you Javo doesn't appear today. That's one thing for sure.
Well, Atif did finally manage to get a visa because he's out there for the BBC, I believe.
Oh, is he now?
Yeah, no, I don't know if Atif remains on a Pakistani passport or not.
I would suspect he's on a Pakistani passport. There is no other reason.
Yeah, well, exactly. I'm pretty sure that's what he said, unless he's changed to an English passport, which I'm sure he could do. Dropped short by Siraj and let through to the keeper by a man. There's no run.
Jay says, having the surname Grover is not usually an advantage in life, but it opens doors on Indian visa applications. Oh, dear.
Daryl Mitchell went a bit Burko yesterday, didn't he? Seemed to be a bit lucky at times as well, from what I heard, from when I was doing the highlights.
A bit, yeah, but you know that's the shape of it.
Wish you wouldn't
generally.
Do that. Siraj, 4 balls left in our little stint. Run rate is just up over 5. And Siraj is in, continuing, driven nicely by up to mid off. There's a throw, pretty poor throw. They move on to 49 for 1. Oh yeah, got to let Kartik in. That's what you were pointing at. Submit him.
Stephen Kelk says, is Siraj now forgiven for spraying it all over the place? And Sudahu says, nah, a bear never forgives or forgets.
That's just true. I managed to catch the end of Cocaine Bear yesterday, and then I fell asleep before I got to the end of it, it has to be said.
Oh dear.
Where we are, we're looking at the table. New Zealand top the table with 6 points. What are you looking for? What? No. Okay. Well, the thing is, no, you don't want that. Sorry, a little bit of production notes here. There it is. So you can't see the comments and stuff on here if I do it over here. I can move it down. Maybe if I move it down there. You can press that one there. That's just defended by Baba. And there is no run. Are we going to get to 50 before I go off? As we see the replay of Kane getting hit yesterday. That's really unfortunate. Right on the end of the thumb.
Yeah. Where there's no protection either on the batting
That is
glove.
about as freak an accident as you can get.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You've got YouTubers here. Read them off here and you use that for Twitter. God, you're fucking you and technology.
Who are you talking to?
Tony. Of course.
Oh, God.
Because Nestles is supposed to be coming in as well, isn't he? Defended out into the offside, and there is no run. I'm sure Nessels is better with technology than you, Tony.
Tony.
I think you're very mean to Tony himself.
Well, I just have to whip him into shape, otherwise I have to end up doing everything. See?
Oh, God. I think he's very gentle with you in the circumstances.
Well, he is.
The thought of being whipped by you there is something I won't get out of my mind for the rest of the day, I'm afraid.
I'm gonna get a riding crop.
Oh, Jesus, stop it.
Siraj, last ball. Let's just defend it back down the track. And there is no run. That does end 10 overs. After 10 overs, Pakistan are 49 for 1. Baba has 5 or 7. Imam has 23 or 29. We're going to have a little switcheroo. Nestle's going to come in for me, and Tony's going to take over ball by ball.
I'll do a couple of tweets.
Please do.
Change then. Mayank says, I've got friends who are Pakistani descent but hold Norwegian or American passports, and they've been denied visas because they are of Pakistani origin. It doesn't matter if they are citizens of another country in India's eyes. And Jay says, I watched Cocaine Bear yesterday. It looked like the shit we made when I was 13. Mint. And I don't know if Nestles has got the cans on yet, but you can tell him we're up to date on tweets.
How about YouTube?
Welcome home, Nestles. YouTube, we're up to date as well.
Magnificent. Well, he's just easing himself. The Eddie Merckx of Epping is back in the building. I am thrilled to say. Not the first time I've seen him, though, because we met in Epping High Street.
We did.
I got a phone message. You can park anywhere. There's not many cars around. By the time I'd got there, I had to drive around for about half an hour. But it's 49 for 1. Barbara Azam, who's not been in good touch lately. He's not on facing because Imam ul Haq is, who waits and dabs Hardik Pandya down towards third man, and they will take a single. Kuldeep Yadav is stationed down there. Yeah, poor old Barber, in the last 5 innings, I think he isn't 5 or 6 since he got that massive score against Nepal. He's only got about 50 or 60 runs in total, so he could do with a few here. He started off well enough though. Nestles, how are you?
I'm very well, mate. How are you?
I'm in very good order.
It's good to be back in Gorilla Towers in person.
The 50 is up with that single that was edged down to third man. So it's 50 for 1, and that one is pulled by Barber, but he doesn't really get hold of it. It's down to backward square, and then we'll just take a single.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good start here by Pakistan. This is Karthik here, all the way from Sydney, Australia. I hope I haven't jumped the gun and read the roster incorrectly.
No, you're absolutely right. I was so excited by the looming physical presence of Nestles that I forgot to say hi to you, Kartik. So very, very bad on my part, and I apologise. We're going to wait for.
That's okay.
Hardik, who's over the wicket, and Imam ul Haq just dabs down to backward point, takes a single. I always feel Imam ul Haq has his own little place in guerrilla history, given that Ireland, when he nearly got himself run out of the first ball of the test in Ireland, beautifully described. You'll find in our archives, which of course you can access if you're a guerrilla patron. You'll hear Hendo's description of the chaos and mayhem that ensued from the first ball in Test cricket for Ireland as Imam ul Haq crashed into, I can't remember who he was batting with.
I think
it was nearly a run out.
There was some sort of podcast to be told about the after cricket shenanigans that went on in the Airbnb and the pub and everything else.
It was all good fun. 51 for 1. Kartik, what have you made of it so far?
I was going to say, chaos is a word that we always associate with Pakistan cricket.
Hardik in, flicked off his legs by Imam ul Haq towards mid-wicket. Again, fairly easy single. Will bring Barber Azam back on to strike.
That's why they're a favourite of Gorilla Towers, I think.
Well, I think the other thing about Imam ul Haq, of course, is the relation with his uncle, isn't it? His Inzimam. And of course his running between the wickets was famously
idiosyncratic or just slow, perhaps.
Who was the Aussie?
Calling it running is a bit of a stretch.
Well,
but,
exactly.
Who was it? The Aussie guy who threatened with his bat.
He did, yeah. He's had a bit of a bad boy reputation as Imam Hardik. Short, that's whipped away to mid-wicket. It's going to beat the fielder out there. Yes, it is. It's gone all the way for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
Just dropped it too short. The ball not really getting up enough, did it?
No, there's not much pace or bounce at all on this wicket. It just seems like the ball is coming on nicely. Very easy pace, very easy for batting. So I dare say there's going to be a very big score for Pakistan. However,
well, and a very chaseable one. Very chaseable one for
chaseable.
India, I would think.
Yeah.
In comes Hardik again. This one's whipped away. This one was down leg. He's pulled it fine. He's pulled it for 4 more. 2 consecutive boundaries. Pakistan starting to motor.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Brings 60 up, and Imam Haq on to 25. Drop it short or slide it down leg, and you could find yourself in a spot of bother. We're going to watch those two again. I believe, Kartik, it's the strip next to the one that England and New Zealand played on. It's a good effort by Kuldeep. He sort of dived over it and got a hand to it. It's the strip next to that. That, however, was a mixture of red and black sand, which caused more variable pace, shall we say. Not that New Zealand seemed to find it too much of a problem. The black soil is much more geared to facilitating run scoring. So you sense probably the mission here, Kartik, is loads of runs and bags of entertainment for a big crowd, isn't it?
I was going to say, yeah, I feel like they've set this up nicely for the occasion. Obviously, they did have the pre-match concert for Your Eyes only in the stadium. No TV coverage allowed for that one, which was an interesting decision. But yeah, it's certainly set up for a bat-a-thon. So high-scoring match. Hopefully it'll be an entertaining one. The likes of both teams' batting lineups. We're in for a show tonight. So. Yeah, looking forward to it. Pakistan have started well. It's a solid start, solid platform for Babar Azam, I think.
Just the wicket of Shafiq so far. They've been rattling along
big
about
day for him today.
5.5 and over, and we are for the first time going to see some spin. And when Nestlers has finished his twiddling, we're going to see. It says Jasprit Bumrah there, but it won't be. Again, the junior captioner. It's going to be Kuldeep Yadav, who floats this up a bit too leggy. And Imam Haq just tickles him into the onside, and they'll take a single and bring Barber back on to strike. We're in the 12th over.
Would you like his jingle?
We'd love to hear Kuldeep's jingle, please.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that Yadav is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
Yeah, I dare say the work experience kid got that one wrong. Pushed the wrong button.
61 for 1. Babar Azam back on to strike. 151 he made against Nepal.
Even Bumrah must have seen it on the big screen and thought, "What's going on here?" Jazzy B also also in with the party.
Over the wicket this time for the left arm of Kuldeep, defended back to him by Barber. Since then, though, 5 against the Netherlands. Well, he made 29 against Sri Lanka in the Asia Cup, and then 5 against the Netherlands. Of course, Zulfikar bowled Colin Ackerman, and 10 against Sri Lanka. Madhushankar getting him caught by Samavik Rama there. So he needs to build himself a score as Barber. Back foot punched out to long off. They'll take a single.
I was going to say, a big day here for Babar Azam. I think this is the right pitch for him. This is obviously a big occasion. India, Pakistan. Stage is set for him to go big today. And he's had a few starts, but we could see a big innings.
Well, this is it. And I think due much less of a factor up in the sort of the northwest, which is kind of where we are here, isn't it? As this one is flicked or guided really to backward point by Imam Haq. Jasprit comes round. They'll take 2. Sorry, by Barber. 64 for 1.
Interesting you say that. Rohit at the toss did mention that the dew factor was what led them to decide to bowl first.
Well, it could be. It could be.
So
it would be.
tell,
You'd think. I mean, say from a spectator point of view, as we'll wait for Kuldeep. Not a run this time. Imam was looking for one. He was almost imploring Barber, who said very firmly no, that wasn't there. It had gone straight to mid-wicket. So 15 for Barber, 28 for Imam ul Haq, who is on strike. That's down leg. Now, did he get any bat on that? If so, it was tickled very fine. There is no fine leg. It will be 4 of something. The question of what? We're waiting for Richard Illingworth. He's just... it's 4 runs.
Would you like some social?
We'd love some, Nessus.
I think I know where we are. Jay says, leave Tony alone. He's very fragile. And he also says, hooray, Nestlers. Hooray, Jay. And he asked the question, what the utter fuck is a phase score?
A what score?
Phase score.
A phase score? Well, a phase, I suppose, is a power play. If it was a power play, would be a phase, would it? So, like the first 10 overs. The second phase might be the, overs 11 to 40, etc. I'm guessing. What you've done, you've now taken away the thing I have to press should there be any highlights. So you're going to have to do it. It's fine. It's easy enough to do. As and when they happen, I will instruct. Or the bear will come in and do some, or recover it for me.
I can bring it back.
Oh, okay. If you could do that, that might be helpful.
One thing we've noticed here so far in today's game is it sounds like the host broadcaster has been talking to. There seem to be less and less Virat Kohli cam today.
A little bit less. Hardik back into the attack. Dabbed by Barber down towards third man. They'll take a single. The bear, I have to say, it was horrible to me, but he's sporting a very, very fine haircut. We don't know which particular Sydenham bouffonterie had the honour, but they've done a halfway decent job.
Just on a technical note, Harris says, could the gentleman on the Zoom call get closer to the mic? Everyone else is super clear and concise.
Kartik, that was. Are you with a headphone, Kartik, or are you? I'm
in the stadium. I don't know what you're talking about.
I can hear you perfectly well.
We can hear you, but you may not be so clear on the broadcast as Imam
ul Haq. Move myself closer to the
microphone. Oh, that's short and wide and crashed out past point and all the way for 4 of these. You can't give him that kind of space.
It's really weird being able to hear the jingles.
Well, yeah, you're used to the guesswork. Have they played yet?
Yeah.
It was just too short and wide. Lost his radar a bit there, didn't he? Did Hardik?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, very little margin for error on this wicket. It has to be the deliveries have to be spot on, otherwise they're going to go to the boundary.
73 for 1. Imam ul Haq motoring nicely, nearly a runner ball, 36 off 37. Hardik with his black headband pushing his hair up is in. Wide off stump. Has he edged that? No, it's diving away. I think he has. He has got him. It was slanted wide. This time he got his radar spot on. Drew Imam ul Haq into the shot. He fenced at it. KL dived to his left, did the rest. And at 73 for 2 now, Pakistan have lost their second wicket. Imam ul Haq's gone for 36. Caught behind off the bowling of Hardik Pandya.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, that was almost like the reverse commentator's curse. Having said he'd lost his radar, that one he pushed across, but it was noticeably sort of moved off middle and went across, and Imam ul Haq, Kartik just couldn't resist a little fish, could he?
Absolutely, yeah. I did say you have to have 0 margin for error on this wicket. That's exactly what Hardik Pandya did. Great delivery and brilliant catch behind the stumps as well. Dive to his left. No, I don't think there was a slip in the coverage that I'm seeing. from the stadium, of course. I don't think there was a slip in place, so it was a big dive to his left by Kale Rahul. Great catch. He's been good behind the stumps. There was a bit of skeptics out there as to whether he should have been the first choice keeper. Obviously, they've got Ishan Kishan in the squad as well, but they wanted to go with the batting.
Well, and they've dropped Kishan today for the return of Shubman Gill, which is a bit harsh probably on Ishan Kishan, but you could see why they'd want Shubas back in.
I was going to say, very hard to leave Shubman Gill out after the start he's had in his international career.
But here is a man also very much in the runs. Part of that phenomenal run chase, I think, wasn't he, against Sri Lanka in the last game for Pakistan. We'll give a jingle up to this fellow.
Everyone knows he's not as bold as he can hit the ball. Really quite far if the bowling's so far, the runs are sure to flow. Oh, he bats and he keeps, and that's what the deal is, because he's Mohammad Rizwan.
He is Mohammad Rizwan, and he's on the back of 131 not out in that extraordinary run chase. It means he's averaging 199 in this World Cup. 68 against the Netherlands and then 131 not out against Sri Lanka.
Jay is pissed off because he's yet again failed to guess what's on my baseball cap.
Oh,
Durham Bulls. There
the Durham Bulls. I was about to say the Chicago Cubs, but you didn't turn around long enough for me to have a look. Yep, I can see the ball now.
And the D.
73 for 2, Hardik to the new man, Mohammad Rizwan, who catches that high on the sort of almost catches in between thigh and the top of his pad, and that's hurt him a little bit. He's gone tottering away in some discomfort out towards leg, but I think he will be fine. We had a scare earlier. Virat Kohli was off spraying his fingers. All of India had to hold its breath.
I was going to say, it looks like there's messages going out to the TV. The host broadcaster, Virat Kohli cam is back on.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be.
The advertisers
won't keep him out of the highlights. This one is full and straight and defended by Mohammad Rizwan. Had a nice little spell with Sussex for a while, alongside Joshua Pujara.
By the way, Carter, everyone can hear you fine now.
There you go. What did you do differently?
Nothing.
The answer is he probably doesn't know.
I don't know. I think I'm holding onto the microphone closer to my mouth, so hopefully
yeah, that will
make it a little bit easier to understand.
Yeah.
But thank you for the feedback for those who's watching and listening right around the world.
Who have we got? We got mid-off a cover a point, mid-wicket as well. Slightly offside favoured field, as this one is slapped into the offside by Barber. He gets a single. Bring Rizwan back onto strike. No, he won't, because it's the end of the over. So it was Rizwan who got the single, and he will have the strike at the beginning of the next over. But at the end of this 13th over, it's 74 for 2 Nestlers.
For wrong, excuse me, is with us. Shakib appears to be out for the remainder of the World Cup. Lasted 3 matches, injured a week before the World Cup, or a day after he spat the dummy over Tamim, saying he would play 5 matches, then go for surgery. Tamim was on a fishing trip yesterday. Popcorn will not be amused. And Jay says, having access to telly is confusing. Rizwan looks very different then from 2006.
I think we all do, Jay. I'm sure if you put a picture of me next to my 2006 version, I probably look marginally younger in 2006. We're going to see another change of bowlings. More spin, slow left arm. There's another man in a bandana. Well, no, it's a headband rather than a bandana, but scarf tied up, knotted at the back. It is, of course, this fellow.
They need a more controlled Jadeja's on.
He is on. Oh, is that it? Short and sweet. Well, he's going to be bowling to Rizwan. He's got a slip in place for the right-handed Rizwan. That turns as well. By Jove. That was the first real hint, I think, today we've seen of a ball that's going to turn. Jadeja gave it a real rip, and it turned and was fenced at by Rizwan. Arms in air for Jadeja. We can see why that slips there. But he throws this one up onto leg side. There's a big shout, and it's been given. Up goes the Illingworth finger. Superb bowling from Jadeja. I think the timer's counting down. It looked to me, Kartik, pretty plumb.
I think so, yep. That looked dead and straight and played all across it. Not the delivery to be sweeping second ball of his spell. You could see that Jadeja is getting the ball to chalk already. And this will be a big decision. Have they gone? I think they've gone for the review, so this would be
They have gone for review. And it was very clever bowling. The first ball, which turned and ripped past the bat of Rizwan. The second was pushed straight. Now, if anything, that one doesn't straighten. It looks to be in front of leg. I don't think there was any bottom edge or glove.
All it needs is umpire's call.
As you rightly say, Richard Illingworth's on-field decision was out. But he does appear to have that front pad. Well, his leg's fairly far forward, but it might just be marginally outside of leg.
I think it might be clipping leg stump.
Well, it could be clipping. We'll watch. We're going to get a better view here. The ball pitches in line. The impact is in line. It's missing leg stump.
Ooh.
I did have a feeling when I saw it again that looked a bit leg side. Rizwan survives. It isn't 74 for 3. They're going to have to change that. It's 74 for 2, which they now have. And Mohammed Rizwan can heave a big sigh of relief. There's a little chat with KL Rahul. Jadeja is chatting to Rohit as though he's been mortally affronted by basically the rules of the game. Rohit doesn't seem to be able to believe it. But once we saw it the second time, I think the seeds of doubt were there. It did look a bit leg-sidey.
Great review in the end. Good decision to review, I suppose. You could have. I mean, it could have gone either way, right? To the naked eye, that looked out. But I suppose that's when technology does work.
Round the wicket comes Jadeja to Rizwan, who solidly defends out towards mid-on on this occasion. But it's terrific bowling from Jadeja. If you look at the two balls back to back, the first ball deliberately tossed up and turned outside of off the back foot by a defence by Rizwan on this occasion to mid-wicket. No run. The second one just pushed through a bit more, didn't straighten as much. That was the one that elicited the review given initially by Illingworth, or umpire Illingworth. This one is defensively prodded out towards a wideish mid-off, and they will take a single. I think Mohammed Rizwan probably is quite happy just to have a little spell away from the torment of Jadeja for a wee while.
You can't get out from the non-strikers then, unless of course is the tap-on run-out, but very unlikely to get out on the other side.
Barber, the slip still in place for him. Well, Rohit, who is that man at slip, is shouting. But we're going to have a little look at Virat, who's sporting a natty pair of...
Kohli?
That was, yeah, either that or somebody...
Wow.
Maybe he employs a lookalike to field.
Well,
that's definitely Virat Kohli.
That's definitely Virat Kohli. We thought it might be.
Ferron tells us that the Jews shouldn't be much of a concern for Pakistan this evening, and he gives us some stats.
Yeah.
Dave Wood says the Zoom Ed Benson setting is vastly underused and underrated.
Oh, that's so. Yeah, I could see that. So you have different levels of sort of quiet, louder, and Ed. Basically, okay. Is that so? That was. I see where that comes from.
Jay Grover says 2016. Also, does this mean we can get Tamim back?
75 for 2.
And he also says, I thought that were out even watching the ball tracker. I hate my lying eyes.
You can't hide those lying eyes.
The Eagles?
It was the Eagles. Oh, you know what's coming out this week, Nestlers?
No, go on.
Oh, it's the new Rolling Stones album.
Oh, is it this week?
The 20th it's out.
It's supposed to be very good. I must admit, I do like the two tracks I've heard so far.
Well,
how is
Angry.
Mick Jagger sounding like Mick Jagger in the 70s now?
The producer's a young chap they got in specially who's done stuff for Justin Bieber and all kinds of weird stuff. So
he just constantly listened to Exile on Main Street for about 6 months and said, sing like this.
They do say that it's their best album since 1978. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Yeah.
We should probably
get their only album since 1978?
No. There's loads and loads and loads and loads of them. Loads and loads of them.
I think Tattoo You's probably...
Well, yeah, and so was Voodoo Lounge. I like Voodoo Lounge as well.
I mean, there haven't been much cop album-wise for a long time.
No, it's all been about live touring. Anyway, poor old Kartik. I'm assuming, Kartik, you're not so much a Rolling Stones fan?
I know the name. That's about
You
as
know
much as I know. I mean, it's I know the name.
That's a good
Obviously,
start.
they're famous,
the name.
they're famous Mick Jagger and co.
Well, in the music world, that's a bit like going Virat Kohli. I've probably heard of him. What does he do? You know.
Basically, yes.
Is he a bowler?
Basically, yes.
Is he a bowler? He does bowl. Bit of right arm medium rubbish.
He does bowl a bit. A bit of bowls a bit. Yeah, but no, definitely before my time. Definitely before my time.
Well, we're enjoying presumably a drone view of the Sabarmati River, which snakes its way around the Narendra Modi Stadium in Ahmedabad. Looks
Good bit of research there, Tony.
beautiful. What's that? The
No,
fact I
no,
knew the
no.
name of the river. Well, yes. Yes, indeed.
I think I know one river in India.
The Ganges.
Indeed.
I thought you might say that one. I thought you might. They must be having a drinks break, I would imagine, at this stage.
Mog reckons that Jagger's voice would be more AI than flesh. Fine. I mean, you know, I don't know.
Well, while we've got the chance, Kartik, tell us a wee bit about yourself. I know you've been certainly enjoying spells with our Mooney Ponds team, but good chance for you to tell us about yourself here.
So I started my, I suppose, calling career with White Line Wallace down in Mooney Ponds when I was living in Melbourne. I moved up to Sydney, and then the opportunity came up to do some of the World Cups remotely because I no longer live in Melbourne. And then I got the opportunity to do the World Test Championship with you guys, which was super exciting.
Of course, I do remember that. As this one is, it's Hardik in again, and this one is steered into the offside towards point by the reprised Rizwan. Jadeja thought he had him. We, to be honest, thought he had him. Umpire Illingworth thought he had him, but DRS thought and proved differently, and Rizwan has survived. It's 75-4-2. I did notice the score predictor there. It was hovering around 280. Yeah. I think that's a bit. I think that's a bit low, but that's the effect that 2 wickets can have.
Yeah, I think it'll be north of 280. I think it'll definitely be 300 plus.
Well, I'm with you on that. We shall see. Hardik over the wicket to the right-handed Rizwan, who defends, guides towards point. And again, there is no run. That run rate slightly dropping back a wee bit. 5.23. Rohit is applauding his fielders, keeping them on their toes. Now, I was expecting a utterly rammed and full Narendra Modi Stadium here, and I have to say, whilst clearly it's considerably more full than it was for the opening game between England and New Zealand, there seems to be a few spare seats around there, Kartik. Hardik in. Dabbed to backward point, no run.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. I dare say that a lot of the tickets would have been held back or given to corporates or bought by the BCCI or held on to by the BCCI themselves. There's been a lot of angst, a lot of conjecture with the whole ticketing process in this tournament. I think they only released the tickets about a month before the tournament had started, so a lot of people missed out this time.
Not to mention visa issues for anyone who might want to come and support their team if they're from Pakistan. Mohammed Rizwan is waiting to face Hardik, who's right arm over and in, and that one kept a bit low, in fact, and possibly a slower ball outside of off stump, applauded by Rohit. A swing and a miss by Rizwan, just didn't get up as much as he thought it would.
Suter Who says Tony's modern pop culture references, the Rolling Stones.
Well,
and they're still going.
Thank you very much. How contemporary do we need to be?
I think still the biggest live act money-wise.
Thank you. Yes,
probably them and Taylor Swift.
There you are,
maybe.
Taylor Smith, who seems to be more in the news for following a American football team at the moment, as far as I can tell. Hardik in on off stump, push to mid on. Again, there is no run. It's been a good over this from Hardik. All dot balls. Rizwan has been 2 off 13. He's not finding the going that easy.
Probably Coldplay would be up there as well. I mean, they always seem to have sellout concerts.
Coldplay and the Rolling Stones. That's an interesting comparison. Coldplay, who was it?
Probably more closer to my era.
Oh, well, he was going out with Gwyneth Paltrow, wasn't he? What's his name?
Married, wasn't he?
Martin, was it? Not Martin.
Chris
Is
Martin.
it Chris Martin?
Chris
Yeah,
Martin.
Chris Martin. Hardick, last ball of his over. Worked whippily away by Rizwan. That might beat mid-wicket. It is going to beat mid-wicket. And the pressure valve for Rizwan has been released with one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
15 overs and over to Nestlers.
Jay says Kartik is making me feel really fucking old. And he also says Jagger rapping on auto-tune gives me the proper fear. I don't know if does he rap? Mayank's joined us. Says from what I'm reading online there's less than 75k in the stadium today. 45 to 50k seats that should be occupied are apparently empty for one reason or another.
One reason or that sounds vaguely ominous.
That's
Jadeja going to continue. Is around the wicket to Barber, who pushes him towards square leg. They think about overthrows because that throw came in but was backed up just about in time.
Oh, we've had a super chat from Mog.
Go for it!
$10 Australian. Get in
Mog.
there.
What a man he is. Thank you, Mog. We're gonna. Oh, he's got nutty green boots, has Rizwan. I've just noticed that. I mean, he really is all in green. Got those smart flashes as well on their green strip. This is down to the man on the 45 by Rizwan. He's frustrated he didn't get more on it, but that's what the man on the 45 is there for. 80-4-2.
You sense that this is the partnership with Pakistan.
This one is pushed by Rizwan down to long off. They will take an easy single, bring Barber back onto strike. 81-4-2. Yeah, well, you mentioned corporates there, Nestlers, didn't you, as one of the reasons? I guess that might be partly it.
Yeah,
I don't know what they call them in Ahmedabad.
Corporates.
Well, I know. I mean, over here it would be the Prawn Sandwich Brigade, wouldn't it? But I don't think you'd call them the Prawn Sandwich Brigade in Ahmedabad. This is worked away around the corner for just a single by Barber.
Well, celebrities, I think is what they refer to.
Yeah, but I mean, although most of the seats that appear to be empty don't look like the corporate hospitality seats. They seem to be the lower part of the stadium at the side, which is not necessarily where you'd put your corporate entertainees, is it? Because they cover a backward point and a slip. And the offside as Jadeja is in. Again, just nudged, really. Nudged by Barber. Gets himself a single.
From what I've read, it just seems like a bit of an almighty balls up as far as the ticketing's concerned.
Well, yeah, I mean, they rearranged the fixtures quite late, didn't they? And this one was given ample space as this one is eased into the offside by Barber. There is a man at deep cover, and they'll take a single.
This game was actually meant to be played tomorrow.
Yeah.
Brought forward by a day.
Well, most weekends, certainly in the group stage, there's normally double headers, as we know with our friends at Mooney Ponds, because we're juggling our resources. As Russ was very quick to remind me the other day, don't forget that sometimes people have said I'm available for both games which are actually on at the same time. So we're having to. It's a little wrinkle he and I have got to get our heads around.
Dave Wood saying that I said Taylor Swift, like an uncle trying to prove he is down with the kids.
Well, you are down with the kids, Nestlers. You
down with
are.
the
I could
kids.
see it, Uncle Nestlers.
The BCCI Modi Dome ticketing structure might be corrupt as fuck, says Jay. I refuse to believe such calamity. What's he saying?
Apparently something about your mic. You need to be speaking into your mic, which you look like you are to me.
1 2 1 2 testing.
It's going to be a change of bowling, and we're going to see Shardul Thakur holding his place in the side as much as anything because he cements that number 8 batting spot, I think, for India, and is capable of crashing later runs there. So he gives them that little extra dimension. We all know the value of a good number 8, and he is one. But it's his bowling now we're going to be concerned about, and that is sweetly straight driven by Barber, back past the bowler all the way along the ground for 4.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me treat now, yeah. Do me one time.
Would you like his jingle?
We'd love his jingle. What a way to start too.
Yeah, beautiful straight drive down the ground. You know he's in form when you play the on drive straight down the ground.
In comes Charles Thakur. This one's down, speared down leg. Steered out to deep backward point. Just a single this time.
1-2, 1-2.
Yeah, Shardul Thakur's got a lot to prove with his bowling. He's started slowly in the previous 2 games, and then has sort of finished respectably.
Picked up the pace. It's 89 for 2. Shardul Thakur is going to be over the wicket to Rizwan. There is no slip for Shardul. That's quite floaty but full, and whipped off his toes by Rizwan, but it kind of bumbles its way out towards mid-wicket.
Could our listeners confirm that they can hear me okay now? The bear has been twiddling his knobs.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Ground control to Nestlers. Can you hear me, Nestlers?
Can you hear me, Major Tom?
No.
I can hear you loud.
Bear, Nestlers is singing. Can you turn him down again? 90 for 2. The run rate going up a wee bit more with that boundary. And that one is rather ugly piece of defence from Barber. Certainly didn't go where I think he was hoping it would. It looked like he was aiming to steer that into the offside for a single, and it dropped to his toes. It's the first dot ball of the over, 6 off it so far.
Messages has just said, GPL alert, closing on the hour, £97 in the pot. Get in.
£97, yes. GorillaCricket.com/competition. You can find it there. You just have to register. It's £1 for you to give your best educated guess as to what. We'll wait for this. Defended to mid-on by Barber. As to how many runs will be scored in the day. If you get it on the nose, well, you win that £97 pot. And if more people jump in, that £97, let's get it over 100. Come on. Let's move that GPL pot up over 100. You've got 5 minutes in which to do it. You can, for your £1 per educated guess, have as many goes as you like. If you share the pot with someone else, or if you go then the same. If not, it rolls over. That is uppishly away on the bounce, I think, to backward point. It concludes that Thakur over with a dot ball, and the score is on 90 for 2 after 17, Nestlers.
Apparently I sound fine now.
Fantastic.
Jay Grover says, I reckon if Mogg were to, and God forbid, die, all of Gorilla Cricket would struggle to a halt. Funds, jingles and a large weaponry collection. Make a statue of this man.
Oh, that's big. Can you imagine we had a statue of Mogg
here?
Yeah, we should have a statue of him with armed, maybe in some armour, and holding an axe in one corner. He has been in Mooney Ponds, which I think is purely for the purpose of poking people to make sure that they do play his jingles, so they don't get away with jingle sloppy behaviour.
I missed him being on. Was he on, or was he just in there?
No, he's there to ensure jingle discipline, as this one is defended from Jadeja back to him by Mohammed Rizwan. It's 90 for 2.
We could all do with a bit of jingle discipline.
But Kartik, you're in Sydney.
I'm in Sydney, yes.
Yeah.
Previously Melbourne, but now in Sydney.
Defended again by Rizwan back to Jadeja. Good tight bowling, just none for 6. He's 2 balls into his third over. Is Jadeja. Thought he had a wicket. Thought he'd got Rizwan, but he hadn't. This one is stroked quite pleasingly, but straight to mid-off, and they'll just take an easy single. So 10 off 21 for Rizwan, as you said, Kartik. Slow start, but we know he has the ability to accelerate that. Barber going ahead of a runner ball. He's off 24. He'll be glad he's got some runs again on the board. That one did turn, but not enough. And Barber eases it to, or just past point, between point and cover. And they'll take a single.
Single's coming easy.
It's got a middle oversy feel to it at the moment, hasn't it?
Yep, it does, and it's very hard to get a word in Jadeja's overs.
Well, that's true. As this one is slapped. Is he going to get 4? He's beaten the dive of Kuldeep, and I've got a feeling Kuldeep is either... Hopefully he's all right. He dived to his left. Yes, he's fine. I think it was more frustration that he, for the second time today,
One he's dived over out there on that deep cover boundary. We'll just have a look and see what happens here before we jingle it up. Yeah, and he's dived over that one as well. That's twice he's done that. No wonder he's frustrated, but it's 4 runs. Jadeja is in and defended out into the offside by Barber. End of 18 overs. He does get through them quick. And 96 for 2 is the score. 5.3 the run rate. Nestlers.
Mog says, yes, you should worship me as one would a pagan brazen idol. He also says, cats bleeding from the wrong orifices notwithstanding, I should be able to roll up to Mooney Ponds a lot more from next weekend. Suter Who points out, do you not need to be dead to be worshipped? Gods cannot truly die, says Mog. Do you play cricket, Kartik? Asked Stephen Kelk.
Oh, there you go. There's a question for you, Kartik. Tell us about your cricketing.
I did a long time ago. I'm happily retired now.
Thakur is in, defended back to him by Barber. No run. Carry on.
Yeah, happily retired, but we play juniors and then seniors second grade. That's as far as I got. And then, decided that my Saturday afternoons were a lot more valuable than playing and sitting and standing in the sun.
Batsman, bowler, all-rounder, wicket-keeper?
Well, I've started off, and actually have done everything, to be honest. Started off as an opening fast bowler,
Thakur,
which is a keeper batsman.
Defended by Barber. Sorry, you were a wicket-keeper batsman?
Yeah, started off as an opening fast bowler, believe it or not.
And wow.
Moved to some... tried my hand at leg spin, failed miserably, and then off spin, and then I said, no, you know what, I'm not bowling anymore, and then became a wicketkeeper batsman.
That's a real sort of Bertie Bassett, all sorts mix, isn't it?
Yep.
96 for 2.
Finished off as a wicketkeeper batsman.
There's a threesome in the commentary box, eh? Wakar Yunus, Ravi Shastri and Sachin.
Well, Sachin's there, yep. In comes Shardul Thakur, width wide of off stump and slammed through cover by Barber for 4 runs. You shouldn't give him width.
Me, says she. It's me, says she.
It means that the 100 is up with that 4. 100 for 2.
Yeah, brilliant shot by Barbara Azam. Textbook cover drive. There was the video clip I saw.
I've not been doing that.
You've been recording the whole thing.
So apparently I had one button to press and I didn't do it right. Well, it's got tiny little writing underneath that one of them said, Bear is just basically pointing at this big blue block and says press that, which I've been doing.
No, there's 2 little buttons. You've got to press the one on the right. Right.
Well, okay, fine.
It says split on.
Okay. Oh, honestly. Never mind. That's thrown me completely out of whack now, Nestlers.
It's all right.
I thought I was doing so well.
It's all right.
In comes Thakur again. Slammed away, but straight to cover this time, and they will just take a single. 102 for 2. That the 100 came up in shade under 19 overs, 18.4 overs. It's 102 for 2 now. Barber going very nicely indeed on 30.
I was going to say, there a few of the players around the world were asked who's got the best cover drive between Virat Kohli and Babar Azam.
Oh,
what's your thoughts?
That's an interesting thought. Well, hold that for a second as in comes Thakur. A little bit uppish, but by Barber, but into the offside. And there is no run. It's the end of the 19th over. It's 102 for 2.
Are we due a change?
No, we're due a change after 20.
Oh, sorry. Right. Second grade Sydney cricket, says Suter, who is quite a good level, Kartik.
Second grade Melbourne. Before I finished my career before I moved to Sydney. Second grade. But that's the real truth behind it is I was carrying the drinks most of the time. But we won't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Nah, you're brilliant. Dave Wood says, read the GPL. When you say how many runs we scored in a day, does that mean that you have to up your prediction for double headers? Obviously, I know that isn't the case, but others might be confused. No, it's just for the match that is on at the time.
Right, okay.
Farong says corporate zone at the Modi Dome with a laughing face.
Who knows? I don't know. The Prawn Sandwich Brigade, anyway.
Mog were in Mooney Ponds to imitate Forthy. It were mint, says Jay.
Ah. Yeah, poor old Forthy's become a tad schizophrenic now. He's officially Australian citizen, I think, comparatively recently. And I know now he gets the calls for arms to come to commentate, and of course he goes to Mooney Ponds, does us remotely.
Oh no, he's great.
Just Jadeja in, steered back past a dive to his left from Jadeja out to mid-off. They'll take a single.
I've got to read this one.
Go on then.
Jay says, listening to Bear's rage towards Tony is like a gruesome window into an abusive marriage.
It is. He hasn't quite got to the point of beating me yet, but...
it's coming.
Certainly I can do very little right most of the time, as this one is bobbled away into the offside by Barber. And there is no run on this occasion. 30 off 29 for him.
He's very complimentary about you to me.
Is he? Fair enough. A little bit of turn, but it seemed to stick a little bit in the track as well to me there. Did that look a slightly odd bounce to you, Kartik?
It did, yeah. It popped up a little bit, just a little bit slower.
And he comes again. That one's pushed through a lot more, defended in front of his off stump by Barber, who seems very thoughtful about that. Oh, the question was the best off drive. Was it him or Coley? Oh,
put that out to the Twitters.
I think, yeah. I do love watching Barber bat. That is for sure. This again forces him onto the back foot though, and it's defended out towards mid-on. No run. So yeah, who do you think? You tell us.
I'm just here for Rohit.
Well, as indeed very often is Leah, but I think she's doing her own German language commentary today, so she won't be listening to us so much. This one's defended once more by Jadeja, by Rizwan, Barber, off Barber by Jadeja. I'll get there in the end. It's the end of the 13th over anyway. What am I talking about? It's the end of the 20th over. It's none for 13 for Jadeja, 103 for 2. We are going to have a change. The Bear is going to come in and press all the right buttons, not necessarily in the right order.
You go for a lie down, Toad. Good to see you, Nestle boy.
And you, mate.
Good to see you, Sing.
How?
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Nendo.
Hi, Nestle.
So, 103 for 2 after 20 overs. I think it's the kind of situation in Indo where if you ask both captains before the game started, they'd be like, that seems okay.
Yeah, five runs and over after 20 overs. I think both would have taken that.
Yeah.
But probably Barber's would be happier because I think Rohit's had some bowlers bowling particularly wrong lengths. So he's not going to be very pleased with that.
Do you want to mention Siraj's name to this?
Well, there's Siraj and there's I think there's Siraj, there's Hardik Pandya, there's Shardul. All of them have bowled too full on occasion, and every one of them has been punished.
Hi there.
Hi there, boys. How are we all doing?
We'll talk about buttons in a second. It's called deep to come into bowl. And that is wide outside the off stump, cut away. Fielder behind square.
No, I just panic a little bit because obviously at some point I'm not going to be here, and if it doesn't get done right, it's going to make my life an absolute nightmare.
Discipline there.
Well, exactly. They've got to get some discipline.
This one driven, put straight back to the bowler. No run again. Rizwan is on 16. Sorry, Nindo.
No. I was just saying that statement by Bear sounds just like my grandfather a long time ago. Someday I'm not going to be there.
Empty. Slightly low bounce, but on the leg stump, and that is clipped away. Put to deep square leg, because just a single. And I think as Sachin is in the commentary box, there's going to be a fair degree of
Sachin highlights.
Sachin highlights. Yeah. Only a couple to choose from, though.
Short career.
Yeah, short career. Then he made something of himself. Barber watchful in defence to the ball that's pushed across him by Colby.
I suspect you're going to see some reverse sweeps. You've already seen some sweeps from Rizwan, or attempted sweeps. You're going to see some reverse sweeps as well coming up against these two, especially against Kuldeep.
Kuldeep in, left arm over the wicket, straight in again. This one pushed down the ground, long on, will do the honours, and that's a single to Barber. Does Kuldeep bowl very much around the wicket, or is it all left arm over?
Much of it left arm over. He used to bowl.
It's just this last ball again keeps quite low.
Yeah.
This one exaggerates the fact. It is defended out towards the wicket. That's the end of the over.
There have been a few. There have been a few that kept low.
Yes.
It does seem quite. There's not a huge amount of bounce in this pitch, is there?
No, there isn't. But I think it is going to get easier to bat in the second innings, even if there's no dew.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. Messi says, speaking of Sachin, don't be surprised if a reason is found to disallow Rohit's last century, which put him ahead of Sachin for the most World Cup centuries. As is the case with Bradman in Australia, it is illegal for any Indian to break Sachin's records. Well, yeah.
But he's already broken it. So I don't see what
exactly.
the problem is.
He seems... I mean, certainly just sat there as Jadeja comes into bowl, and that's defended. Sachin seems a superstar that's really quite comfortable with the idea of being retired.
Oh, he absolutely does. He's not in the limelight at all. I haven't seen him on Twitter for a couple of years until this World Cup.
But defended down... Oh, sorry, I was going to say defended. It was not stopped by a short mid-wicket. Goes all the way down to long on. Barber takes a pre-agreed single. 106 for 2. Sorry, Nando, you were saying?
No, I was saying that you don't see him on Twitter at all until this World Cup. I probably hadn't seen him for a couple of years.
An attempt at a drive by Rizwan, but can only find cover.
Does he still come over to England a lot? Because he's got a flat, hasn't he, near Lords or something?
This one is short. Oh, that might have taken an edge, but it's gone through the keeper and was already rolling along the ground before it even got to slip, and that's gone straight back behind the wicket keeper and has gone for 4 runs.
Yeah, he's under-edged it through his legs.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
There's nothing he could do about that.
Yeah. KL Rahul was grimacing and then found that there was no pain. So this one swept away by Rizwan into the deep. A run for the fielder. Will he get there?
No. Good shot. He didn't hit that properly either, did he? He didn't time that perfectly, but still ran away for 4.
But he got the gap. He was lucky that he got the gap.
F-O-R.
Yeah.
So, you know the way that it's the hope that kills you, but it's the lack of timing that kept the fielder interested. Right the way to the point where he has to cross the boundaries. This one just defended to a short cover. But by my reckoning, that was 9 off the over, so very much a Pakistan win in that particular over. 114 for 2. Have we got anyone on social media there?
Well, in indoor, what kind of question is that? Of course, it's Kohli. What were you referring to? I didn't hear that.
Well, they asked who I think Tony or Nestler's, one of them asked the question, who has the better cover drive?
Who's the best cover drive?
Barber or Kohli? I mean, what kind of a question?
Oh, well, yes.
I'll take the cover drive you don't want. How about that?
They're both fantastic. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. This is true. But I'm not going to say anything which is not pro India today. You know that.
That seems reasonable. So we get some fantastic shots from above the ground, which looks about 80% full, which is a huge mass of people as Kuldeep is in. I think it was the one that might have gone the other way. And outside half of the bat. Yeah. 80% full?
That's still about 115,000 people.
Yeah, that is an awful lot of people.
A massive humanity. As Kuldeep is in again. And again, pushed across Father just defended into the covers.
It's a bit of a cross to bear, isn't it? If you've got a massive stadium with a massive capacity, you have to fill it. Otherwise, it looks like you've got no one in. Even if you've got 50,000 people in, something like that, it just doesn't look like it's got an atmosphere because it's not full.
Yeah. Slightly straighter one. Push down the ground. Long off will do the fielding. As we see some more iconic images on our screen. Oh my god, it's Sachin Tendulkar. It's amazing. I joke.
I don't know what this is referring to.
I think it's the fact that maybe they're all images of. This is a premeditated lap sweep by Rizwan right over the shoulder, timed, lovely into the gap. Bumrah's got no chance. That's gone.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Seem to wait until just the delivery motion being started, so Kuldeep's got no chance to think again, because sometimes some of these predetermined shots they're too early. As this one is pushed slightly wider, giving Rizwan the chance to drive, which he does, and it's gone out into the outfield. And he's gone for 4, just gone for 1.
I think Pakistan are in quite a good position here, I have to say.
Oh yeah. It's 300 plus from here.
Yeah, if these two get going, it could be
At
big.
least.
Yeah.
Please forgive me, my Kuldeep in. This one tried to be turned through mid-wicket. A short mid-wicket there, does the fielding. No run off that last ball, and after 23 overs, it's 120 for 2.
We have Jay saying Nigel Hobson's choice Walker. Yeah.
Wow.
You know. Jay Grover says, I have no dog in this fight already, really, but I want Pakistan to do well just so I can hear Nindo get cross and swear. We all hate it when we are tired. I mean, the thing is, as an Englishman, I don't know if you're the same as, but you get the resigned thing, and then you can just go ballistic and not really care.
I have to say, listening to the crowd at Mooney Ponds, they were. It was resignation without swearing, as the end of the Australia-South Africa game came to pass.
Australia have been so poor, haven't they? I mean, crike. I mean, they played two strong sides first up, but you'd expect a little bit more fight from an Australian side.
Well, if you less than 200 in both innings, it was a bit shocking. Jadeja's going to bowl his 6th over. An attempt to go down the ground by Rizwan is cut off by Kohli at a short point, the short cover. No run. This one too wide. Cut away. Mistimed. It gets to the edge of the circle. I think there'll be a single taken there. There is.
I guess Sachin would have played against those guys. When did India and Pakistan stop playing Test cricket against each other? Those guys were all playing then, weren't they?
Yeah, of course.
Too short again from Jadeja. Cut away. But there is a deep point who will come around.
What was it?
Do the fielding?
I think India played up to 2000.
It's about 5, wasn't it?
8 maybe.
Oh right, it was as late as that. So it's only been about 15 years.
Yeah, before the terrorist attacks in Mumbai.
Yes.
I think that was the cut-off date.
Yeah, it was the cut-off. I can't remember when they were. That's all.
Jadeja in again. This one going down leg side.
Maybe 2006, whenever that was.
Okay.
I was just thinking about
just a short push to cover. Aaron?
The capacity discussion we were having. So at 80% capacity, I reckon the Modi Stadium is about as full as the SCG, the Kia Oval, and the Old Trafford together.
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, it fit, actually 80%, probably more than fill the MCG.
Yes, it does, because the MCG is 100,000.
Yeah, exactly.
Last ball of the over played down to long on. There's just a single. Barber's on 34, Rizwan 32, and Pakistan are 1-2-3 for 2.
And on my match, you still have 12,000 people sitting outside and a packed stadium inside, even with 80% of the Modi Dome. It's mad, isn't it? Who have we got here? We got Jay. We got Spleen from Jay. Obviously, not making a political point, honest, but might the Modi Dome be a colossal monument to Ozymandium hubris? We've had this discussion many a time. Of course it is, yeah.
All giant things are a tribute to hubris, though. That's the thing.
Generally, I'm sure Trump would have a massive stadium after him if he could do.
Well, he's had massive.
Well, he's got massive buildings after him, hasn't he? He's got his own fucking empire. It's true. He's got Trump hotels
all over the fucking world.
All over the world. Yeah, Trump me.
My tower.
My ass.
Yeah, Kuldeep in. That is swept away by Rizwan. Man on the 45, scrambling for a single.
Oh.
That was a tight one.
Might have been. Yeah, he might have been in trouble if that hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's nowhere near the wicket, though.
I think it hit the bat, didn't it? Is that what they're trying to indicate?
He's dropped the bat.
He's dropped the bat. He was in.
Not the best bit of fielding behind the stumps by Corby, who leapt out of the way a ball that was shin high, as that single brings up the 50 partnership on middle. Stumped this ball, turned to mid wicket by Bob. No run. .2 overs. This one is a goal.
Yep.
Down on one leg.
No.
Erasmus unmoved as this ball hit the
only way
pad
he
of a
saved is if that pitched
predetermined.
outside the leg.
It pitched outside leg. I'm sure it pitched outside leg.
Yeah, then there's never going to give it, right?
No.
But for those of you wondering at home, how many Indian cricketers does it take to make a decision about reviewing? The answer is 6.
Well, it is a review.
It is a review.
I think it's a wasted one, though.
I think so. My initial impression is it pitched outside leg. It might be sliding on to hit leg stump, but I think it pitched outside leg. I think
it would hit the stumps for sure, but I think it hit outside leg. I mean, it beat him square, but I think it might.
Let's have a look. It's gonna. Nah, it's
outside. Actually, no.
No, I think that's outside leg. I think it's comfortably outside leg.
It is. It's.
You think so? I think it might be on leg. Actually.
There's no turn. It's just goes straight on.
No, I think it's turned a bit.
I thought it pretty much went straight on.
I think it pitches on leg and misses leg. That's what I think. Let's see.
Well, we wait and see. They take forever. While we're rambling on, we await the screen.
No, we see if there's bat. There's no bat involved.
Well, we didn't need the DRS to do like that.
No, I know. I hate it when they do that. They spend so long doing this. Why do you need to go back and do another replay, huh? You can clearly fucking see it's missing the bat by a bloody long way.
Listen, if you want to moan about VAR, you've got to turn around and say this is.
Oh, it's in line.
So it's in line, and it's impact in line, and it's umpire's call.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous.
Well, it's not. It's the rules, isn't it? He was given not out. I think the umpire thought it pitched outside leg. He was given not out. You know, you win some, you win some, you lose some with those ones, don't you?
That is such a neutral way of looking at it. Well done, Switzerland in the studio. Well, you came with nothing. You left with nothing. What have you lost? Nothing.
Nothing.
Dear me.
That sounds a bit Latino, though.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like the game's important. As Kuldeep is in, this one pushed across the off stump.
It's the spirit!
Well, yeah, this is it. The thing is, if it had been given out, Rizwan would have reviewed, thinking it pitched outside leg and he'd been out. You can't blame any of the players, can you? It's only the umpires you can have a go at.
No.
And they have to go on what they think.
This one, outside the off stump, just to try to maybe with a bit of a wristed flick to turn it more to the leg side. It ultimately goes back to full deep move defence.
And I think the point is that both me and you thought it pitched outside legs. That's probably what the umpire was thinking as well. So that's why he didn't give it.
This one is flicked through mid wicket. There is a deep square leg there to limit everything to a single. 2 singles, an LBW shout that ended up being closer than we thought. Just goes to show we know nothing. And at 25 overs in the books, it's 125 for 2. Have we got anyone wanting to speak to us?
Well, Jay's wants to speak to us a lot, but he's complimenting Russell. He says, "I'm not sure it's possible to lose one swag around Russell. He seems to emanate a calming vibe." It's very true. He is. I mean, he is.
He must be Kiwi then.
Well, I don't know, but he's very chilled. He's very chilled. Either he smokes a lot of dope, or he's just
very
naturally chilled.
un-Aussie.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the point of a chilled Aussie?
Well, exactly. Jay just wants to slag off Trump. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. Mr. 93 indictment.
He thinks Trump's Modi's proxy. Nice.
Dear me. Jadeja in. This one punched down the ground for a single by Barber. Jadeja now into his 7th over.
And he also says he thinks the Modi Dome is more secure than the New York properties of Donald Trump, which is very true. Well, I'm quite enjoying watching Trump's slow decline. I'm hoping it gets to the bottom and he doesn't actually get elected.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah,
it'd be crazy if he does. It'd be absolute mayhem.
Stage it in again.
That would be America for you.
Defensive push, which means Jadeja fields up his own bowler. And then would they keep some of Jadeja's overs for later stages of the innings, or would he bowl all his way through?
It's tough to say. I think they might keep a couple of overs.
That's easy.
Oh,
sweep shot. No, this has gone over. There was a short fine leg in. It's gone over the top of short fine leg. It hasn't gone for a boundary, but it has gone for 2.
I think they need a wicket, and they want Jadeja to take a wicket, and that's why he's still on. I think if he took a wicket, they might whip him off and save some overs.
Just the slightest hint of turn, which generated the top edge there. Halfway
and
through the 26th.
A little bit more bounce than we thought.
In again. That one military straight. Slightly straightening. And a watchful push into the covers by Rizwan. Slightly quicker one from Jadeja. Oh, thought of a quick single, but I can only imagine a massive shout by Barbara. Get back. And Rizwan makes his ground. Yeah. Does make me wonder sometimes, where it's just like, I think of afterwards, because this one's gone down to long on for a single. Yeah, it does make me wonder sometimes where if you showed them back, it's like, well, why was I running? I can't understand that at all. There's no single there.
People just go, don't they? It's very crucial stage here, isn't it? And Pakistan aren't really getting away at the moment, but India really got to take a wicket right now, and I think.
Yeah, they're going to just let it run if they don't take a wicket here.
Well, exactly, because the pace bowlers will be back on at the time. They seem to be slowing them down a little bit with the spin. But can anyone else bowl spin? You've got Kuldeep and you've only got 2 spinners. There's no part-timers.
No, that's it. You just have 2. Yeah,
okay. Mog says, I agree with an Indo. DRS is a fucking sham. Probably deliberately calibrated against certain nations. And it should be replaced with local umpires officiating the match. Yeah, back to the Shakur Rana days. No,
I didn't say it was a fucking sham. Come on, Mog.
Yeah. I think there might have been something slightly lost in the summary there. I think.
Yeah.
So deep to continue.
Disappointed at the umpire's call. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not been the first interesting decision. of this World Cup as Kuldeep comes in. Maybe too short. Rizwan had a chance to rock back in his crease and play that out down to a very wide-ish one-off single.
There were two very odd ones, weren't there, in that Australia game? They got slaughtered. There was the LBW for Piggy Smith. For all the world, looked like it was missing leg and was going on to hit leg, and it was given out, wasn't it? It was umpire's call. It looked all the way, and he was a bit astonished.
As Kuldeep is in, and this one again able to be turned behind square on the leg side, beats the inner ring, but fielded there at long leg.
But the catch. I still can't get my head around how he was given out with his hand off the back.
The Stoinis catch, yeah.
They said his hand was connected to his other hand, but it wasn't connected to his other hand. It was in the past, but you can't add the past to the point of contact. Was my reading of that.
A step to leg.
That was truly bizarre.
Yeah, but because by that reckoning, it was always at some point in contact with the bat, and therefore you're always out if your hand's off the bat. Would seem to be the natural conclusion of what I read into what they were kind of trying to tell me on the commentary.
There's one who tried to cut the ball before, now tries to play the ball down towards long on. Well fielded by Kuldeep.
So I really couldn't get my head out about how that was given out.
That did seem and what seemed genuinely weird about it was that it wasn't the case that it was reviewed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
As this one is again attempted to play straight, but gets no further than the bowler. One ball left of this over.
I mean, if someone on Twitter has got a better explanation than what I did, because that's what I got from the commentary that I listened to on the highlights show that was on Sky.
Now Rizwan has got himself all in a tiz.
Beautifully bowled. Yeah. He made his move too early, I think, Rizwan.
Yeah. He predetermined attempt to move towards the offside and then move backwards, and in the end, in no position to play any shot to a relatively straight ball. He went through to the keeper, end of the over 1-3-1 for 2. Is there anybody else?
Yeah, Joe thought that was out. Muttley says that I presume that's going back to the LBW. That Trump was ever elected in the first place, beggars belief, says Muttley. Yep, true. Cover drive. Gower, a bit biased as I'm a lefty bat as well. Baba better than Kohli on the cover drive. Ooh, this is from Farong. This is his opinion. What score would Pakistan need to reach before we get every third word as a swear word from an Indo? Where we are?
400.
If they get 400, you're going to get very upset, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm gonna get a new TV.
I mean, that first game that England played against New Zealand was so depressing. I mean, we were so shit in the field. But this is it. There comes a point where you go, well, fuck it.
There's going to be a change in the bowling.
Yeah. Well, there's your answer on Jadeja.
Yeah.
Well,
they are going to keep a couple of Jadeja overs.
They're going to try and get a wicket with a bit of pace, and it is.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now.
In quite wide outside the off stump, played down the ground to a spot between mid on and long on, and a single taken. The run rate just dipping slightly below 5 now.
Yeah, they've put a good
been a while since
they've managed to get a good little stop on it, haven't they?
Yeah, been a while since a boundary. And the single's not quite coming. As
a couple of overs ago from Jadeja, they had two. Right?
Yeah, that's been really it. As that is an attempt at it's gone through a vacant sort of cover area. Got a deep cover there. And a single taken. So I think that's a replay. Yes, it is. Not fooled. It's third wicket partnership 60, but off 89 deliveries, which is... You obviously want to break the partnership, but if you're going to go at this rate for too much longer, you wouldn't necessarily be too unhappy about it continuing. The Siraj is in. That's flicked through mid-wicket. I don't know whether it's dropped or dived over.
I think it was
Hardik Pandya, who I would normally bet my life on. on taking catches and mopping up fielding. It was well timed, but see, Opposition.
Oh no!
No, it bounced before him.
Just before him, wasn't it?
Him.
And the one thing we're not really able to see is that there's any lateral movement off the bounce.
It's not just that. I think it's just one of those ones where you're just desperately trying to get it, and it's just a half volley that bounces over your hands.
But it did go.
Because I think he couldn't get the bounce after that.
So everyone walks away with reputations unscathed. As that one again able to be whipped away behind square on the leg side, and it's finding the gap between the two fielders. My fielder's slowed down. Bit of relay throwing, and it's just limited to 2.
It's a better over. This is this is why get a new batsman in. He's not going to. Well, you'd hope he wouldn't go off like this, but immediately they've taken Jadeja off. He was going at sort of 2, 3, 4 and over, it seemed. Anyway, so he was already gone for 8. 2 balls left.
But you've got to get Siraj's overs in sometime.
Yeah,
somewhere.
true.
As my screen slows down again, I think this has gone down towards third man, and there'll just be a single taken. But he's just not quite been at the races, Siraj, for all 3 games.
No,
not at all.
It's a bit weird, isn't it?
Well, the first game he wasn't bad, I guess. He was pretty good in the first game.
It didn't really matter so much against Afghanistan either, really, did it? Because everyone else did the job, and Afghanistan you'd expect to beat. Someone can have a bad day, but you really want to, you probably want to have a good day himself.
Siraj in again outside the off stump, driven handsomely down the ground. Now, has this got the pace? Yes, it does have the pace that's going to go for.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot, just driven straight back down the ground. Great timing. 2 in the over.
13 off the over.
Can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Don't know whether he's trying to put too much effort in a game such as this, but he's experienced now, and you wouldn't think the occasion would get to him in such a way.
Surely slower. Well, mind you, I mean, the thing is, whilst you say that, you've got 2 set batsmen, and they're classy batsmen in ODIs. I mean, 45 or 53 for Baba. Rizwan's on 42 or 53. They're both set. The balls are getting older. This is not a great situation to be in if you're India. You really need a wicket to try and slow this down, or to really get away.
It's going to be Kuldeep to continue, as we see some fantastic shots of the crowd. Good to see multiple generations of people being able to come in to see games like this. I always worry about global tournaments that you price families out of it somehow. But it's good to see that in the crowd. This Kuldeep is going to come in, continue, and that is an attempted push towards point and backward point, but there'll be no run.
I'm just going to have a look at what the odds are on the game right now. See where we're at.
Kuldeep in again. I mean, slightly too short, able to be pushed away towards deep square leg, and that's a single.
Well, that's interesting. The bookies have India as favourites at 13-8 on, and Pakistan at 13-10.
As we see some highlights of Rizwan, as that one comes a long stride forward there, to ball just outside the off stump, goes into towards extra cover, no run. $145 for 2, halfway through the 29th over. Kuldeep is in again, and this one goes out to the covers there for a single. I see Hardick. My screen's completely glitching now. Sorry, Dave, what's happening?
That was just a single. Sorry, I was thinking.
Yeah,
of
Hardy
something
picking
else.
up the
Do you want me to take over?
Yes, please. I'm gonna have to rejoin in a second. Sorry about that.
I'm taking over in a bit at a time anyway. That's Kuldeep over the wicket to Baba, who just defends it back down the track. There ain't no run. No, I've just remembered that I was supposed to be trying out some fucking bingo game today.
Are you?
Yeah, some cricket bingo game, but I completely forgot about it because I'm trying to do this new system of editing. And
it's all right. I've got my pictures back there. Because this one is a full toss, which is slapped through the covers. Now, is there a deep cover fielder? There is not.
No, it gets what it deserves. Terrible full toss, but it happens from a wrist spinner.
Just that pressure release right at the end of the over as well.
Yeah, unfortunate.
There was 4 runs at that point. 4 runs and 50 for Barbara Zan.
Yep, that's 57 deliveries for Barbara Zan. And the score moves on to... that's 150 up at the same time, actually. So there you go. Nice symmetry there. 150 for 2 of Pakistan as Barbara Zan gets his 50 off the 57 deliveries. And he's looking quite ominous, one might say.
Yep.
Got to say, in terms of the atmosphere of the whole situation, that many people, these two teams, it's been incredible. As you might expect, the idea of a professional performance, but not being overawed by the situation by both of these batsmen is all credit to them. As Siraj is in last over before we take a change. This one is too short, all the way behind square, and again it bisects the fielders brilliantly.
Unbelievable.
He's been.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I think that might be 50 for Rizwan.
Is it 50 for Rizwan?
I think it might have gone to 47. I was trying to see about where the where we were.
That should be the last over Siraj gets either way.
Yeah, it feels like it. 7th boundary for Rizwan. This one just defended into point.
Nestlers, when you come in at the end of this over, could you bring me one of those cans of Kronenberg from the fridge, please? Thank you.
Apologies. Rizwan is 47 not out. I thought that the score hadn't changed, but it had. I was adding an extra 4 onto this total.
Score predictor at 317 seems a bit low to me currently. Ooh.
Siraj or hustle and bustle in. Oh, a cut shot to a ball that wasn't there for cutting. A slower ball, I think, maybe by Siraj. It bounced twice before it got through to the keeper.
Yeah, and Rahul got hit on the face by the bounce, but hopefully he's all right.
Oh, has that gone through for a 1 bye?
I think it did go through for a bye.
Yes, it has. It has gone through for a bye. The ball hit Rahul on the face. It bounced and hit Rahul on the face.
No one wants that. I think we're looking at the...
It's lucky he didn't injure the end of his fingers there.
Yeah, well,
he was going for that catch. Could have quite easily caught a nail and ripped it off or something.
Well, he's already got... was it he who was having plasters on?
Well, he's bowled.
Oh, it's bowled.
Yeah, that's pitched up to outside off stump, and it's just carried on and seemed to keep a bit low again. Baba's gone to try and cut it, and he's missed it, or he's got a little under edge possibly onto his off stump. Anyway, we have to say goodbye.
Siraj redeems himself again.
Yeah, well, yeah, he'll be feeling happy now when he's got a wicket finally. Let's say goodbye to Baba.
The light completely.
I'd love to say that the ends justify the means, but it feels, I wouldn't,
What?
I'd take Baba's wicket. for the rubbish he's bowling.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's fair enough, isn't it? I mean, you needed to get a wicket. It didn't really matter where it came from. To be fair, it's cost some runs, but
I don't. We need to see the replay because I just don't understand how Babar missed that ball.
I don't either.
It seemed relatively straight.
I think I think this pitch is keeping a little bit low, and I think he just misjudged the height of it. I think he might have. I think it actually might have been under edge.
But I'm gonna have to.
I'm not sure that is the case. So, yeah,
I'm gonna have to leave 2 balls early because
you can't see anything.
I restart my machine.
Okay, you do that.
But I will see you from the green room in just a second.
Okie dokie. Do you want to jump on now, Nestlers? 2 balls early. Thank you. That's look at him. He's genuinely a fine man, is Nestlers. He's brought me a beer. There we go.
You've got your Cronenberg.
See, Nestlers has got an ear. He knows what people need, and he actually listens. You can jump on, sit down, make yourself comfy. Just what India needed.
Nestle's got this new extended relationship with alcohol, right? With his new job.
No. Yes. Well, you're now working for a beer company, aren't you?
They're my client.
Hey, Nestle's.
Hey, how you doing? I've got a wobbly mic. That's it.
Yeah, it is a little bit wobbly on the top. Right, so who's the next batsman in? Sal Shakil, isn't it? Sorry about that. A little bit of radio silence. People appearing and feeds and stuff. Let's give him a jingle.
Well, let me tell you about the way he hooked, the way he bowled in the sun.
He's facing up Siraj. Siraj first ball, just knocks it into the leg side. Oh my word, he would have run himself out by a bloody mile. He just sauntered back down the track, having just knocked it into the leg side. There is no mid wicket, but Siraj was head across there, picked it up, threw it at the stumps, and Shakil, he wasn't even in the picture. He just moseyed on down the track, didn't really think he was going to be anyone near it.
Cool.
If it had hit, he'd been out by, what?
A couple
5
of people.
yards, 4 yards? Terrible bit of running. Got away with that. Lucky boy. Lucky boy. Lucky boy.
Hopefully not for too long.
Well, yeah. Well, this is it. You've got to kind of try and make hay now. Get a wicket, slow the run rate down, put the pressure on Rizwan, who's still now stuck on 47. But was it Sal Shakil who got the ton in the other game as well, though, when they chased that down against Sri Lanka? Siraj falls over, last ball of his over.
It's done a woody.
Attempted pull by Rizwan, completely mishits it into the ground. There's no run. Yeah, 156 for 3.
Well, I guess I'll see you at the next match then.
Well, yeah. Well, that's a really important wicket. Yeah, it just seemed he played a really awkward shot to it, didn't it? It just it was coming into him, and he was looking like he was trying to cut it. It was way too close for that. Ended up just trying to jab down on it.
And just missed the ball.
Yeah.
Well, Warren's joined us. Just says morning all.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Very finely poised and exciting,
Mog says, I hope they make 450. There's a swank new jingle for that.
I don't think they're going to get there now.
Dave Wood says, give me an Ian Bell cover drive every day of the week. Bell.
Yeah, he had a beautiful cover drive.
Jay says, with Hardick's headband, I keep thinking he has a bowl cut.
He looks very rock star.
Yeah.
These days. Bigger beard, boofier hair.
Could see India really getting fucked if they lose this match. All that momentum would go, and they've got New Zealand, England, South Africa coming up, says Mayank.
Well, there's some good games there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Well, we've got some business end games. People vying for top spots, etc., etc. Now that's played back a little bit area by Shakil. As Kuldeep continues at the other end into his 7th over. And there's no run. It was a cross seam. Well, he held it across the seam and just sort of bowled it. Maybe it was meant to have a little bit of backspin on it and squat in the deck. I don't know. He's gone back. That's standard leg break for the left arm. Kuldeep turns away from Sal Shakil, knocks it out to point, and there is a single.
Naked form Fun Porn Bot. It says, eagerly awaiting the display of Crick Writer's immense vocabulary of profanity.
Well, he's chilled now. He's got a wicket.
He's got a wicket. He's happy.
Should say hello to Ayaz. Is that you? We've not met before.
Yes, I think we haven't been on the same games before.
No, that's played up to mid-on. There's no run. Have you been on the Australian feed?
I have been on the Australian feed. That's correct.
Ah, okie dokie. Yes, we've not met. This is GC England. This is the big boys. Cold Eat is in.
The head office.
Yeah, this is the head office. Hey, that's nice.
Okay.
That's a nice way of putting it, actually. Depending up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Jay says he printed out Guerrilla Commentators bingo cards about a decade ago, you grubby, conniving pricks.
I know. I did say that to this man. You should sue him. Maybe get some money. That's worked just behind square on the leg side, out to Rohit.
They really let Kuldeep Yadav bowl at them today. I mean, especially Babar Azam.
Yeah, well, they have, but as much as that, you've got to say it's reasonably good bowling, isn't it? I mean, they've been quite tight lines.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the balls that he tosses up a bit, they could have used their feet a lot. You could have used their feet a bit more. Let's see what this one does.
Yeah, that one he rocks back Rizwan and cuts it out to cover, and there's no run.
Because historically, Kuldeep has been an excellent bowler, but when he fell out of form, it was always with him a problem of confidence. So Babar Azam also, the one he was almost LBW on, that was a panic shot. We were just playing him from the crease, and Kuldeep, they could have put a bit of pressure on him. Anything just a bit tossed up, they could have just come down the wicket, manipulated the length.
Yeah,
and that would have forced him to do something different.
Well, I'd say with Coldie, 4 or 5 years ago, that would have been a lot easier to do. I think he has speeded up. I mean, Anindo was pointed out. He used to bowl sort of late 40s and was quite slow for international level, and so you could get more at him. He does seem to put on 4 or 5 miles an hour, so it's harder to do that now.
Yeah.
But that was certainly one of his weak points, because he came in, he was a bit of a star, wasn't he? And then he sort of drifted out of it for 2 or 3 years, but he's now come back in.
Yeah. There was a World Cup and then an Asia Cup in UAE where he was absolutely all over Pakistan.
Yeah.
He was unplayable. And then he fell out and so on.
Well, this is it. I think when you get a new bowler comes on the scene and no one's seen him, obviously it's a lot easier.
And I mean, left-arm Chinaman is such a rare and such a difficult skill. It's great that we have 2 of them in this World Cup, Tabriz Shamsi and Kuldeep Yadav.
Yeah. Well, I think this is it. I mean, it's amazing. You think when I was young, I think I'm a lot older than you, by the way. It looks like it anyway. But I'd say when I was young, left-handers were a bit of a sort of, quite exotic in international cricket. There weren't that many, and now there's loads and loads and loads, right? So,
yeah.
And as I've always said this, is your natural angle, as I'm a left-arm spinner, but as a natural angle to get it to be able to spin away from the batsman is obviously an advantage. So in those days, why would you want to be a left-arm leg break? It seems a bit too much work for the wrong effect, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. And then we had that whole. The whole Paul Adams and then Brad Hogg and then afterwards these guys.
Exactly. 157.3. Sorry, we've had a little break. I presume they were having drinks. Is that right?
Yeah.
Jay Grover quoting me says, "They're my clients. No one is the boss of Nestlers."
That's true.
GC Radio Naked Fun Pumbot. Nestlers is spotting players with woodies while organising piss-up in breweries and giving head office reports. Click here. I'm not going to click that.
No, don't click that.
I won't click that.
It usually takes you to our website, actually.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the whole point.
It's got a picture of Ponting, actually.
Yeah, well, that's how Ponting Wine's had. I don't know what's going on. What's going on?
I don't know.
They're just fucking playing old shit.
They just want to show Kohli, don't they?
Yeah, well,
which they are.
Cody can.
There have been quite a few unplanned breaks. I remember in the first 10 overs, there was a break at the 7th over, and then there was like a little break, and then the game started back on, and in the 8th over, there was a wicket.
Well, it's bloody hot. It's 35 degrees.
Right.
60% humidity. Can't be pleasant. Can't be pleasant.
That makes sense then.
Jay says, lovely to see Ayaz in a handsome FaceTime, unlike in Mooney Ponds, when I was just staring up his nostrils. They were jolly clean though, apparently.
I was at a different location for that, and today I'm at another friend's house. So
I remember. I know what
it's
he
all
means.
to do with the height of the desk. It's
I
all to
know.
do with the height of the desk.
I know what he means.
Nothing.
Yeah, we could see right up your snout.
Okay, I think Pakistan would have ideally liked to be at least 170 at 30 overs to aim for 340, double the score in 50, but they're a bit behind.
A lot of singles, though, aren't they?
Am I?
And lots of.
Are you a Pakistani origin? Are you a Pakistani supporter?
I wouldn't say I'm a Pakistan supporter, but I'm Pakistani origin, so I don't mind when Pakistan do well.
Okay.
But I have played enough cricket that I've moved beyond cricket nationalism.
Oh, okay. No, you got to have better than that. That's driven behind square for 2
So
runs.
now he supports the Netherlands.
Do you support Australia as well? Do you support Australia over Pakistan?
Anyone but Australia.
Anyone but well, that's a good man. You're in the right place for that one.
There's a famous book by, I don't know if you guys, there's a famous cricket book by Mike Marcuse, Anyone But England, which I really like, but I've changed that now. The motto has changed to Anyone But Australia.
Anyone but Australia. Always anyone but Australia when it comes to cricket. Flashed at by Saad Shaquille. Beats his outside edge and goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's quite pleasing, is it not, watching them flounder like fish
and
stuck on a beach.
That's a lot to do with my own experience of playing cricketers of different nationalities. So I've come to this conclusion. But yeah, they've been absolutely smoked, right, in the first 2 games.
Yeah, so, totally. Battered.
They just look out of sorts, don't they?
They do look really out of sorts. Their batting looks woeful. They look actually quite mentally flat. Like they're not really prepared or up for it. Siraj is driven into the ground by Saud. It bounces up to point and there's no run.
Can't get up for a World Cup, bloody hell.
I know. Well, they had a draining Ashes. They had the World Test Championship, draining Ashes, and then straight into this, basically.
Then they had 5 one-dayers and 5 or 3 T20Is against South Africa. That was a bit too much, I think.
Yes, they went out there. That was preparation for the World Cup, wasn't it? But I often wonder why you're preparing in South Africa on half-fast bouncy wickets, and you're going to India where they're probably going to be quite slow and low, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Driven hard out through the covers, but not great timing. There's a bit of a mix-up. Saud wanted to get back for 2. Rizwan said no, and it wasn't. And he's bowling a lot of these cross-seam deliveries where he's flicking it, so he's trying to get it to pitch, I think, on the... this is the ball that got Baba. So he's trying to flick it so it bounces on the flat part of the leather, so it skids on, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Babar would be disappointed with that because he prefers facing the quicker bowlers, obviously, but it's also bread and butter shot for him. He just misexecuted it. I don't think the conception was wrong. It's just the execution. He just got it wrong.
Yeah,
it happens. It happens in cricket.
Indeed. Well, Rizwan is facing up, still on 47 off 63 deliveries. Siraj is in, pulls it hard, square. Should be a man out there. There is. It just walks in, picks it up. There'll be a single. Moves on to 48. 161 for 3. Pakistan in the 32nd over. 1 ball to come.
Projected score. What's the point?
Yeah, well, they've slowed down a little bit here. I still think they can get 320, 330.
Pakistan would be quite happy with 320, 330 from here.
They've got to get a move on.
Who have they got left in the hutch? Who's next in?
Iftikhar.
Yeah, he can hit a ball.
Shadab and Nawaz.
Yeah, they can both hit balls.
Yeah, but none of them are huge hitters with the ball.
No, fours is important. It's not all about sixes and ODIs, is it? It's about getting boundaries. Yeah. That's pulled out to deep square leg and there's no run. You get 3 4s off and over. It's not like T20 where 6s are absolute premium. Runs are a premium, and you've got time to speed up and slow down.
Warren says, did we come up with a culturally appropriate name for leg-handed leg spinners? I think he's left-handed. My suggestion of Vatican man bowlers didn't cut it.
No, Vatican slice works, but Vatican man bowlers didn't.
Jay Grover says, is this fucking Fox News? I just saw a graphic saying Kohli, Ton, Powers, India to win.
Yeah, that was in the 2015 World Cup.
Yeah, any excuse to show Kohli.
Yeah, Kohli can.
Are you...
Am I?
YouTubing because I can't see them from here.
Oh, you can't see them today? Yeah, I can do that.
Was there? I wonder on Gorilla Cricket, was there a lot of comment on Kohli's thing with his imaginary watch?
No. What's this? I didn't even see
Okay,
it.
there was at one point where the Pakistan batsmen were having a long discussion amongst themselves. Let's see Yadav in this ball.
Kuldeep is in. Both googly there.
Yeah, so they had a long discussion amongst themselves, and then Kohli did a Steve Waugh, just stood next to the umpire and looking at his imaginary watch with the Pakistan. It was very funny.
Well, you know, I guess the fielding side gets fined, but if the batting side are slowing it down, it's a little bit unfair. Seems to be a lot of leeway in the 3.5 hours anyway. For crying out loud.
I think it was a bit of showmanship by Kohli, but you know, who doesn't mind that?
I mean, generally seems to have been reasonably good. I haven't seen a side be more than 2 overs behind, which is. Oh, now that's a big appeal. That's got to be close. Oh, I will review that one. Although Rasmus seems to be applying it his glove, but I'm not.
If he hasn't hit that,
if he hasn't hit that, that looks very close. Well, the DRS is down 6-5. They're going to review it. They're going to review it. So Sajikil went back, was looking to work it in the leg side, then decided to just defend it, and it looked like he just missed it, and it hit his pad. And if it hit his pad, I think he was right, because he was deep in his crease, and he was right in front of. He seemed to be right in front of leg stump.
If he hasn't hit that, I think that is quite straight.
Yeah, well, it's pitched on about middle and leg. It's straightened. I think that's out. I don't think he's hit that at all. I think that's fucking out. Surely that's out.
That looks out from here.
Hit him on the knee roll. He's halfway back towards the stumps in the crease anyway.
You can see the leg stump as well. I think no, that's not leg stump. It's just the strap of his back.
Oh, what was that? No,
that wasn't anything. It's missed the inside edge of his back. Moreno Asma seemed to imply that he thought he got an inside edge because he seemed to tap his hand. But no, I say no. It's pitched in line, hit in line. It's going on to hit leg stump. Surely it is. It's out. Kuldeep's got a wicket. That's great bowling. It's a tight line to keep it on that. Saud has gone back and played a pretty nothing shot. Eventually trying to defend it. Would have been trying to work it into the leg side probably. Anyway, we have to say goodbye. The wicket falls. It's 162 for 4, and Saud is out for 6 of 10 balls.
India on top here. Pakistan will do well to get 200 from here, I think.
We play jingles. You can't hear them in your thing, I know. It's always a bit like that on Zoom.
Yeah, very weird being in here, being able to hear the jingles.
It's much better when people can come in. Obviously you can't. You're in. Where are you? You're in Melbourne or Sydney?
No, I'm actually in London.
Oh, right.
But generally I'm in Liverpool.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Fair enough. Well, when you're in London, you should come to... Whereabouts in London are you at the moment?
I am in Harrow.
Oh, right. You're at the other end of London to where we are.
Yeah. But I think Pakistan will do quite well to get 300 from here.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, they've still got Rizwan.
Yeah.
Iftikhar can bat as well. You know, he's no mug with a bat. I mean, the thing is, they've got to conserve a little bit now, haven't they? I mean, you don't want to be throwing it away from here.
Yeah. They've just lost, 2 wickets quickly?
Yeah. It can happen. They've got a decent base, though. There's only, 17 and a bit overs left. Got a lot of wickets to play with that. We've got a couple of hitters to come in a bit. This man's gonna come into bat.
I think with the Kuldeep Yadav dismissal, I think the few balls before for the left-hander, he had taken his square leg back and his fine leg back, from what if I remember correctly, and brought in the mid-on. And I think Saud was just going on the back foot to try to force it to square leg, and he just missed it.
Yeah. Oh well, Kuldeep is in, and it's defended back to him, and there's no run.
Strike rate of 142.
God, that was a long jingle, wasn't it? We had a whole conversation.
It's not just true.
Still going on. It's a good jingle though, I seem to remember. That's slapped by Iftikhar. I think it bounced inside the boundary. I don't think it was 6. I thought he got hold of that pretty well. I didn't think he had got hold of it that well, but he has. And
That was a
he gets
larrup.
himself. It was a larrup.
Yeah, that's probably the.
Going, great guns, I hit the ball.
Just inside the boundary.
4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
This is the first really poor ball he's bowled all spell, except for that one full toss he bowled to Babar Azam, which he stroked for 4 through covers. This is the first really short one he's bowled. He's bowled really well today, Kuldeep.
Over the wicket, Kuldeep. Tossed up. Ooh, that turned quite sharply into Iftikhar. He obviously put some revs on that one. He managed to get Jabbi's back down into leg side. And Rizwan still hasn't got his 50. He's been waiting about 4 overs to get to 50. He's hardly faced a ball, to be fair. When he does, he generally gets a single or a boundary, but everything's been carnage has been happening at the other end. Tossed up his leg side. Oh my God! That's terrible. Iftikhar.
What?
He's got down to sweep that onto the leg side. He can't believe it.
Oh
It was well outside the leg stump. Would have been a wide. It was going on. He's gone to sweep it. I think he's either got the back of the bat or his hands has pulled it back onto his leg stump. His leg stump has fallen over, and oh dear, I have to say goodbye to Iftikhar.
He's done really well to get that back onto his stump.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
So he's gone to sweep it. It's come off his glove, and his glove has just pulled it back onto his leg stump. That's really unfortunate. He scored 4 and out, and Pakistan are 166 for 4.
Well, Jay tells us that I think this guy's name, Mark Marchese, is an arse-licking Marxist twat nut, but Anyone But England is a jolly good book. Dave Wood wants to know, is HS2 now not running exclusively between Harrow and Sydenham?
We should have our own tunnel.
Jay Grover says, I feel weirdly powerful watching decisions 46 seconds before you call them. You need something like this for jingle time, says Warren, and he's got a big stop sign. It's very difficult when you're remote because we can't often hear them.
The way Zoom works, it compresses stuff so much. If it's too low in the mix, it basically gets cut out and you can't hear it.
Some of them you can hear perfectly.
Yeah, well that's it.
Yeah.
If they're really loud, the problem is that they all come in at such different levels.
Yeah.
Well, for what it's worth, some of the best books on cricket are written by Marxists, so that's just a fact. Mike Marcuse's account of the '96 World Cup, war minus the shooting, absolutely has to be read.
Right, we are going to have
Shadab
Khan. Oh, he's got a good little jingle too, hasn't he? Where is he? Got to find him first, obviously.
What's the matter, you? Show a little respect. The leg is spitting his heart, but he turns it off at the deck. Oh, he's not too bad. He's always got a plan. Shadab Khan.
But he's not facing because Rizwan is, and he's on 48. Still on 48. Christ, poor lad.
What song did that keep off number 1?
I don't know. I can't remember what song it kept off number 1, but it was probably a half decent one.
was it Vienna by Ultravox?
Oh, it might have been. That seems to remind me of that. That was fucking pony, that thing. Yeah, Rizwan is still to get to his 50. It seems like I've been waiting for this for donkeys, and so much has happened before he's got there. 2 wickets have fallen. Or was it 3 wickets have fallen now? Crikey. Jasprit, Boomer is in. They're counting for the kill. He's got 6 overs left. So 2 or 3 here. Not a bad call. He's in at Rizwan. 48 off 66. Worked it to leg side and there's no run.
Mog is asking a question that he knows the answer to.
Which is?
Are you telling me, Bear, you don't normalise all the jingles when you get them?
No, I don't. I kind of like it if you'd done it before you sent them in, actually.
Woo. Come on.
It's not that hard to do, is it? You just press the button that says normalise, you know what I mean?
I don't know how he does them. I mean, I'm assuming he's got some vast studio in his house.
That's driven by Rizwan. Up to mid-off and there's no run.
With a producer and an engineer.
I do sometimes when they're too low and no one can hear them, and they're quite quiet in here. Especially a lot of the old ones. To be fair, Mog, yours are always pretty on it. Do them being a bit louder, to be fair, but yours are at least up there. Some of the old ones get sent in and are really, really quiet. And you have to add about 15 decibels to get them hearable. That's boring producer talk. Rizwan still 3-dot balls at the beginning. It's over. If they knock over Rizwan now, it's all over. And Bumrah is in, and it's clipped off his legs down towards long leg. It'll be 1. Kishan is on. He's not playing today, so he's on for somebody. He seems to have been on the whole game though. And they got a single. So Rizwan moves to 49. Shadab will face his first ball.
CLR James, Marxist, best cricket book ever, says Jay.
Yeah. Arguably the best book written on any sport.
I've never read
A model for sports writing, in fact. So yeah.
Are you a lecturer?
I am a lecturer.
Ah, there you go. I can tell. On literature, that one, Bumrah is in, driven out towards point, and there's no run. Oh, sorry, there's 1 run. What am I on about? That's not Rizwan's 50 though, because that was Shadab. So Rizwan, still, finally, is he going to get his 50 off this last ball that's over? I bloody hope he does. I've been waiting for it forever.
Yeah, he has to take as much of the strike as possible. He has to take a single in this ball.
Yeah, he needs to. Yeah, well, exactly that. He does. Got to take most of it for the time being. Let Shadab get in. Shadab can score runs. And he can hit large too. Not as often, obviously. Decent all-rounder. Oh, and he's bowled him. And there you go. Oh my God, Bumrah's got him. This game has turned. Since I've come on, we've had, 3 wickets? It's all gone Pete Tong.
Bears fault.
For Pakistan. Horrible. Rizwan on 49. He's been taking forever to get to 50 and he's not reached it. I think it was a slightly slower delivery with a bit of cut on it. Seemed to come back off the pitch a bit. And Rizwan was just propping forward. Yeah, it was the off spinner essentially. It did come back in. He prodded forward. Big gate goes through the gate, takes his off stump, and oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We have to say goodbye to Rizwan.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here.
And Pakistan 168 for 6.
Goodbye to Rizwan, and I think goodbye to Pakistan as well.
Yeah, it's all gone horribly wrong since we've been on air, pretty much, isn't it?
Mog says his jingles are all set to peak about 6 decibels, but if you want me to go higher, I dang well can.
Oh, go higher, go higher. Just have it just below peaking, basically.
Missy Jez says, my word, you're pushing your luck with our jinglers in the jingle sweatshop there. Yesterday Anthony Condon's throwing shade at Mog, and now you two, lucky you're getting any.
We've got to keep them all in shape. They give us enough shit, we give back. It's all in good humour. I love Mog.
Warren reckons you're, wants to know, is Bear India's version of Shelley?
Shelley?
Shelley.
Which Shelley?
Pete Shelley.
Who's Pete Shelley?
He was the lead singer of the Buzzcocks, wasn't he?
Oh, right. I didn't know that. I didn't know who the lead singer of the Buzzcocks was.
You do now.
I do now.
But I think he's talking about Shelley the poet.
Oh, God, no, I'm certainly no poet. Right, we have a new batsman, and it is... Oh,
okay.
Sorry. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, of course, she takes wickets at the drop of a hat. Shadab just defends that back to the bowler, and there is no run. Oh dear, oh dear. Sometimes things go over our head. There was a big guffaw there from Toad in the background. Even I can hear that from here with my headphones on. That's clipped on the leg side out to square leg. And India looked very much... Yeah, go on.
Pakistan is looking to play the 50 overs now.
Yeah, well, I was going to say India's tail is up now, isn't it? They suddenly look a lot more relaxed. Pakistan. It is good bowling. Some of it's been good bowling. So Taj kill. Well, you got to say it's one-day cricket, but the shot from Baba was maybe a little bit loose. Seemed to change his mind in the shot. Saab going right back in his crease again, trying to defend one that he probably should have been turning. Reasonably good bowling as well. To hold that the South particularly from Kuldeep, was that one seemed to be possibly googly to the left-handed Nawaz. No run. I mean,
Yeah, I think just before Babar Azam got out, Pakistan were having a bit of a good spell with the batting. But India brought in their attack, like Siraj was brought back in just to get those wickets.
Well, this is it. They needed to get wickets. They changed it up, and they got them. You know. Kuldeep bowls that on leg stump. It turned. That's in, not out. I mean, that ball. That was a good ball from Bumrah. You got to say. I mean, he's taking a little bit of pace off it. He's put the cut on it. And if you look where the ball would have gone had it not cut, and what it did, it moved quite a lot. Just nudged into the leg side, and they'll get through for a single. And the last 35 balls have produced 20 runs and 4 wickets, only 2 fours, and that's the tail of the game, really. In this is the heart of the game, and India have come out on top. And Pakistan look a bit downhearted as Rizwan threw his bat in the air. That one has just worked into the leg side, and there's no run. They've still got something to work off. If someone can get in, they can still get up to 280, 290. They've got 15 overs.
Yeah, I think from here they would be very happy with 280, 290.
I was going to say 250. They'd be happy with it at the moment.
Well, I think it's 250 has to start, but I think they still. I mean, it's possible to get. Mohammad Nawaz can swing a bat, so can Shadab Khan. Yeah,
I mean they both batted. These two guys batted really well from coming down the order against the Netherlands. But of course, that was a different proposition.
Yes,
the Netherlands.
But they've got to believe they can do it. They know they are capable of it, and it's not bad. Top scored at Babar Rizwan 50-49 and 6-4, and 2 new batsmen.
That were pony, thus says the famous Lancastrian Nigel Bear. It must be nice having a fellow Liverpudlian via Zoom. Feeling right at home now, thou Watford muppet, says Jay.
Shut up, Jay. Are you at Everton or the Reds?
I'm a cricketer.
Love it. Bumrah is coming around the wicket to Nawaz, and it's just defending the offside. There's no one. She plays jingle actually. It's a rather short one. It goes like this.
It's the winter of our discontent, made glorious summer by this sun
of Pakistan.
Yes, of course. As we watch the replays of the wickets. I really like that ball from Kuldeep. There's a good review. Just about held its line on a tricky one as well. And then Iftikhar, you got to say, when that happens, your day's not happening, is it? Because that was very unfortunate. Bat live. Oh, he's got him, surely. Shadab Khan, yes he has. Oh my God.
Carnage.
Bumrah's on fire. That one is an absolute peach. It's pitched on off, left him. It's full, just about beating the outside edge of the bat, and then nicked the outside edge of the off stump. And the bails have come off. The lights have lit up, and we have to say goodbye to Shadab Khan. It's all gone Pete Tong.
What a good delivery.
Yeah, classic. Oh dear, and it's turned into a very bad day.
It is, isn't it?
All of a sudden, we've completely obliterated the middle order of Pakistan in 5 overs.
Jay says he has a horrible feeling I'm not going to hear an India tantrum today. That makes me sad.
He's going to be very happy.
Mayank says Harrow to Sydenham is 1 hour 47 minutes right now due to traffic. So it's a good thing you didn't go to the studio.
Yeah.
Also, Pakistan are 15 for 4 in the last 4.3 overs. Jay says, I confess to mocking people who commentated over replays, but now I realise it's proper confusing.
It can be. You've got to remember that they don't have the score on the bottom of the screen when they have a replay. That's about the only thing. They don't have a big R in the corner anymore that says replay.
That advert annoys me because the batsman doesn't have a helmet on.
Yeah, it's all computer generated, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
Oh my God.
I've seen some other ones that look like they must be computer generated because they just got either that or they've got extraordinarily weird filters and shit on in post production.
Ye gods.
Do they just have them diving? And it might be just them diving with a massive green screen behind them, I suppose.
I watched a documentary the other day and it was all AI.
Yeah.
It was like...
What, the entire documentary?
Yeah. And
even the presenters?
Yeah.
Oh, my word.
There's one presenter.
I think this ad is either, again, the background is computer generated or it's shot in Southampton because, you can see that hotel you have in Southampton.
Well, yeah, that could just be a green screen. In the modern day. Full, fast, Bumrah on it into the new man, Hassan Ali. I presume it's Hassan Ali. I love Hassan Ali. He's got a brilliant jingle because it's really short but it's quite funny. Oh no, I've got the remix treatment. Oh yeah.
That just clipped the top of the bail though.
I know.
Yeah.
An absolute perfect delivery. Just as Bumrah is in again, that straightens up Hassan Ali, and there's no run. He is a hit. He's definitely a 6-hitter, but I don't think you want to give him 15 overs. 4 overs of Hassan Ali at the back end of any game can get you 40 runs.
I don't think he would want to give himself 50 overs.
No. But I think he's got to play his natural game because from here it doesn't really matter. If he gets 40 runs and he gets them in 3 overs and they end up being bowled out in 45 overs, it's better to get the 40 runs, I'd say, than hang out for 15 overs and get fuck all. Anyway, Hassan Ali is facing up Bumrah. It's over the wicket to him. It's into his pads. It's trying the Yorkers here. It's gone out to mid-wicket and there's no run. 1 more ball left in this over.
And apropos of nothing, we get a picture of Kohli.
Yeah, well, of course. Even though he's not captain anymore, yeah?
He's just picking his nose.
Yeah, I mean, Rowett doesn't really figure that often, and he's a skipper. But it's still Cody Cam. Bumrah in 2 for 17 he's got. In this is the last ball of the 6 over, which is worked out to deep mid wicket. It'll be a single. India preening around in the field, feeling cock at a walk, and single off the last ball of the over is that. I'm going to go and just take a little move.
Okay. Well, Farong says Pakistan have let down those of us wanting to hear an India swearing. Just need India to collapse to say 8 for 108 to be in with a shout. I can't see that happening. Really can't. I think this is... What do you think? Is done and dusted?
Yeah, I think pretty much. I mean, unfortunately, although this Pakistan team is much better than the ones that they've taken the last 2 World Cups, this game is becoming as one-sided as the India-Pakistan games have been for the last 7-8 years. But also India have shown the depth in their bowling. I mean, at 30 overs, it could have been, easily Pakistan looking at 320, 330, but they have come back and, they've shown their depth, like their wicket-taking ability, both with spin and fast bowling. They've got so much depth right now.
It's all come in this last sort of 25-minute spell, isn't it? It's all just...
Yeah, but that's what kind of champion teams do, right?
Yeah.
They take wickets in clusters.
Yep. The momentum, as they say. Oh, we've not got a ball by bowler. But loads of beer has turned up, so the bear is happy. You just missed 1 ball there, Bear. Sorry, I forgot you were doing ball by ball.
That's okay. The next ball is driven up to long off, and there is 1. The first ball was just a dot ball. Don't know what actually happened, but it was a dot ball. So you missed nothing.
He bowled it and he tapped it with his bat, and it went nowhere, and there was no run.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
I don't know. A line.
Kuldeep.
Is it his release point?
Yeah, release point in 2019 to now. It's moved back a foot. What's that? Merlot. Oh, you want... Yeah, whack out a glass then. It's in a box. That's weird. I don't often get wine in a box, but hey. Worked into the leg side and there's no run.
Where's the beer? Where's all the alcohol from?
Brian. You see, that's what happens when you're in here. Brian often sends us beer and snacks.
Brian, you star.
He is an absolute star. I love him. I love you, Brian. We did send him something for Christmas as well.
Ooh.
Oh, he's gone back to cut that as Nawaz. I'm not sure what happened. It came off his bat, or it
might have edged that, I think.
Do you think he edged it into his pad, maybe? Oh yeah, they look good. Madeira cake and pan au chocolat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hit his glove, but it was a big deflection, so it was very hard.
Right.
Very
Okay,
hard
that's
to
why it
control.
ballooned up. Would have gone to a very short cover, but no one was there.
But I think after this ball,
Defended
dot ball,
out into
what they were
cover
showing,
corner.
what they were showing was that Kuldeep is putting much more of his body into the ball now, and with the change in his kind of landing and front foot, and that's why what we were talking earlier, that he's getting more pace on the ball.
Yeah.
Than previously. So that's the comparison they were showing between the two, between the last World Cup and this one in his action.
Well, it's done him the world of good, as that one is defended up to long on.
Did that lad have Coley tattooed on his left tit, says Jay Grover? Respect and a smidgen of pity.
Well,
I think he had it. There's one guy there who's got his shirt, the name and the number tattooed on his back. Then I used to go, when I was at the Arsenal, there was a guy who used to stand near me. I remember the old Arsenal crest was quite elaborate, and he had that in colour tattooed on his back. The whole thing. It must have taken weeks to do. And then they changed the badge.
Arseholes.
I know. Get a life. Wine in a box. Classy, says Jersey Oak.
Well, yeah.
We'll take it.
It was a Merlot. I quite like a Merlot. 174 for 7 after 37 overs. They've gone nowhere very slowly, actually, in the last 7-8 overs. They've only added about 30 runs.
Yeah. Well, it's still sort of singles here and there, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no big shots anymore. Yeah, I mean, this is it. They've lost 5 wickets, haven't they? I mean, that's onto the
Another
hip of Nawaz, who just works it down for a single, and there's no run. I mean, I guess the best they can do, hope for, is sort of toddle along at 5 or 6 and over, hopefully, for the next 7 overs to get to 54, then maybe have a dart at the end.
Yeah.
Get them up to 210 maybe, with 4-5 overs left to have a smash at the end.
You've got to have a dart at some point, haven't you?
Well, you've got to have a dart, but I guess you want to get close to the ends of it if you're, I don't know.
They'll want to take it as deep as possible.
Yeah.
And then, and then have a go at the end.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
well, you want to get your iron as well. If you are the last of home batsmen, there's no point in wasting it early, is there? You might as well feel yourself into the game and then try and launch it. As I said, Hassan Ali can certainly biff a 6 as he defends that one out to the offside and there's no run. So if he can get his iron at least and then smash a few 6s. I'm sure he's got an ODI 50, hasn't he, Hassan Ali? In a pretty quick time, if I remember rightly. Maybe I got that wrong, maybe it wasn't quite 50, but I remember him smashing 6s for fun. Against England, funnily enough.
He's scored runs from down the order in first class cricket in Pakistan.
Yeah. He's got an eye. He hasn't got much of a technique, but he's certainly got an eye. Hassan Ali fends that out to mid-on, there's no run.
Jay wants to know, is the presence of a pan au chocolat a shameless attempt by Brian to lure Hendo back to Gorilla Towers?
Well, maybe. I think Hendo is watching his beloved bloody Wimbledon today.
Oh dear.
Yeah, of course they're playing. It's an international week, isn't it? But
what, they've got no one playing for England in the women?
Well, yeah. Jasper Bumrah over the wicket and dies in the pitch a little bit. Hassan Ali ducks underneath it, goes through to the keeper, and it's now on 2 off 9 for Hassan Ali. Nawaz is 3 off 9. So yeah.
It's very grey outside there, Bear. Have you seen that?
It is quite grey. Still not that cold, is it?
It was freezing this morning.
Yeah, it's cold as it's been for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, the weather the last couple of weeks, though, I mean...
It's been brilliant.
27 degrees. I was sweating like a pig last Sunday. I was like, fuck's sake, it's 3rd or 4th of October. Jasprit Bumrah in, down the leg side. That one should be a wide. It is a wide. Oh, God, they got a run for nothing. Lucky old them.
Wide.
So what do you lecture, Ayaz?
So I lecture in human geography, which is kind of political economy, sociology, history.
Oh wow. Interesting times.
Interesting times indeed.
Do you know Ian Sinclair?
Ian Sinclair?
His
Why
work.
does the name sound familiar? I don't know.
That's into the pads. There's an appeal by Bubba, but it's going down leg and there's no run.
Written books about. He does a lot of walking around London.
Okay.
And it's sort of based on not just history, but sort of social, what's happened socially around London and why, and all this stuff. And it's quite, and he did a big thing around the M25. Did the whole of the M25, the outskirts of the M25. It's fascinating.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How many cricket greens did he pick up?
Bumrah, last ball of the over. Should have been last ball of the over. Last ball. There's a wide. That one is full. An attempted Yorker, dug out by Hassan Ali, but it can't get any runs. 176 for 7 after 38.
Well, Quick Writer is happy. The game has been changed by you on a good batting track, says Linda. What a turnaround in form. Onward and upward, young man.
Well, yeah, they've rather thrown it away, you'd have to say, Pakistan here. Some good bowling, but still, they'll be very, very disappointed from the position they were in.
How are we doing on the YouTubers, Bear?
The YouTube, Brian in Brisbane says, Bear put on his order earlier this week for Pano Chocolat, along with some no Carling or Guinness. That's true. Thanks, Brian. That's right, we did. And Brian very kindly has provided.
Well, I'm going to a 60th birthday tonight, so I might as well start early.
Well, yeah.
I don't want to be plastered before I get there. That'd be bad form.
A couple of beers, though.
Couple of beers.
That's what you do when you come to Gorilla.
Couple of beers.
So that's another bonus for coming in, I has, of course. There's often comestibles are sent here. That's tipped out to the offside, and it'll be a single out to the man at deep point.
Alcohol and pastries.
Yes. I think that dismissal of Iftikhar's was a real bonus for India. Because, I mean, they had got in 2 quick wickets, but that was a poor delivery. He had hit that for 4.
Exactly. Poor delivery, poor execution.
Could have broken the shackles a bit, hitting that for 4. Instead, he gave them a wicket on that.
Yeah, I know. He'll feel gutted inside.
Yeah.
If he'd have left it, it'd have been a big fat wide as well, wouldn't it? Hey-ho.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jadeja is back into the attack now, and that one is blocked back to him by Hassan Ali. No run. Around the wicket, Jadeja. Oh, edge. Genuine edge as well. He dragged it a little bit shorter, did Jadeja, and Hassan Ali just drove at it anyway. Got an outside edge. There is a slip in. It went quick and to his left. Is it Rohit? Has Rohit put himself in a slip? It's normally Virat, isn't it?
I think often to spinners it's Rohit who does.
It is Rohit. Yeah, he puts himself in for spinners, of course. But he was too slow across that. It did go very quick, but it beat his dive, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4 runs.
A boundary.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
I think with the Iftikhar dismissal, what was important that Iftikhar already hit him for a 4 of a short ball earlier in the over. So just after this ball,
that's defended.
Yeah, he had already pulled him for a 4 of a short ball, Yadav. So he should have been anticipating balls more tossed up and fuller later on in the over.
Yeah, that one is just worked into the leg side. They get through quickly. Hassan Ali moves on to. Sorry, that was. No, Hassan Ali. That was Hassan Ali. It's the end of the over. 39 done, 182 for 7.
Have we got anything on Twitter?
Over to you, Nestlers.
Ian Sinclair is psychogeography. Do you come across that?
Yeah, I know
of it.
I have an inkling as to what that is, but it's much beyond my area of expertise.
The exploration of urban environments that emphasises interpersonal connections to places and arbitrary routes.
There
you go.
Off the trodden path.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, actually. It was developed.
That's what you do on your bike in Epping Forest.
Yeah, I do it on a bike, I suppose, yeah. But going through Epping Forest, it's more like sort of 4,000 years BC bogs and things like that, and ancient forts.
Didn't you send us some photos of bison or big cows with big horns? Or something?
Longhorn cattle.
Yeah.
They have them in Epping Forest too. It's part of. They're part of the sort of. They just keep the vegetation down.
Well, Hardick's back into the attack too. Down the track, that's a good shot. Hassan Ali, see, that's what he can do. just comes down the track at Hardik Pandya, belts it back over his head. That's a cracking shot. Gets himself 4 runs.
Good slap.
Yeah, it was a good slap.
But I think this is what Pakistan batsmen should have done a bit earlier. They just didn't, move their feet or put any pressure on, even earlier in the innings to Bumrah. Only Abdullah Shafiq came down the wicket once and hit him over mid-on.
I know.
Tried to play with their length a bit.
Well, I guess while Babar and Rizwan were going, it didn't really matter because you thought they could up it at some point. He backed onto him a bit quicker than he thought, and he pulled it round to fine leg, and there's no run. But all of a sudden,
I think Babar and Rizwan were upping it a bit, right, just before Babar got out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a bit of a casual shot, as you were mentioning earlier, by Babar.
And then it's just dragged them all the way back. I mean, some unfortunate wickets in time, some great bowling, and suddenly Pakistan are in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah. India, they have threats all the way through with their bowling and batting, so that's why they're so strong.
They were under pressure. They were under pressure before Babar got out, That's defended square on the offside. Think about a run, but it's not there. Straight to the fielder. Fielders are really on it right now. It's going to be a change at the end of this over. Tony's going to come in. Messi's going to come in. Supan is not here, but he's supposed to be joining.
What are you guys predicting? What do you think Pakistan will get here?
I still think no, they won't get 280. If they get 250, 260, might try and aim for 260. These two would have to get them there. I mean, if these two are bat for 10 overs, get some big hits in at the end, 260 maybe.
Shaheen Afridi can hit a long ball.
But you won't expect them to be there very long. Well, this is it.
But absolutely.
That was a dot ball. It was just defended out on the offside, and there's no run.
But yeah, I think 260 is what they would be, hoping for maximum from here.
Aye.
But which I don't think will be clear enough for India.
Well, tomorrow it's England versus Afghanistan. There's a potential banana skin. I know the pessimists amongst us are all going to say, shit, we're going to lose that. It's all going to go horribly wrong. Rashid Khan's going to bowl us out for fuck all. That's down the legs and there's no run. It shouldn't really go that way. England should win that one.
I thought you were an optimist.
I am an optimist. I am always an optimist, and I believe we'll probably win it. Teams like Afghanistan and the Netherlands will have one fantastic game in this tournament, and you have to be the man, hopefully not to be on the end of that. And you should be fine. But it will happen to someone because they do have potential. I just don't think they're good enough to beat lots of games. But the one game they will really string it together, and you just don't want to be there on the end of that one, really. That's the way tournaments go. That's pulled and out. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Mohamed Nawaz has slapped that, and he's with no timing whatsoever, straight to Jasprit Bumrah, who is just sitting there at mid-on. It's all going terribly, terribly, terribly wrong here for Pakistan. They've lost 6 wickets for bugger all. They are 187 for 7 as we come 1 ball short of the 40th over.
6 wickets of the last 10 overs. That's a dramatic collapse.
Carry on.
There you go.
Yeah, no, 6 wickets of the last 10 overs. It's a dramatic collapse. I don't know if any team has had such a dramatic collapse in this World Cup.
Do you think it's a bit psychological with Pakistan? It happens a lot to them in big tournaments against India. But hey,
I blame you, Bear, that you broke this game.
I broke this fucking
contest
game.
to a Bear game.
It was, I know, it's terrible. Right, I'm going to zoom off. We're coming up to the end of the second power play, 187 for 8. Tony's going to take over from me along with Supan and Messi.
See you all later.
See you in a bit.
Thank you. G'day, Supan. Hi, Tony.
Hello. I will say there's nothing like a Pakistani batting collapse.
Oh, I don't know. Australia's been able to imitate them of late as well. Dear. Pornbot says, human geography, you say 1 or 2 gorillas are the size of Pangaea. Ebbing Forest, says Jay, where the speed bumps are the shallow graves. Oh. And I don't know if this one's been read out. Ian Sinclair is psychogeography. He also makes stuff up as a point of pride, which deeply offends my autistic soul. Obviously, I do not have a soul. Well, we know that, Jake, because you sold it many years ago to the devil, as we are all aware. Hello, Tony.
Hello. Well, Shaheen Shah Afridi's the new man at the crease, and I don't think he will have been expecting to be in quite as quickly as he was. We'll give you the story in a minute. It's 187 for 8. We are entering the last 10 overs of an innings that seems to have rather fallen apart. Hassan Ali Doobie-Doo, though, is going to put that up in the air. He's top-edged it. Surely someone's underneath this. Easy take.
Oh,
yes, it is. This is a complete implosion here by Pakistan. And, well, my goodness me. It's a wicket off the first ball of that delivery. Hassan Ali has gone. Jadeja has another one. It's hard to keep up with this. That's now 7 wickets for 22 that Pakistan have lost. It was a complete miscue from Hassan Ali, and he will join the long procession of Pakistan batsmen who have made a bit of a Horlicks of this, although India have bowled pretty well, but he's gone.
Yeah, I think we're only going to be on air for 1 over at this rate.
Caught easily enough as the ball steepled up in the air by the man back in the Indian side today, Shubman Gill. It's 187 for 9. My goodness gracious me.
Like, that's not a shot you play as a tail ender to one of the best spin bowlers in the world. Like, you're always going to mistime that one.
Yeah, it was. It really didn't work. They were 155 for 3. That's when Barber went. That took. They then went to 171 for 7. 5 wickets for the loss of 16. 2 for Kuldeep, 2 for Bumrah. Jadeja there just taking that one, and it's now 180. That was a 6 for 22 at 178. Now 7 for 7 for 22. So what a disaster.
Tony, I don't know if your technical wizardry is capable of fitting both me and Sapun on screen, but
has the technical department not done that? I shall send an immediate memo of complaint. But hold on,
just half of us, Mez, or
I will do it in just a moment. We're going to wait for Jadeja, who is defended by the new man Harris Ralph. Let me jingle up our friend Harris, because you don't get a lot of time in Jadeja overs. Jadeja's in again. The outside edge is beaten. The edge, is it taken? Jadeja thinks he has his man. KL Rahul thinks he has his man. Crucially, though, the chubby but implacable chops of umpire Erasmus thinks he doesn't, and Rowett doesn't seem inclined, and we all move on. Defended back to Jadeja. There is no run. Here's Harris.
Yeah.
That one's whipped away around the corner, down to fine leg. Is there a man coming round? Yes, there is. It's Jasprit, who totters somewhat. Didn't look superly mobile there, Supan, did he? He seemed to sort of...
No, he slowed down, get into the ball. It's like he just wanted to... He couldn't really bend down quickly enough, so he just slowed himself down to use his knees instead of his hips.
There we go. This one is defended away into the offside by Harris Ralph. He's off with a mark with a 2 there, with that little tickle down to fine leg. The technical department had teed up the YouTube screen, but then hadn't pressed the crucial button to actually switch it live. So they will be roundly chastised during the innings break, let me assure you. It's 189 for 9. Messers.
1 point back for the Bishop. So Dave Wood says, what happens if Afghanistan and the Netherlands say they're one performance of the tournament until they play each other? There's every chance of that, I suspect.
They will get a very good match.
Martley says, is this really a GC broadcast anymore? Woof. Pakistan are doomed, says Josie.
Yep.
Muttley says the first ball of that delivery. Classic Tony.
Hardik, in he comes, and defended by Shaheen Shah Afridi. Not the pair you would have been hoping to be at the crease if you were Pakistan as you go into the still 10 overs left. Supan, you'd probably be hoping to be about 3 down and looking to charge. What you are, in fact.
I was expecting a score of 300.
We all were. That's what we were all talking
how
about.
Pakistan was starting, and then.
Well, instead
you
it's
can't discount
189
the
for 9.
Pakistan batting collapse.
No. The run rate just 4.5, 6, 7 for 22. They've lost. Down the track comes Afridi, has an almighty swing, and he doesn't connect with it at all and bumbles it out towards short mid wicket, and there will be no run. 189
I'm delighted to see
for 9.
that. I'm delighted to see Supun is still sporting his Udi as if he's somewhere in outer Mongolia trying to keep warm with sheepskins and things.
It's like 16 degrees, Mez. It's still. I need 30. Give me 30-degree days.
Oh, you should come to the UK. We got loads of them.
It was 33 here today.
Oh wait, global warming. That's how.
This one is short. Oh, it's a slower ball bouncer from Hardik. I think, to give him the credit of the benefit of the doubt there, Supan, it was a deliberately slower bouncer, but it just seemed. But what we're going to watch is Virat Kohli having a wander off. Doesn't matter what the actual real action is.
I mean,
let's have a look at Virat going for a stroll.
I'm surprised there isn't a Virat cam in like the right-hand corner of the broadcast.
Yeah.
I wonder.
There should be like. That would actually be really interesting to watch.
They should have one in the loos, just so if he pops in for a swift waz, just to make sure we don't miss him doing anything at all. This one's defended into the onside by Afridi. Again, there's no run.
It's classic red button material, isn't it? I mean, I know when Sky do the F1, you can be on board with any driver. You could be on board with Virat the whole game.
Well,
there was one Ashes series where we had the option of viewing the game in stump cam. Which was very interesting.
Crikey, that must just be like being constantly assaulted by missiles, I would have thought. In comes Hardik.
When there was a stumping.
It's onto the leg stump of Afridi, who turns it towards leg, but it goes straight again to that man at short mid-wicket, who is being well worked this over. To good effect. And again, it is a dot ball. I mean, it's a job to know. Kept quite low as well, did that. Bit of a job to know where you go now for Pakistan, except, well, nowhere really. These two are not big scorers by any manner of means, are they?
They're not big scorers. They're going to get out in the next 3 overs. I think it's just got to slog away at everything, and if it goes to the boundary, great. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself out from a piece of good bowling anyway.
It's the classic dilemma here for these two, as that one swatted as if he was swatting a fly by Afridi, sort of short arm pull really down to backward square. He does get a single, so at least he's off the mark. After 42 overs, Pakistan have slumped horribly and ignominiously to 190 for 9. Nessers.
Jay says, oh bother, this is an absolute cockfuck show of muppetry. I blame the bear and Tony because, well, why not?
Well, yeah, because he gets the blame for everything basically around here.
He also says, as Erasmus has some deep steam cleaning done on his chops, he looks terrifyingly like an adult baby who eats rusks made of human flesh.
He does.
That is surprisingly accurate.
He does, because he does look. I tell you, the other thing he slightly reminds me of is sort of a particularly well-fed hamster. You know, when they puff out they puff out their cheeks because they've got, full of seeds or whatever stuff hamsters eat. The ground is filling up a bit. In anticipation, one assumes, of everyone thinking, well, we'll get there in time to watch India bat. But
I also think there's some mid-show entertainment.
Oh, is there? Oh, I wonder what are we in for?
I'm not sure.
Hold that thought. Jadeja in and defended by poor old Shaheen Shah Afridi. I'm a big fan of Shaheen Shah Afridi. Not just he's a fantastic bowler, and the potential clash between him and Rohit with a bit of a tendency to get out to left armers in the power play. Would have set up a terrific battle, and it still may be. There's an attempted sweep by Afridi. We close in on those hamstery chops of Moraes, but nothing doing, no real appeal. Rohit's not interested, and we will move on. Surely, what does Virat think? Who cares about the real captain? What does Virat think? We're not going to see. That's a very remiss from the man in charge of Kohli Camp. In comes Jadeja, forces Afridi onto the back foot. I met him beginning of last season, or maybe the season before, when he was first signed for Middlesex, and I can just say what a charming gentleman he is. That's a real attempted swing from Afridi, who doesn't get it anywhere like I think he was. Well, or to be fair, I'm not sure he knew where he was hoping to put it. The good news for him is he did get some bat on it, and he does get a single, and he will bring Haris Ralph back on to strike. I was going to look and see what we could find out about Haris Ralph's batting, but I don't suppose my notes are going to tell me a lot in that department, on the grounds that I'm not sure there's a lot to tell. That's back in to Ralph, the right-hander. No, says Marissa Brasmus. This may get a little bit more interest, because Rohit, was that applauding, or did he say he's reviewing? I think they may have reviewed this one. We're still deep.
Yeah, time has gone. I think they've taken it.
Yeah, I think they've taken it, because they're all congregating for a chat. This has been reviewed. It looked to me, the only thing is, did it pitch outside leg? We'll have a look and find out now. Where does it pitch? Richard Kettlebur is the third. No, it doesn't.
I think it might have been missing leg.
It did straighten. The thing is, it did straighten from a left armour, which you can see there. I think he may be in a spot of bother here. I think that's leg stack. Could well be hitting leg stump. If it pitched in line and was straightening, let's have a look. It does pitch in line. It does straighten. And it's smacking out leg stump.
Great review.
That not only was a great review, it brings to a conclusion this sorry Pakistan innings. They have been blitzed and blown away for 191. Haris Ralph has been trapped LBW by Ravindra Jadeja. He has 2 for 38, and we'll say farewell to this innings, and indeed to this batsman.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Well, short, inglorious as a very, very resigned and, well, frankly, grumpy looking Shaheen Shah Afridi. He was the not out batsman in the end. But it means India, all they will need to win the 8th consecutive World Cup encounter with Pakistan. 7 in a row they've won so far. Pakistan never won one in a World Cup against their old foes. It's going to be a big ask, Supan, if they're going to get anywhere close to it today, isn't it?
We will see 3 incredible overs of Pakistan bowling that will get 2 or 3 quick early wickets, and then India will get it away. Will finish the game in 30 overs.
Well, there's a lot of joy in that crowd. The crowd is started. 132,000 we were expecting. We've been saying it wasn't as full as we were thinking it might be. But that said, these things are relative. It's a lot more full than when England and New Zealand played here. That is for sure. But 191 is what Pakistan have been blown away for. Not something we saw coming. Abdullah Shafiq was going nicely. He'd made 20 before he was LBW to Siraj. Imam ul Haq, he got himself nicely set, but was caught behind off Pandya. Babar Azam got himself to 50, but it was 50 and out. Bowled by Siraj with a beauty. Rizwan couldn't make it to 50. He was out 49 by another superb delivery from Jasprit Bumrah. But after that, well, the wheels came off, as we were saying. At 187 for 8, they'd lost 6 for 22. So it's really, they've lost 8 wickets by the end for about 30 odd, which has been a disaster. Saud Shakil 6, Iftikhar Ahmed 4, Shadab Khan 2. He was bowled by Bumrah. Mohamed Nawaz 4, he skied one up into the air, was taken by Bumrah. Hassan Ali, he was out, caught Shubman Gill by Jadeja for 12. Shaheen Shah Afridi, he's got at least a red inker, but just for 2. And Harris Ralph, he was LBW at the end there, brilliantly reviewed by LBW for Jadeja. The bowling, well, it looks pretty impressive from an India perspective. 2 for 19 for Bumrah, 2 for 50 for Siraj, 2 for 34 for Hardik Pandya, 2 for 35 for Kuldeep Yadav, 2 for 38 for Ravi Jadeja, and none for 12 off 2 for Shardul Thakur. So the wickets shared evenly amongst 5 bowlers. And well, as we head to an earlier than expected break in the innings,
got a few tweets I can read out.
I was about to say some tweets and some final thoughts from Super, but maybe you first, Messrs.
Moggs disappointed, said they aren't even going to trigger the use of the swank new 250 runs jingle. Josie Oak says, watching a classic England batting collapse. Pakistan are doomed. Yeah, England should get royalties for something like this, shouldn't they? Jay says, I don't want to be on board with Virat. Lunch would be really dull. Stuart Birding says, as this match will be over early, you should see if you can find a replay of the Argentina versus Chile women's T20 to have some fun with. Yeah, that's where Argentina scored 427 for 1
in a T20 overs. What?
Yep.
Wow.
And in reply, I think the other side were all up for 64, which was fewer than the number of no balls that they had.
Argentina versus who was this?
Chile.
Okay. Not really cricketing
was it a very small ground?
I've got no idea, but it was a very big score. They put on, I think, 325 odd for the first wicket, something like that, which is, fairly impressive, really. Here we go. There's a link on our website, on our Twitter feed. 350 they put on for the first wicket off 16.5 overs there.
Well, I don't know about the GPL bets today, but I can't imagine many will have been as low as they would need to be to win, Messrs.
No, none of them are. GPL is safe at £100 for tomorrow. Jay just says gigantic festival of inept knob goblins, and he says, hey up, look at all the wee fuckers outside the stadium. It's like a zombie movie. Oh dear. And over on YouTube, there was some guesses as to how much they'd score, which was 226, 240-ish, and then it came down to 210. And Kieran Roseblake says Pakistan know exactly where they're going. They're going home.
Well, final thoughts from you, Supan, and we shall then ease into our break.
I think a lot of the games this tournament so far have been ridiculously one-sided, and today won't be any different. There's no way India lose from here unless Pakistan do an amazing feat of bowling. I will say, if you do want to watch a close game, Australia and Sri Lanka on Monday night, which will be covered by White Line Wireless.
It will.
And it will be a very close game because both teams are absolutely shit at the moment.
Well, Australia, far be it from me, particularly ahead of a potential banana skin for England tomorrow, but the rugby, oh dear, for Australia. The cricket, oh dear. The football, oh dear. So it's not been a great sporting week for the Aussies. They will bounce back, though, Supan. They will bounce back. They always do.
It's been a bad political week as well.
Well, there's that as well.
It's all going. It's not been a fun night.
It's all going Pete Tong down under. And who have we got as highlights, Bear? What have we got? Pardon?
You got yesterday?
Yesterday's game. Here it is, and we're going to have a little break.
Thanks, everyone.
See you later.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. Oh, if you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than the score. And the wickets and more. Gorillas call it.
Good morning, good afternoon and good evening everyone. We are at the Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai today for the 11th match of the 2023 International World Cup of playing between Bangladesh and New Zealand. And New Zealand have had a great start to the series. They are 2-0, having humiliated England and then easily accounting for Afghanistan as well. And Bangladesh are 1-1. They have had one win against Afghanistan and one loss. So it should be a good match today. Just in September, these two teams met in a pre-World Cup warm-up series in Bangladesh. They had three-match series, and New Zealand won that series 2-0. So they would be looking to continue their domination over the Bangladesh team. I've got Anthony with me today as well on comments to start off, and Messrs on the socials. So Anthony, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Krishna. It's Krish, it's great to be here today. And so the big news for the squads coming into this match is that Kane Williamson is coming in for New Zealand. Could be somewhat of a talisman, and I was just thinking this morning, it's with their excellent start to the series, and then with the captain coming back in earlier than everyone had expected, that feelings must be a bubbling of an undercurrent of confidence in the New Zealand rooms at the moment.
Absolutely, there definitely will be. I think New Zealand is generally everyone's second favourite team, and they are consistently doing well in these tournaments. 2019, as we know, they unfortunately lost that final, but they continue to get up for these big-eyed ICC World Cup tournaments, so they're an excellent side.
Indeed. And I'll just throw to you Messrs, to get some of your comments while I just chase down some further details over here. Thanks.
Okay, so first things first, good afternoon, and the weather is set fair, but it is really humid in Chennai. It's 68% humidity.
Yep.
So that may have informed New Zealand's decision the New Zealand are fielding, are they not? Well, it'd be interesting. Maybe they're hoping for a quick game, but it's going to be uncomfortable out there, even though the temperature is only 31 degrees, so it's a little cooler than previously. But if you can call 31 and 68% humidity cool,
yes.
I find it hard to think that Bangladesh are poised to challenge New Zealand seriously, but we shall see. And let's face it, they really have very little to lose. So you never know, that they might all of a sudden come good, and this may be the banana peel that New Zealand are facing at some stage.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, the big test for them was their series in Bangladesh, and we saw Australia when they went to Bangladesh last year were just a rabble, not able to play on those spinning pitches. But New Zealand adapted very well and won that series 2-0. So I think they're more than capable of handling the Bangladesh team on a spinning track. It's also interesting, I think, how history plays a part here. Chennai, as we saw in the game between India and Australia, the dew factor comes in the second innings, and the team batting second was really had an advantage as a result of that. So,
and I believe more humid today as we start than it was then.
Sure.
So I think that might have a bigger impact then. And just to update you on the changes in the Bangladesh side, just the one change there as well, as Mamadullah comes in for Mahid.
Bolt comes in for the first ball of the match, and he's swung to the onside straight away and has been caught.
Oh, there you go. Straight up first ball.
Incredible start for New Zealand. Das swung that across to the onside and was caught straight away.
So I believe one of the conversations we were having last night is about the platinum duck. Is that a platinum duck? First ball of the innings? We decided.
I think it might be. I'll just check that out, but I think that's right.
So yeah,
Oh, dear God.
So that was a great catch. I mean, it was AFL mark style down in the forward pocket, and Lytton Das has been dismissed, caught Henry Bolt 4-0.
So
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
Next ball outside the off stump, and Mahidi drives it nicely off the front foot through the covers, and it gets a 4 for that. Well done.
yes, well,
Here's Ferguson. He's round the wicket this time at tens. It's into the pads, and he's caught straight to square leg. He chips it off his toes, and it went straight to the fielder. There's a wicket for Ferguson. Tanzania out for 16 or 16 balls. Score is 1 for 40.
2 for 40 indeed.
2 for 40. You're quite right. He middled that. And he couldn't have picked the fielder out better if he tried.
Yeah. Just bad shot selection there. Tanzania 16 off 16, 16 off 17.
This Ferguson's outside of stump. He's driving very nicely, Arsene Mirez. All the way along the ground, backward of point, and he'll pick up 4. Ferguson is hooking this one, and he might be caught. He is caught. It's gone straight down fine leg. Ferguson's pace meant he didn't get a full piece of it. It was a attempted hook shot, and all he's managed to do is pick out the fielder. Mahidi's out for 30. Score is 3 for 56. Here's Phillips round the wicket to Shanto, who drives it to mid-wicket, and he's been caught. All he managed to do is pop it up. Conway dives forward, picks the ball up right off the ground, and the very first ball of Phillips is over. Has picked up another wicket. Bangladesh slumped to 4 for 56.
And they're in disarray.
They are.
Disarray.
It wasn't the greatest ball we've ever seen from Phillips. It was short of a length. He's just trying to turn around the corner. Got a bit of a leading edge. Conway did very well to dive forward and pick it up, and off you go.
Phillips into Mushfiqur, who slog sweeps it through mid-wicket, over mid-wicket, and goes for 6.
Sorry, I knew what was going to happen there.
The premonition is very good, Messi. You kept it well to yourself. Scores 4 for 69 after that.
Ferguson bowling around over the wicket to Shakib, who tries to play it onto the onside. Looks like he's got a top edge, but it has flown off the bat and it's gone for 6.
Wow.
Over square leg.
That's that short boundary, right?
Yes, it is. Yes.
On the other side of the ground, that's caught on the fence, but even with the slower
still
ball,
went 79 metres.
Well, that's true. Actually, that's probably still over the fence.
Yeah.
He somewhere middled the edge there, didn't he?
That's credit to the new bat designs these days, isn't it? Those sorts of edges go for 6. Ferguson's in again. It's short, and Shakib tries to pull, but he's got a top edge again this time, and it's gone towards fine leg. Latham's run around, and he's actually taken the catch diving forward. So that's the end of Shakib's innings. Really good catch by Latham. 152 for 5.
It's an innings of 2 halves, that one from Shakib, isn't it?
24 or 45.
4 or 45, and then 6 balls after he got cramps, where he went 4-6 out, basically.
Yeah.
Really good catch by Latham, keeping an eye on it.
Field is very much set behind square. There are no fielders in front of the wicket in the boundary. Henry's bowled him. That's a great ball. It's a slower ball. It stayed low. Wishwicket's going to pull it, and it went. It actually barely got above his ankles. Knocks out middle and off stump, and it's a very good innings that ends on 66 for Wishwicket. Score goes to 6 for 175. He's very disappointed and probably a bit frustrated that ball, that was a slower ball, but it also really died on the pitch.
Yeah, I think he can count himself very unlucky. He was shortish, that ball, and it's hit the off stump halfway up, so very, very unlucky.
This ball has changed back to around the wicket again, and this is caught. It was full and driven, and it's straight to cover, might have been a bump ball, but it is not. The 7th wicket is down. The score is 180. Ridaway's out for 13. Bolts his 2nd wicket, and those screws you talked about, Krishna, or rather Stephen Kelp talked about, just pushed in again. That was the knuckle ball. See the way it floats up, and it was through the shot too early.
Yeah, soft dismissal, really. I think Joy doesn't have the wherewithal to manage Trent Bolt's trickery.
His 200th wicket in one day, as I think just came up on the screen for a brief second too. So quite the achievement.
Last ball of the over, and Taskin slogged that over mid-wicket, and he's gone for 6.
Oh, that's 20 rows back, that one. Oh,
it's a good shot.
Huge. We'll give him one of these.
Last ball of Santner's spell, and it's swept by Taskin, and he's hit it straight to deep square leg, and he's been caught. So Santner finishes his spell with a wicket on his last ball. His figures are 1 for 31 off 10, so well bowled by Mitch Santner. They weren't able to get him away at all. Last ball of Henry's spell, and it's short ball. Musfiza tries to pull it, but he's got a top edge, and he's been caught by Latham running towards deep square leg.
That's identical to Shakib's dismissal almost, isn't it?
Yeah. Indeed, gone. Yes, and keeper having to run all the way to the circle there was it's a long dash. The batsman had gave him plenty of hang time. If the previous ball was all up and no out, that was even better. And the intent to just throw the kitchen sink at it. Manages to get 4 runs, but that's all.
Bolt in again. And that one is swung through the onside for 6.
That's a big one.
Great shot by Mamadullah.
Yep, so that one's gone a good 20.
6.
Good 20 rows back there. And
here we go. There was a great premonition by me. Daryl Mitchell's come on to bowl the last innings. First ball was short and outside the off stump, and Mamadullah tries to whack it.
Load of shit.
Straight over the bowler's head for 6. Cross bats it. It's a swat.
Interesting tactic this. Bringing a bowler on for their first over and 49th and 50th over of a game.
Last ball of the innings.
Come on,
right outside the off stump.
Oh, no, not going to do it.
Sharaful doesn't lay bat on ball. He thinks about a single, but doesn't go. Latham runs up towards the stump to make sure that they don't take the single. So that's the end of the Bangladesh innings. 245 for 9.
Yeah. Any innings that doesn't end with a run out is a failure, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, you know, every little point of run rate might count. And a wicket to go all out.
And Williamson's gifted them 11 runs at the end there.
Yeah, absolute. Well, you know, any other bowler was probably going to get not much less. But yeah, very odd decision to bring someone on for their first over right at the end. All right, shall we have a look at the card?
Why not?
So, what do we have? So Dasan Hassan and Tanzid Hassan opened, and of course Das out for a platinum duck first ball of the innings. Hassan made 16 off 17, and Hassan Miraz 30 off 46. Other notable appearances: Shakib Al Hassan's 40 off 51, and Mushfiq Rahim's 66 off 75 before he was bowled by Henry, and then Mamadullah ending the innings 41 not out. In the bowling column, New Zealand used 4 bowlers to the maximum: Bolt, Henry, Ferguson and Santner. Bolt and Henry picking up the pair each. The most dangerous bowler, Lockie Ferguson, with 3 for 49. And Mitchell Santner taking one, and Glenn Phillips taking one, and Daryl Mitchell taking an absolute pounding off one. Gentlemen, any notable events, incidents, talking points to come out of that first innings for you?
Well, I think the most significant thing that restricts Bangladesh's score was the injury to Shakib Al Hassan. I think if he had not been injured, or whether it was cramp or whatever it was, he might well have stayed on and built a stronger base from to get an extra 30 or 40 runs. But in the circumstances, I think they hung in pretty well to get as much as they did, don't you?
I think they did a good job. I think Hassan needed some of the smelling salts that Dean Jones had all the way back then, just to keep going.
Yeah.
And Mitch Santner did an outstanding job, 131 off 10.
Stephen Conway, who's going to face the first ball, he's facing Mr. Mustafizer. We don't have a resident pronunciation expert in-house, so you're going to have to accept Mustafizer, I think. He's left arm round the wicket in. Nippy just shaping away a touch, and Conway opens the base of his bat, glides it down to third man. New Zealander underway. Flashed, one bounce down to wide of the man at third man, goes all the way for in again. Ooh, and that's a beauty. Yes, it's nibbled, and he's got a little edge. And the wicket has been taken. A beautiful delivery. Good luck avoiding that one. Just got it a little tighter into Ravindra on the fourth wicket line, as we were saying. Keep the swing, get it in closer. And Ravindra does get the little edge. Yeah, we can see it on the replay. Snaffled by the keeper. First blood to Bangladesh, and the first wicket has fallen.
Yeah, not a lot of swing, but he was playing for no swing, so managed to nibble the outside.
But he's also playing a long way from his body, which he tends to do most of the time, doesn't he?
12 for 1, New Zealand.
He's supposed to see wide of the crease this time. It's wide outside our stump. It's dropped. Oh, that was cracked through point. There's a huge dive at the gully-ish region, and it went down. There would have been an absolute screamer of a catch by Mahidi, but he does not manage to do it. I'm going to pop the near miss. But we watched this here. Conway's ball. He's got the thumb and the forefinger to that one. Stopped the boundary because he only got two. Ball's wide of the stumps. Williamson's cracked it. It was short and wide, and he's gone up and over point. There's no one out there, and he's going to pick up one of these. Sure.
He's decided that 3 overs is enough to get his eye in.
He's sure full outside of stump, and again, you cannot bowl there to Kane Williamson. He cuts it very cleanly all the way to the point boundary for 4 more.
Looking in again. Down the left side is the appeal.
There it is.
By the wicketkeeper.
This is such a ceremony, isn't it? The big appeal and the wide.
They are considering going to DRS here.
Mehdi's trying to calm things down, saying, mate, he was nowhere near it.
Yes.
Shakib is saying, go on, let's give it a go. They have reviewed as well.
I think they have reviewed this one.
Yeah, they have.
Surely not.
Well, look, I was eating humble pie last night when it turned out Steve Smith was actually out. When I said,
well, we all were, weren't we?
Yeah. So I'll pause some comments until we see the replay.
It's well down the leg side.
Miles away from it.
It looks at least 4 inches away from hitting that ball.
I noticed he's carefully taking his bottom hand off the bat as well, just in case.
No deflection to speak of.
Well, no, because he's nowhere near it.
Oh dear.
What a waste. Williamson dances down the wicket, and 1 bounce to Cow, although as we spotted last night, if Williamson plays it, it's not to Cow, it's the deep extra mid wicket or something, whatever that position is. But that was a
classic, right?
Yeah, very nice for Shakib again round the wicket to Williamson. Ooh, and that must register as a drop. A diving man at mid wicket went full length, got his hands to it, didn't stick. That it could be the last pivotal moment one senses of this ODI. We're having a look at it again. Yeah,
That's a tough chance.
Hard to call it a drop.
Do you think?
Did get a hand to it.
Yeah, got a hand to it. But
it was a definite chance.
That's what they needed. Shakib in again. Reverse.
What?
Very odd.
That?
Conway went to reverse sweep it, pulled out, and as a consequence hit his leg in front. They've given it on field. It's being given, and there's a big conference. There's a big conference. So at the moment, New Zealand stand at 92 for 2. I assume they've reviewed.
Odd looking shot, like a reverse leg glance.
Very odd looking shot. How would you describe that, Krishna? Putting you on the spot there. It was a difficult one, wasn't it, to describe?
That was a very odd shot. I think he got tied up in what he actually wanted to do in terms of execution when the ball was coming towards him, and he was halfway here and halfway there in terms of playing an offside shot or an onside shot.
Very caught in two minds there. So having a look at it again, goes for the shot and pulls out. It hits him sort of on the top of his back thigh.
Underneath the thigh. I reckon he could be in trouble here.
And I think, given that it's been given out, and assuming no ultra edge, we can't see anything.
No edge.
I think he's in trouble. It's certainly not too high. We can guarantee that. It's hard to see that it's not in line.
It's going down.
Don't think it's going down. I think it's hitting off stump.
Yep, that's out.
Yeah, very much out. So the spinners. Yeah, that's a good wicket, and not before time. Conway, for some reason, seems quite angry about it. I've no idea why. He's clearly out. Good decision by the umpire. My goodness me. Very first ball, he's come right down the wicket. He's launched it. And what's happened here is that the long on has caught it, Mahmudullah, but had no chance of preventing it going for 6. He fell over the Toblerone. And it has gone for 6. I think he might have hurt his head as he fell backwards as well.
Tripped his heels on the Toblerone and then smacked his head.
Mitchell, meanwhile, has scampered a very quick single. Almost certainly got home. They'll almost certainly just check it. Having a look at the replay here, he's so comfortably home that his bat is almost level with the wicket as the ball hits. And they have to check because sometimes, grounded bats and all of those things, but seemed hardly worth it on that occasion.
This time Mitchell's down the wicket to Hassan Miraz, and he's hit that. Oh, it's been caught. Oh no, it hasn't been caught. He's managed to stop it on the fence as he jumped in the air down there. He threw it up. It landed about 3 inches inside the rope. He landed on the other side of the rope, jumped back over, threw it back in. I couldn't see who was down there for.
I think it's Lytton Das, I think. It was a magnificent piece of fielding, actually.
It actually, if he's kept that from going for 6, it is an absolutely fantastic piece of fielding.
Yeah.
Williamson's on strike. He's on 49. This one's into his pads, and he's going to turn it through mid-wicket to get 50.
It's just a quick one out to mid-on, and they're chased through the quick single, and Williamson's running through, and he's dropped his bat as he's gone over the line. I don't think the knee's the worry here. It's maybe the way he's holding his hand, but he looks like he's smarting a bit from something. Looking at the way he's trying to get the other. He can't take his other glove off himself. So the hand's looking fairly swollen, fairly purple, and he doesn't seem...
And we are back.
Hello, Alan.
Hello. Hello, Tony.
Hello. Well. Goodness me. Back sooner than we thought. What a disaster for Pakistan. But still, you just never know. They've got a decent bowling attack, that's for sure.
Yeah, some real heat from Ralph and Afridi is needed here, isn't it?
Well, sorry, I'll go on.
If India lose this will be the shock of this World Cup and many other World Cups.
Be the first time they've beaten them.
I think that they save their losses for the semi-final or final normally, don't they?
I mean, they look so comfortable at 155 for 2. Their two set batsmen somehow seem to get beaten pace and are bowled. And there very much was a soft underbelly towards the lower middle order and tail. And it's fascinating that India, for the second time in 3 games, are chasing a total of 200 or less.
Shall we jingle up the batsman? Here's the first one.
Yep.
And for good order, we could do this chap straight
There are
away.
plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds. Showman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it and shows them how.
And I would
The
imagine
recalled Gill?
he is. Yeah, he's in for Ishan Kishan. He's been injured, hasn't he, rather than recalled. They said yesterday he was going to be 99% certain to play, which obviously he now is. So the 1% didn't factor into it in the end. And not surprisingly, the bowler is going to be this man.
It's always time for Shaheen Afridi. No, not that other guy, that Shaheen. It's always time.
And that first ball has been picked up on length, chipped over square leg, and that's gone comfortably for one of these.
Yep, it was short and away it went. There was that stat that Rohit has been dismissed several times to left armers in the power play in the last year and a half, couple of years, which would tee up this contest quite nicely, but it's going to have to do something special.
Immediately a man there defending that shot. That's been guided down to third man, who is the second of the two fielders that are outside the circle. 5 off 2 balls will be done in 20 overs.
You wouldn't bet against it, I've got to be honest. You wouldn't bet against it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they treated it like a T20 and with the fielders up for 10 overs rather than 6, yeah.
So it's going to be Gill to face, his first ball in the tournament. Afridi steaming in. Just outside the off stump. Just nothing more than a lean and a push. But it's gone between cover and extra cover, exquisitely timed, and that's gone for another one of these. As if they are playing two different games on two different services.
Well, they weren't quick at the start, Pakistan, but they were solid, and it looked like it was going to be the classic set a foundation and accelerate. Unfortunately, the wheels fell off, and there was never a chance to accelerate.
No engine. And this one on the leg side, a push towards mid wicket, and that's a dot ball.
That stat I was trying to recall, by the way. Rohit Sharma's been out 5 times in 13 innings against left-arm pace in the power play since 2021, which would, of course, tee up a fascinating head-to-head between him and Afridi. Still maybe. It's still maybe.
Yep.
He's still made 4 centuries in that period, I think, hasn't
exactly.
he? Afridi in again. Oh, a full toss. It's hit on the pad. There's no way that that's going to be out. And it's gone to square leg for a leg by, bringing the total to 10.
That was swinging
off
way
5
down leg.
deliverers. Yeah.
I don't think they're ever seriously. I think it was one of those throw your arms up in a touch of exasperation, but never. I don't think he actually got the appeal out of his mouth, to be fair.
The win predictor has Pakistan's chances at 10%.
I don't know where they're finding that.
Yeah, I was going to say somewhere between Bob Oak and No Oak, I think. Last ball of this first over. Moving across Rohit. Good length, he defends. And after 1 over, India are 10 for no wicket, chasing 192. Cheers.
Ah, dear. Well, right at the end of the previous innings, an Indo tweeted in, "Not a bad few overs, eh?" And Jay says, "Oh, fucking hell, I've done it in reverse now. I was so enwrapped in the cathode ray tube, I forgot you were on." No. You've got to get your priorities right, Jay. You know that TV is bad for you. You've got to come with us first. And Stephen Kelk says, looking like another one-sided game. India going like a tracer bullet.
And opening the attack alongside Afridi is going to be this gentleman, Tony.
It is. It should be our friend Hassan Ali Doobie Doo. I've just got to find
Hassan
him.
Ali Doobie Doo.
Where is old? Here he is. It's the remix version.
Doobie Doo indeed. This ball is wide of our stump, going wider. Not wide enough to be wide. Erasmus unmoved. Or is he asleep? Who can tell?
He's been stocking up his little chubby cheeks for winter.
Well, I cannot now get out of my head Jay's description of him eating rusts made of human fish.
Well, Richard Illingworth's the other man, isn't he?
That is again short and wide. Cut away, but can only find point. Some sharp fielding there, because Gill has timed that pretty well. I think Tony half went up thinking that might have been a catch.
Yeah, it's a bit of a crowd catch, but it was well and truly on the bounce, wasn't it?
It's always interesting. It's just like it went straight to him. Hassan Ali in again. There's again wide. And again the gap between cover and next to cover has been found. And Gill shows why he's back in the team with a second one.
Well, he had a terrific series against Australia, did Shubbers. 89, 74 and 104 in the 3 ODIs there. After that, of course, he was injured, so he has missed out on the first 2 games of this World Cup, but you could see why they wanted him back.
He is ranked number 2 in the world. Again, this is, as has all the balls in this over, wide outside the off stump, shaping away. Don't know why you'd want
that drive of his is just glorious, though, isn't it? I mean,
where would you rank it?
The way he faces it is just majestic.
Where would you place it in the Barber-Coley debate?
Oh,
let's open that.
I put it almost in the Damien Martin category.
5th ball of this over, and again it's wide. Again, that's outside the off stump, and again it's been cover driven, and again it's gone for 4.
Wow.
Only difference this time, Tony, is it went on the other side of hook.
Well, it was up, but it was very drivable, and you could tell Shubman enjoyed it because he held that pose, and he's a tall fellow, so he just literally leant forward, flicked it, and it just was always going to head away through extra for 4.
Last ball of this over, and this one is for a change on leg side, and we will not be here for a long time as this has been glanced again for 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man.
End of 2, 22 for no wicket. Cheers.
The red Qatari's moved on. He says, who wins tonight, the KSI or Tommy Fury? I've got no idea.
I'll tell you something.
And I care even less, I've got to be honest.
I'll offer an opinion. Boxing won't win.
Is it a boxing match? Is it?
He was in the Radio 5 studio. He was interviewed in there. I heard the interview, and apparently his aftershave was so powerful it lingered there for the rest of the day. And literally for the rest of the day, as different shows were on in that studio, they could still smell Tommy Fury.
Well, it's a 3D back in, and that's been driven on the off. Oh, thought it maybe would have flown all the way to mid-on. Gets there on the bounce. Misfielded slightly, but the ultimate end of it all is a dart. But this looked chancy, Tony.
It was uppish, but it pitched well short of. Is it Shadab who's there? But I think it was well short of him.
Type of thing that gives you hope in the field. deep square leg and third man of the two fielders in the deep as Afridi comes in. Bro, it just moves across his stumps ever so slightly, just defends this to cover, and there's no run.
His best bowling in a World Cup was, his best bowling generally was in a World Cup, Shaheen Shah Afridi. If you recall, it was at Lords against Bangladesh in the last World Cup, 6 for 35. You sense he's going to need something like that to keep them in with with anything like a sniff here. 8 for 36 is what Pakistan lost. 8 for 36.
Afridi in again over the wicket, and this has been whipped away over square leg, but deep square leg is there, and that'll be a very attractive single, Tony.
Yeah, it was. These two look at the moment tidily, nicely in control. They've put away a couple of exquisite drives. They've little flicks down to the fine leg as well. That was a bit flamingoed. I mean, it was uppish, yes, but just fully aware of where the field was, and as safe as houses for Shubbers.
Yeah. 23 for no wicket, halfway through the third over. Afridi in again. And Gill defends to cover.
He does use his height well, does Shubman Gill. It gives him that extra sort of 6 inches or so of stepping when he puts that front foot forward, which means driving is natural to his game.
Yeah, plays the ball slightly. He's moving forward towards the ball. Afridi ready to come in for the fifth ball of this third over. In, and it's wide, and it's been cut and caught.
There you go.
Timed beautifully by Gill, but only to point. Went like a rocket, but straight into the hands of the fielder, and it's 23 for 1.
Shadab Khan, I think, and it is 23 for 1.
And 130,000 people have gone dead quiet.
Very, just
that's a catch.
Not necessarily an attempt to loft the ball over the field, but unable to keep it down and taken at a really quite comfortable height. 16 all four. Pace. Yeah,
it was still a very good catch because it was travelling at such a speed it would almost reach the boundary on the full.
You said 160,000 people would have all gone quiet, but 160,000 people are all going to get really very loud about who's going to come in next for India.
Is it that new bloke?
Yeah. New
camera
kid,
bloke.
New kid on the scene.
Does he have a sort of? I imagine him walking to the wicket with kind of a makeup artist and his own personal cameraman on one of those trolley dolly things that they take they push the cameras around on.
First ball for Kohli is driven, but can only find mid-off.
We should celebrate the new fellow, shouldn't we?
Yes, it's the end of the over, so jingle.
The Indian says signals that they'll knock us on her ass. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenge, it's the beating we don't need. He lets loose all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match is dead and our doom is for rat. And Jamie Warner rides around and says, Kohli's the cat, Kohli's the cat. Kohli's the cat.
13,000 runs isn't bad. Jay says, I normally do prioritise guerrilla cricket. I just got entranced and bewitched by the beautiful shining lights. Also, I've found a huge new medium to get enraged about, even if it weren't in the Modi Dome. I'm glad you found something else to vent at.
Hassan's first ball of his second over is locked back to the bowler and there is no run.
Sorry.
It was a good attempt at a cut. I mean, I know what he was trying to do. He was trying to lift it over backward point, but instead he just found him. And, well, one down.
9 to go if you're Pakistan. Sin Ali is in. This is cut away by Rohit. And like the sword of Zorro, flash of the blade, and 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Tyrone Power, I think, was the original Zorro in the Mask of Zorro, wasn't he, Messrs? I mean, never mind all this Antonio Banderas crap. It was Tyrone Power originally, from memory.
Well, that may well be. When I saw the Zorro type things on a Saturday morning, I never knew who the actors were. I just went and watched them.
Pretty sure it was Tyrone Power. I'm sure someone will tell me if I'm wrong, which I frequently am.
It attempted a pull, a short-armed pull, but no contact made. This, Tony, I think went very close to the off stump.
I think it did. It didn't get up that much. Now, I mean, the interesting thing here is everyone felt that the...
I think he's got an inside edge on that.
It bounced short enough of the keeper, but nonetheless, everyone thought the black soil pitch here was going to be a batsman's paradise, but I'm not sure it is, you know.
I don't think it is as well. Slower ball by Hassan, just defended by Rowan. 27 for 1, 2 balls left of this 4th over. Did you like watching Zorro on a Saturday morning?
I liked getting out of house on a Saturday morning. I mean, it was Zorro, it was cowboys, it was Smarties being rolled down the aisle. You know, it was everything that sixpence on a Saturday morning could buy you.
What sweet innocent times you lived in, Messrs.
Indeed.
So it would appear this one lent through mid-wicket, and there is a vacant gap, a vast yawning chasm at mid-wicket, which would annoy the bear, but that's meant that this has gone to 4.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Did you say Sweeties being rolled down the aisle? Or Smarties?
Yeah.
What was that?
I don't know that they were Smarties. I think they were round ones. I can't remember what they were.
And this was a game you
This
played,
was in the days we didn't have television, of course. So, you know, movies, something else.
Last ball of this over, defended back to the bowler, and in these wafts of nostalgia, India are 31 for 1 after 4 overs.
I'll tell you what I remember. In the days when they used to have like 2-tiered cinemas, and there'd be the circle and the stalls. It was always fun to sit near the front, and if you could pick a gentleman with, shall we say, receding hair or a nice bald patch, you could chuck your sweets and try and bounce them off him, and then sit back, because when he turned round, all he could see is darkness above him and would have no idea where they came from.
So that is England, Tony Bishop, after all. Now you're confessing to your dreadful inner demons, Tony.
Might have done that occasionally as a wee lad.
If you've been affected by any of the issues raised in Gorilla Cricket. Freedy in. Oh, what a lovely time to drop by Coley. No real power in it. It looked gorgeous from the back. It's had mid-on and mid-off scrambling. And between them, they've limited it all to a single.
Well, the thing is now, of course, being a gentleman who perhaps has less, on top than I once had, I always look nervously over my shoulder if I'm sitting in the stalls in a cinema, just in case, even if there isn't an upstairs. It's like a natural nervous reaction to think some kid's going to try and bounce a jelly bean off my head.
Oh, well, that's justice. That's just restorative justice.
Yeah, karma is a circle. As this is short-armed, jabbed full again by Rowett. This time there is someone at mid-wicket who's able to stop the ball and prevent a single.
Oh, dear.
As we see some executives in the crowd.
Yeah, it's certainly filling up. Well, I can see Surav there. Surav Ganguly on the far right. So he's obviously got a group of luminaries that he is keeping entertained.
Slower ball. Rowett defends just outside the off stump.
Sorry. Jay's letting his imagination run wild. He says, I was complaining about dull dinners if one were in Virat's head. But can you imagine an Afridi family breakfast? God did not create enough Bloody Marys to get me through that.
Well, Shaheen Shah Afridi. I don't know if he'd be boring. His breakfast would be quite fun, I would have thought. He's an entertaining chap.
Is that Jay's weapon of choice for breakfast? Bloody Mary.
Depends, I suspect.
Yeah. 2 at the weekend. This time going around the wicket. This has been taken off the outside half of the bat of Rowett as he tries to charge down and play over the bowler's head. It's gone down to third man for a single, bringing Coley back onto strike.
Yeah, it's good use of the feet, but where he was aiming that, which I would have imagined was through extra cover, perhaps that one just on him just that little bit quicker, but he was skipping down towards it.
I've noticed that Rowett's movement is so late. We talked a little bit about you can be too premeditated.
Oh, that's horrible.
This might be a wide one. It is a wide, as Afridi carries on the around the wicket experiment.
So umpires spread your wings and call wide.
Yeah, he was trying to take the pace off it, I think, and tempt to row it, but he just threw it too wide to do it.
Yes, he did. Total's on 34. Afridi will attempt to bowl the 5th ball of this over again.
It was Coley, I
and
beg your pardon.
defended by Coley. Just 1 ball left in this 5th over.
Thing is now, with Coley actually batting, what are they going to do where are they going to cut the camera to avoid the action that actually happened? Or do you think they will just literally just stay on Virat? So even if Rohit smashes a massive 6, you'll have a quick look at what Kohli thought about it before it reaches the boundary.
I'm sure we will.
I've got some comments on that in a second. Is a wide one outside the off stump. 1 Kohli cover drive equals 4 runs.
You ask where I live, is the address I give. The phone.
Well, there was the debate earlier, and probably still going on, which was Barber or Kohli, who has the best cover drive.
Wow.
Admittedly, that was thrown wide enough for him to do it, but that was sumptuous.
It was a thing of beauty, wasn't it?
Yeah. You see it all the time in Middlesex, though, don't you, Tim? Like that?
Well, a couple of years. Farong says, you aren't thinking of the old Jaffers there, are you, Messi? Well, I think Jaffers are very much an Australian thing, so I don't think it was Jaffers. Well, if the match finishes earlier than planned, any chance of calling the Wimbledon-Bradford City match? Absolutely not. The only person, Grillo, who cares about that is at the match.
Hassan comes in to bowl the first ball of his 3rd over. Lovely drive. Uppish out just past the bowler, but stopped by mid-off, and there's just a single.
It's a very acrobatic piece of fielding by Hassan Ali. He practically cartwheels as he attempted it. I don't think he was ever seriously going to stop it, but by Jove, the action was worth watching.
If I tried to do that, I would need to be substituted off by a stretcher. 2 men outside the circle for Hassan Ali are fine leg and 3rd man.
They've also bolstered the offside. They brought an extra man into the offside to try and block that cover drive.
Slightly back of a length from Hassan and defended by Cole down to mid-off.
So you've gone from sort of a 4-5 field to a 5-4 now.
Yeah. As we see the lovely drive and hose held to finish the previous over. Must be good to be that good at something. Hassan Ali in again. More of a defensive shot this time towards point or cover. Brings us halfway through the 6th over.
I think that one just came on him just a tad quicker than he was expecting. He seemed to be almost surprised by it. You always know when something interesting's been released into the X of stroke Twitterverse, because Messrs chuckles.
Ali in again, another defensive shot into the covers.
And that ring of 5 doing its job. Okay, don't keep it yourself now, Messrs. Do we have to
okay, well, it's Perko making me laugh. He says, the bishop expecting retribution from on high.
Very good, yes. The throwing of whatever the sweetie of choice was. Minstrels or Smarties. Smarties
You
were
wouldn't-
good because they were quite
you wouldn't-
hard and
You wouldn't
pellet-like.
waste a Mistral on throwing, would you? As that one is driven with a bit more power, well timed, but extra cover is in the circle and slightly closer, which meant that there was no room for it to go for 4. And just a single off this Hassan Ali over, stemming the bleeding of runs somewhat, but nowhere near enough. It's not about runs, it's about wickets for Pakistan.
Yeah.
Last ball of this over, slower delivery, just teasing Kohli into a shot that he laughs about it as he realises that at 70 miles an hour he might not have been expecting that. But that's the end of the over.
Yeah, it was a complete
39.
cross-seam delivery, and it did the job and completely foxed Virat, who
Well,
saw the funny side of it.
related. Yeah, well, Sudahu says this pitch is a bit dodgy. Bowl short of a length and wait for the bad bounce to get a wicket. Yeah, it's just there's not a lot of the bad bounce, I suspect. Mog says even if Kohli is on the ground, they can always cut the highlights of Kohli standing around doing something. I'm sure they will. I'd suspect they've got a few recorded highlights of Kohli somewhere too. Sherry J says India is looking as dangerous as Australia of 2003 and 2007 World Cups. They ought to be super unlucky to lose out this World Cup. I don't disagree.
Again, a short ball, and you do not bowl short to Rohit Sharma, and he's pulled it, timed it sweet as a nut for 6.
Certainly did.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Yeah, can't recommend doing that. There's only like 10 years worth of experience to back that up as well. As Afridi is in, and this is just chopped down towards third man, but backward point swoops in, prevents the single. But 6 off the first ball, you feel like the job's done, don't you?
It's a real shame that there's not a decent target to chase, isn't it?
Well,
questions will be asked, I think, because we were promised a run fest to delight the watching millions.
Billions, in fact, as this one is again across the Rohit, Afridi going across the over the wicket. It's gone into the covers eventually. It's a sharply taken single by Rohit and Kohli, nearly overthrows as well. Got a good stop right on the edge of the circle.
Yeah,
Imam doing the fielding.
Imam ul Haq, and he was very lively about his work there. Wimbledon's keeper this afternoon will need to be doing the same, I suspect. Mind you, I don't know how good Bradford are these days. Clearly not as good as they once were, or else they wouldn't be playing Wimbledon.
Short again, and Kohli pulls this, but doesn't necessarily time it well. But there's no deep square leg, and once it beats the cover fielder, once it beats the fielder on the edge of the circle, that's only going to go for 4, and that's 50 up for India.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Didn't get all of it, Tone.
No, again, it didn't come up as much as he thought it would do, and it's slightly bottom edged it to pull it away, but it means that after 6.4 overs, it's 50 for 1.
We all might be done a little earlier than anticipated, because this one is wide, and what a cover drive this is. 1 Kohli cover drive equals 4 runs.
Oh, sorry, yes, it's all go. I was trying to worry about the highlights. Here we go. 4 runs, one of these, definitely.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
But there it was again.
In front of himself. how far in front of his body is he playing that shot? That's just a lesson there.
The expression of Barber was quite telling there. Just almost sunk to his knees in despair. And what's this over gone for?
This over's gone
15,
for
15 so far.
Yeah. A 3D with figures of 1 for 32, 54 for 1. Only 6.5 overs. Last ball, and it turns towards mid wicket. There is a mid wicket in place. And if this was a boxing match, Pakistan may not be in a position to defend themselves for much longer.
Well, don't forget, the opening pair for Pakistan did put on a decent start. They were 41 for 1 and then 73 for 2.
But India's got a much better batting order, I'd suggest.
Well, that's true. And equally, the power play, they were 49 for 1, weren't they? And India already ahead of that with 3 overs of it left.
And they are all out for 192.
Jay says it's Shaheen's father-in-law who gives me the breakfast fear, and he says solidarity with Alan. If I attempted that, I would cartwheel myself into a savage beating and a coma. He also says minstrels were posh as fuck. Now you doubly disgust me, Bishop.
Yeah, did you take the minstrels in, or did you get them as part of picking?
They was what sprang to my mind. Not that they. To be honest, I'm not sure I'd have ever been daft enough to launch anything as nice as a minstrel, because, as you rightly say, they were A, more expensive, B, very chocolatey, and C, I'm not sure they were around when I was at my finest sweetie throwing phase in cinemas. So all of which might be reasons that they probably weren't minstrels, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's going to be a change in the bowling.
Licorice all sorts I would have thrown because I couldn't stand them.
Oh, well, some were all right.
We're going to jingle up the new bowler?
We are in just a short second. It's Mohammed Nawaz. Here he is.
Nawaz.
The winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this sun
of Pakistan.
I love that.
It is funny. Now was the winter of our discontent.
That was definitely Olivier, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now is the winter of our discontent. Nawaz, left arm around the wicket, tucked away behind the corner on the leg side by Rowett. That's going to be a single, and the total moves to 55. Nawaz taking his sweet time, probably knowing they're not going to use all 50 overs, so take your time with it all. Slightly back of a length. Kohli's able to quite comfortably push this ball down to long off, and there'll be a single.
I mean, there is a commercial issue, don't forget. I mean, let's say India chase these down in 25, it's not beyond the farm, well, possibly even less. I mean, they're 25% of the way there now already, aren't they?
Certainly are. Push from Rowett to this third ball.
That's a lot of people who have played top dollar for advertising space and promotional messaging and everything else that they're not going to get full value for.
Well,
my heart bleeds.
That's what you get. That's what you get for advertising on sport. Rowett comes down the track, flicks this over mid wicket, and it's gone the distance.
As it ever, that was an absolutely gorgeous shot, and it's gone for one of these.
Damn! That six is on fire.
Rowett, considering how he played in the last game as well as this one, it's difficult to say he looks in the form of his life because he's been in such good form at times before, but he does seem to be, commentators curse here, he makes this look really easy, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely.
No. Down the leg side, Rowett fails to make contact, it thuds into the pad miles outside the off stump, and Rowett looks skyward as if that's 6 runs that he's failed to get.
Well, you're right, he's been in very decent form. Obviously 131 against Afghanistan. He's a great Asia Cup. Average 49, passed 53 times in that. Yeah, he's in fine touch.
Last ball of this 8th over. Again, onto the leg side. Again, pushed through mid-wicket. There is a deep square leg now in place, and that will limit things to a single. But 9 off the over. And there just doesn't look to be wickets coming anywhere. Jez, what's everybody else saying?
Sherry J says the only thing that is interesting in this World Cup is your coverage. Matches are boring and one-sided. No adrenaline rush till now, not even once. Well, the Pakistan chase of Sri Lanka was quite interesting. Pokey, but thank you for your compliment, Sherry. Iced Gems, the lowest form of sweetie to be thrown, says Pokey. And
you'd never get any distance with an iced gem, would you?
Yeah. Well, that's probably true, actually.
Well, they're quite hard, though. They're quite hard little things, ice gems. So that you might like a bullet.
Pear drops would fly well too.
They would.
God, yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant pear drops there for a second. I'd be like, that's a lethal weapon from the other day.
Well, also they're horrible. So the only reason you'd buy them is to chuck at somebody else, I would imagine, a pear drop.
Again, if you bought pear drops in a pick and mix, the strategy's all on. It's going to be Harris Rowett to start. His 10 over spell comes in, defended by Rowett. Shall we jingle up?
We can. It's billed here as Harris Rowett brackets less sweary. So I don't know what the original was like, but there we go.
How disappointing.
I think that's Mog true to form and in the sort of grindcore style, isn't it?
I think so. Raffin again, and it just swung through the line by Rowett. No forward movement, no backward movement, only the movement of the ball behind the bowler, and that has gone again the distance for 6.
He launched that. That was huge.
His timing is amazingly good, isn't it?
Well, again, it was just short enough, but he takes a very positive forward step, even to the quicker bowlers, which does suggest the ball by and large is not getting up much. Not a lot has tickled ribs or even belly buttons so far, which suggests there isn't a huge amount of life in this pitch, and there's not a lot of pace necessarily, but you have to bowl very accurately, and Pakistan, knowing that they've got this such a tiny total to defend, have been thrown out of whack by a class batting act, that's for sure.
Certainly is. 69 for 123 more needed. Just the 41 overs to get them in, as this is a full toss. Belt driven, and they'll eventually go for a single, and Foley's diving and just in, I think.
It was yes, no after you, and eventually it was yes, but it was Kohli who would have been in trouble. His makeup artist is going to have to get out there because he's now covered in all kinds of muck.
Well, it was almost too well. Oh,
he was gone.
He would have been out.
He was gone if it had hit.
Yeah. And it wasn't his call, it's Rowett's call, because Kohli has to turn his head to see it. If Rowett says it's on, it's on. He's ball watching.
Hands on heads all around. That was pretty close. Do you think he has a retoucher? So after the game, he's not all covered in mud. His outfit is pristine light blue, as opposed to all sort of muddy as it now is.
I don't think anything would stick to Kohli anyway. He'll face on 14, and a mistimed inside half of the bat means that an off drive eventually ends at mid-wicket, and they'll take a single.
I think Pakistan's biggest problem here is that the Bear's not due back till the 21st over with his wicket-taking powers, and by then it'll almost be over.
Can you imagine the Bear and Shelley on together?
God.
That would basically just, you'd have sides all out for about 5. Although Shelley, her theory is that she has to actually be in the studio for it to happen, and statistically, she's only been in the studio once.
This one wide outside the off stump, and Rowett has launched this. Launched it over cover. And launched it over the boundary sponge and the fence and about 10 rows of people. What a shot that is.
I don't think they're going to hang about. That was an amazing shot.
Nobody's going to be asking for their money back if this keeps going.
Well, maybe that's it. If you can't make it last, make it incredibly exciting for a short time, and that seems to be the plan.
To quote from Gladiator, he has every right to stand in the middle and shout, "Are you not entertained?"
That's very true.
He is 44 off 28 balls.
I wonder if a CGI image of Oliver Reed is watching him somewhere then in the crowd.
I hope so.
Sort of superimposed onto someone else's body.
The partnership is 54 off 37 deliveries. Last ball of this over, just defended. And at the end of 9, it's 77 for 1.
Oh dear. Kieran Roseblade says, Ray the promised Runfest. Thank goodness it isn't. Runfest literally means road wicket with nothing for bowlers. That's sort of true, yeah. Siddhu says that was a class shot. I think he was referring to Kohli's off drive, but there have been a few since then too.
Yeah.
And Kieran says maybe it is a road and Pakistan just can't drive proper. Maybe that's right.
Potentially. We see that because of the 2 sixes that Rowett's hit, that he's moved to 301 sixes in ODIs, which again is a meaningless stat, Jez. I know you like your meaningless stats.
Yes. Oh, there are lots of meaningless stats available in cricket. In fact, I think it's probably the biggest source of meaningless stats anywhere in the world.
87.4% of all cricket stats are meaningless. As Hassan Ali is in, he's changed ends. Defended by Kohli to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Could have a change at the end of this over, Tony?
I believe we are. I think Nestlers is going to come back. It was supposed to be me, but I think Nestlers has come all the way. Not on his bike for once.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen him for so long. We want to maximise Nestlers' time, so he's going to slide into the social seat as opposed to me for the next spell.
Hassan Ali in. But too wide and able to be half stopped. I thought it was driven through the covers, half stopped in the covers. And Saud doing the stopping or half stopping.
And it's
Joe Grover says, "Oh my word! I've just had 2 messages on my frigging private network saying that this match was a false flag operation. These are intelligent people."
Score is 78 for 1.
And I think it's going to be the return of Kartik. And it's going to be the considerably tall and recently birthdayed frame of Steve Jones.
Is Kartik in the green room? As this one is dabbed down towards third man by Rowett. He'll move to 45.
That said, no, he's not. So he's going to need to be in fairly soon. If not, we'll have a little shuffle-a-roo and see what happens.
Oh Lord, Bishop the ad man has to see the commercial issue. I loathe you with the force of 1,000 suns, Tony. You suck all the innocence and joy from the world. I remember rhubarb and custard sweets got some aerodynamic traction, by the way.
This one back of a length again. Oh, attempted to be dabbed down to third man, but backward point stops the single.
I mean, 113
didn't need to give a name
40.
on that tweet.
No, I'm so strongly suspecting it was from roughly in the Sheffield direction. 113 off 40 overs. I mean, it's going to be over quite early, whatever.
Yeah. And according to the win predictor, Pakistan's chances are now down to 4%.
Where did they get 4 from?
Short.
Oh,
and this is out. It is.
A nation mourns.
A nation devastated. Kohli maybe tries to pull. It's on him maybe a little quicker. It's gone all the way down to mid-on at the edge of the circle. And a comfortable catch taken. And towards the end of this power play, 1 ball left in it, India's second wicket falls.
Well. And it's this Virat Kohli. Oh my goodness me. And you have to say this.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Just mistimed it.
Hands-
Just mistimed it, didn't he? 79
Hands
for 2.
completely under the ball. It almost as if he was trying to slice it in tennis terms, Tony.
Caught by Nawaz. And Virat Kohli has gone.
Well, maybe 4% is justifiable now.
Yeah, maybe just.
Yeah. Well, was
Jay
that the
says,
end of the over?
Once again, no, one more
okay.
ball.
All right then.
Jay says, once again, I scale the heights of hypocrisy by getting annoyed by Kohli's tattoos. All of mine are far, far worse. The poor bot says, Bishop in sadistic confectionery shocker. Click here. And Warren says, is there any truth in the rumour that Shelley and Bear were on comms for the Chile women's innings in the first T20 with Argentina?
Should we jingle up the new batsman?
Yes, let's do that.
All right. I was just trying to Shreyas Iyer. Well, of course it is. Where is Shreyas? Here he is.
Diving away at the edge of the play, it's so tragic. Rolling in pain, I feel again, it's tragic.
Last ball was the power play short pitch delivery. Swayed out of the way by Shreyas. At the end of the power play, it's 79 for 2.
It is. We are going to have a change around. I am just teeing up Steve and Nestlers.
I'll just do a couple of messages then. Sherry J says, these Pakistan bowlers are not even a shadow of their glorious past. Cricket is at its lowest in what I've seen in my 90 years of life. 90 years, Sherry. That's impressive.
That is very impressive.
Well, it's good to feel young.
As I see
dear.
Nestle boy.
Hello.
Okay, hello, Nessels. We're up to date. I shall leave you with it.
Thank you, man. We need to do the screens.
What are we hitting on here?
You know how to do it. First ball of the 11th over is going to be a leg bye down to fine leg.
Are you I'm doing ball by ball, so I will.
You're doing ball by
take
ball.
it.
I will.
Yep.
I will leave you to.
Thank you, though.
I think.
See you soon.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye for now.
Are you staying on, Al, for a bit?
No, I think I've got a break on the next one as well. So. Anyway, a lot of arm waving by the Pakistanis. Obviously, that's given them a bit of a fillip in the field. The wicket of the all-important Virat Kohli. India 80-2 in their pursuit of 192 to win this game through the power play of the first 10 overs, and it is Ralph into bowl, and this is just a push to mid-on and no chance of a run. Just watching highlights. Ooh.
It's been quite the first 10 overs, Steve.
Yes, I mean it looked like the game might be finished within 10 overs, the way that the Indians started out, but Pakistan just pulling this back a little bit. Second ball is almost played on by Shreyas onto his stumps. He manages to back paddle it away so that it doesn't actually touch the stumps, but Pakistan really got their tails up a little bit here. It's good. Harris Rauf, actually, I do like watching him bowl. It's good length Yorker, just slightly too short maybe, but Shreyas able to keep it out. So yeah, a little bit of a thought for the Indians. They were sort of galloping along, looking like they're going to get this wrapped up within in 20-25 overs or so. So is Kartik with us?
I'm here, yes, sorry.
Hi there. Good. No, good to see you.
It's the worst time for my computer to crash.
Yeah, it's one of the things we get used to at Gorillas. It happens all the time. This one is short by Ralph, goes well over Shreyas' head, and the umpire signals that's the one for the over.
Yeah, my computer crashed much like Pakistan's batting.
Yeah.
So that was an absolute debacle.
It was a bit, wasn't it?
my last stint, we were talking about them getting to 300 plus, and then, well, it went down south from there.
That didn't happen. Whereabouts are you, Kartik?
I live in Sydney.
The beautiful city. I've been there.
Yeah,
loved it.
So, big Indian cricket fans supporting India from Australia.
As long as you're supporting them, that's the main thing, Kartik. Next ball next ball from Kartik and Shreyas mistimes this. Harris Ralph comes through and tries to throw down his stumps. It wasn't really a chance of a run out, but it was a good bit of aggression from the Pakistani bowler. So,
yeah, just in case anyone's confused whilst listening, I definitely sound Australian, but I definitely do not support Australia in the cricket.
Well, yeah, they're not really doing very well either, so it's probably a good time not to be supporting them. I have to say, I can't really see anybody winning this tournament other than India at the moment. So,
look, I think.
Oh, Shreyas has sort of tennis smashed this away down to fine leg. I'm not quite sure he knew where that was going, but anyway,
a block hook.
Yeah, he's added a run to the score, and at the end of the 11th over, India have moved on to 81 for 2.
Warren says, "I think I'm either getting old, losing my mind, or both." But I am agreeing with Piers Morgan.
Oh my God!
Padded room awaits. What are you agreeing with Piers Morgan on, Warren?
Yeah,
I can't imagine.
Yeah. You must be very ill. Go and lie down.
That's a real worry.
My wife is a big fan of Piers Morgan. I really can't abide him. But anyway.
I'll never forget being at the Arsenal once.
Because he's an Arsenal fan as well, isn't he? So
he was in the corporate box at the top of the clock end, and he appeared on the balcony at half time.
Did they boo him?
He got showered in cans. Someone threw their chips and sausage at him. And it was hilarious.
Excellent.
I think it was when the stuff came out about the hacking of phones.
Oh,
allegedly, he had nothing to do with it.
Well, that's the editor of the Mirror. He didn't know about it.
Allegedly.
Bollocks. Yeah. Anyway, Hassan is back into the attack, galloping in past the umpire. This one's short of a length, and Shreyas has dismissed this quite contemptuously, just behind square on the leg side for a boundary. We haven't had one of these for a while.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Not a good ball, and easily pulled away quite comfortably for 4 more.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener there by Hassan Ali. To respond to your comment before about
India. This one is just poked away through the cover field. They add 1 to the run. Sorry, Kartik.
No, I was going to say, I think India's biggest challenge, or India's biggest challenger in this World Cup will be themselves.
Right.
Will be dealing with the pressure of a home World Cup, and obviously the pressure of winning a final. I think it's been 10 years, or we put the Asia Cup to aside, in 10 years since they've won a final in an ICC tournament. So that, I think, is going to be their biggest challenge.
Did they win
the group games? I think they'll be fine.
Yeah.
They'll be comfortable with the group games.
Did they win the last Asia Cup?
They did, yeah. I mean, obviously, resounding victory bowling out Sri Lanka for 50 in the final. But yeah, that will be the biggest challenge when they make it to the semis. Is whether they can get over the mental hurdle.
Hassan Ali in again. Rohit strokes this square on the offside, and they amble gently through to add a single to the score. The Indians moving on to 88 for 2.
But they have started well. They have started well, having said that. Quite convincing against Australia. And then obviously today as well. And, you'd expect them to be convincing against Afghanistan. So far they've started well, which is what you need, which is what you want. Long tournament though.
In again, Shreyas just nudges this to mid-on. No chance of a run. Baba barks some orders at his fielders. Whereabouts in India are you originally from, Kartik?
So I'm from the south. I'm from Andhra Pradesh. Who's from there in the current team? Actually, nobody in the current team, in the ODI team. But KS Bharat, the wicketkeeper.
Yep.
He's from down my way.
Hassan in again short of a length, and again Shrice just rocks back and pulls this behind square on the leg side. This time the Pakistanis have positioned a fielder there on the boundary, so restricts them to a single.
Actually, I was going to say Mohammed Siraj is probably the closest.
Yeah.
Hyderabad, yeah.
Jay Grover's got a serious question. Is stopping the ball hitting the wicket with your bat on the second touch not out obstruction?
Well, it's not out because he's still there. And Hassan comes in to complete the 12th over, and it's defended by Shreyas. So at end of the 12th over, India in pursuit of 192 to win are 88 for 2. Any messages?
Farong says 9 days into the World Cup, and do we already have the 4 finalists? The Black Caps, the Poms, the Saffers, and Team Tata. Well,
I agree.
England's up for debate, is it?
Well, I think they actually
so.
turned up, didn't they, for the World Cup? So in the second match, they certainly weren't there for the first game. But then little Bangladesh, they should have done, really, shouldn't they? So.
GC Naked Fun Pornbot says, Kartik planning a trip down under. Do you happen to have a spare room? And Warren tells me why he agrees with Piers Morgan, and I can understand why he agrees with Piers Morgan on this particular subject. Have we got a new bowler?
So India's current run rate 7.33, the current required rate 2.74. So and this is just flicked away by Shreyas down to the boundary for 4. It's Harris Ralph continuing with his 3rd over. Yeah, this is a loose ball, leg side, and just clipped off the bottom of the back by Shreyas here. And no one down there guarding that part of the boundary. So 4 more to the score.
Too easy for Shreyas Iyer there. He's just very much easy pickings off the pads and pick up another boundary.
Ralph in really quick. Yes, he does. He's a good bowler actually. But this one's outside off stump. Shreyas tries to punch it through the cover, so it plays it straight to the cover field. It doesn't really time it anyway. It bobbles out towards there. Dot goes into the book for Harris Ralph.
One thing about coming into the studio is I've forgotten how bright these lights are.
Yes, it's mighty hot under here, isn't it, Nestlers?
Yeah, it is.
What we suffer while we're here. Ralph and again Shreyas just rocks back, pulls this very, very comfortably, this time in front of square on the leg, but the Pakistanis have still got their fielder guarding that part of the boundary, so just 1 more to the score.
Well, they're just in that ticking over mode at the moment. Have a breather. Get the odd 1s and 2s and just...
Well, even if they get it 1s and 2s, will be over by the 30th.
Yeah,
that's true. A great rush here. Rohit tucking along quite nicely, 47 off the 33 that he's faced. He's hit 2, maybe even 3 sixes, certainly seeing the ball well. It's Ralph in, and just as I said, he's pulled that one. It hasn't gone to the boundary, this one, but in front of square on the leg side, and the fielder mops it up. He moves on to 48. Shreyas has gently moved along to 12 off the 13 that he's faced. India 94 for 2. Yeah, just showing some of Rohit's earlier sixes. They go a long way when you get hold of them, don't they? About 20-30 rows back, these
they stay hit.
Yeah. Maximum height 24 metres. I mean, that goes going up a long way. Ralph in again. Shreyas punches this on the offside, and it beats the diving man at cover point, and sweeper has to dash round. Again restricts them just to the single. 7 off this Harris Ralph 3rd over so far. 0 for 23 his figures.
Yeah, he's bowled well. He's short and sharp, but equally, as I was saying before, very quick bowler, but equally the ball can go to the boundary very quickly too. So
yeah,
it's the downside from being so quick, I suppose.
This one's outside off
figures
stump,
look like it.
and Rohit has just nudged us into the offside, and they've galloped off for a quick single. That moves Rohit on to 49 at the end of the 13th over. India 96 for 2. Any messages?
Yeah,
Nessus?
Jay tells us he remembers when he woke up and agreed with Andrew Mitchell, re Plebgate, and Piers Morgan, re gun control, and nearly had a heroin relapse. Samantha G says, oh, hang on, Steve Kelp, sorry, says Steve's ball by ball is very calming and therapeutic, and he has a great first name.
Yes, we do, mate. Yes.
Samantha G agreed. Steve should have ASMR cricket channel. Yes.
I'll work on it.
Always nice to get compliments.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Hope you are enjoying the cricket. That's the main thing. That's all we really want from all of us here at Gorilla Cricket. Kartik, you were going to say something. Sorry to interrupt.
I was going to say, I do agree with the commentary. It is very soothing.
If something exciting happens, I will try and get some excitement into my voice, but they've decided to go at the 2.43 required run rate at the moment, it looks like. Anyway, Shadab is into the attack. I don't think we've jingled him up, have we? So we will do that. And Rohit has gone to his 50 with a nudge through mid-on, and the crowd stand and applaud, and Rohit waves his bat around.
I'll do Shadab first.
Yep.
What's the matter, you? Show a little respect. The leg is spitting his heart, but he turns it off at the deck. Oh, he's not too bad. He's always got a plan. Shadab can.
That's awesome.
It's a good one, isn't it? In again, and Shreyas just nudges this to the mat at mid-off. Just getting a little bit of running practice here. Another one to the score.
I think I'll leave a 50 jingle out.
Yeah.
It's gone now.
Yeah.
It's past.
It's history.
It's history.
Maybe save for the 100.
Yeah. Shadab in again. This one turns away from Rohit as he punches it into the cover fielder. Diving extra cover fielder. Prevents them adding to the score, but a pretty looking bit of there's a bit of turn then, wasn't there?
A little bit. Yeah. A little bit of hope.
Shadab in again. This one's more leg side, and it's just jabbed square on the leg side. And again, it's an amble by the fielders to collect the ball, and an amble by the Indian batsman to add one to the score. 99 for 2 in the 14th over. It's all gone very, very quiet, really, isn't it, this game? It's
boring middle overs. Is it?
Shadab, much.
What's he saying?
Oh, we've got to hit the... Thank you!
I think you'll find that it'll be a little bit quiet now. They'll just get closer and closer to the score, and then probably when it gets to about 30 runs to go, they'll start to finish it off pretty quickly. That's my prediction.
I think we have to hit that bit there. Well, no.
I think I did it there.
Shadab in again, and this is outside off stump and stroked comfortably through the cover fielders. The sweeping boundary fielder curtails the ball hitting the boundary, and that just adds one to the score. Brings up the 101 for 2 at the end of the 14th over for India. 5 off Shadab's first over.
Jay says VVS Laxman is Hyderabad's favourite son. That and an overrated rice dish my aunties wouldn't shut up about. To be fair, it's hard to get a decent biryani in Sheffield. Is that true?
Go to Birmingham.
I always thought that decent curries up north were a thing.
Yes. Well, certainly, Midlands. I don't know about North.
But, can confirm about the Luxman comment, though.
Yeah.
He's still Hyderabad's favourite son.
Nah.
Despite big efforts from Mohammad Siraj, Luxman still has got him covered for now.
The great VV. What's he doing these days?
He's coaching, actually.
Right.
He was coaching the Indian team at the Asian Games.
Harris Ralph in, and Rohit has just said, I'm going to help myself to a duplicate of the 6 I hit off you earlier, and that's where it's gone.
It's just, I don't know.
I don't know. Shall we look?
Yeah, Rohit looks like he's in some purple patch. He's in a great bit of form at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Could very well be his World Cup.
my favourite player to watch at the moment, Kartik.
Yeah, I think
I
he's
love
setting
watching
himself
him
up
bat.
for a big tournament. Yeah.
Well, he's certainly playing a good innings here at the moment. 58 off the 40 balls he's faced has propelled India to 107 for 2. There's a conflab going on between Babar and Ralph and Afridi.
They're all going, well, you bloody bowled him. No,
yeah, but don't bowl it there.
Warren Davids has kindly given us $4.99. Thank you, Warren. Surely the other thing you want is DOS. Yes, plenty of it. You can super chat us on YouTube if you're watching that, or go to our website and Patreon us and whatever else.
Ralph in again. This is right on Rohit's leg stump, and he just punches it through the mid-wicket area, and plenty of time to add 2 to the score. Ralph is looking a little less effective in this over. He's been...
Oh, he's gone the distance. He's operating at 9.6 and over, which is
not his usual return, is it?
Standards.
Yeah, not his normal return.
Commentator's curse time here.
Yeah.
I mean, Rohit is just making this look so easy.
Ralph in again. This is a slower ball, and Rohit just wait for it. Late cuts it down to the deep third man, and again it's an amble for the Indian batsman to add another run to the score. They are enjoying watching this 6, though. They're repeating it over and over again at the moment. Must be an Indian director somewhere, Kartik, I think.
Has that gone into the into the confectionery
no doubt.
stand and out again?
The only thing left they've got now is to somehow make it about Virat Kohli and put him on screen.
Yeah, we haven't seen Virat for a little bit. I know
he's back in the pavilion. Apart from that, they do normally like to sort of hunt him out in there.
They'll find him.
Yeah,
Ralph as the game gets closer to the end.
Full ball, and Shryer strikes us back, and Ralph is able to get down and stop that. It's a good bit of fielding off his own bowling.
He looks pained.
Yeah,
I was going to say, I dare say, if as the game gets closer and closer to the end, and the result is inevitable, you'll start to see Virat Kohli come back. No doubt.
Yeah, because it's all he's doing.
He set it up.
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely. His presence is the reason why India is in this position.
Well, he's earned
His
it.
presence.
Some of his past performances. This is a good ball, right in on middle stump, and Shreyas gives it the respect it deserves. Punches it back down the ground. Consecutive dot balls here by Harris Ralph. A good return after the first 2 went for 6-2. First 3 went for 6-2 and 1.
Yeah, Shreyas has played a really good supporting act here to Rohit. He's just, kept the scoreboard ticking in the background, and when he's had an opportunity, he's taken it as well. So that's what you want.
Ralph gallops in. This is a loopy slow ball, punched him wideish mid-off, and they gallop through for a quick single, but the fielder misfields it, so in the end it's a comfortable addition of 1 to the score. India 111 for 2 at the end of the 15th over. Nestor's, any messages?
Yes, indeed. Jay says, I'm now going to have to think up 1,000 insults for Steve so he doesn't get uppity. To set myself a challenge, I can't mention his terrifying freakish height. He also confirms Birmingham yes, Sheffield no for Currys. And Warren's asking me if I'm going to be singing Zombie later today. Well,
good song.
I won't be singing it, but I hope it is sung in the stadium. It's weird how that's become the after-match song.
Is this a gorilla thing or in the World Cup?
No, it's the Irish rugby team. After the match, Zombies blared out over the speakers.
Is it the Cardigans?
No, the Cranberries.
Cranberries. It began with C.
It's quite a sort of
good song. I like it.
It is, but it's a funny song to sing at the end of a sports event. When it started, I was like, "What?"
Have you seen the state of those rugby players after a game?
Yeah, true. Maybe that is it. Yeah. But no, it's a big day for Irish rugby.
It's a big day for a lot of rugby teams. A big weekend, actually, the quarterfinals in the World Cup. All these World Cups going on all over the place. It's too much to watch. I know Bear's looking forward to his rugby matches tonight. So
Jay says, my position as Sheffield's tourism ambassador is fatally flawed as to spend most of my time telling you how shite it is. It's actually not that bad. I'll try again. Sheffield, it's not Rotherham.
True.
Is Rotherham bad? I don't know. I've never been to Sheffield, Rotherham, Doncaster.
I've been to Sheffield.
No, I've never
and
been.
around that way, and Wakefield actually. My wife's best friend family came from there, so I used to have to go quite regularly.
Most places that I've been to up north are actually sort of just for the afternoon, to back in the day watching Arsenal.
Oh right, you do know how to pain yourself, don't you, Nestlers?
I don't know. It wasn't that bad. It's not like I'm following Watford.
True, there is that. And of course, you are behind us in the table at the moment, so. Ooh.
Yeah.
I've had nosebleeds all week for that.
Amazing seeing you got rid of your best
Nothing
player.
very much is happening, by the way, which is why we're wibbling away here, because they are
Wibble is what we do.
taking drinks. End of the 15th over. India at 111 for 2.
Steve Kelp reckons you and Russ, who's one of our, could have a calm off.
A calm off.
Yeah, Russ is one of our Mooney Ponds.
Yes, Mooney Ponds boys. Yeah,
and he's very, very laid back. Fantastic sounds coming
very,
down.
very calm individual.
But he's a proper Australian, though, isn't he, Kartik?
He's a proper Australian,
Yeah.
yes. Well, I mean, I'm Australian too, I guess.
My only criticism of Mooney Ponds is I don't get to see enough cats.
Cats? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I want to see more cats on the
I'm sure they're floating around.
You get more here with Hendo and Josh, actually.
Yeah. Well, there is a cat that comes in here, the neighbour's cat, but he hasn't been in today, which has disappointed me.
He will.
He's still drinking.
Yes. So Sky just showing shots of the crowd. Looks like, is that Modi? No, it's not. No.
Is it?
Don't know. It's,
No, it's not.
He's got regalia on, so he's obviously important.
No, that's not Mahodi. That's
he's a local bigwig, is he?
He's a big dog.
Yeah.
He's a big dog. He's one of the priests, the spiritual leaders, I suppose.
Oh.
No.
Either that, or he's one of the ministers.
Or he just bought that gear in a shop.
Yes.
Yes, that's the likely third option, is to get himself on TV.
No, he certainly had a big comfortable seat as well. He wasn't exactly hemmed in, was he? So he looked. He had the air of someone important, I thought.
Correct.
So the cricket is about to recommence. Shreyas is preparing to receive the first ball of Shadab's second over. He's in and he's floated this. Not really any turn on that one, but again just jabbed away to mid-off, and they can amble through and add a single to the score.
No helmet.
No. Well, we're still looking at this very important person. Bringing. Well, I hope it's his daughter. I hope he knows her. I'm getting very comfortable. Sit on my knee.
Really worrying if it's not his daughter. He doesn't know who she is.
Shadab in again, and this is floated up and almost gets underneath Rohit's bat. I think he wasn't really expecting that, but anyway, he digs it out. Dot ball. Now he's important because the camera keeps looking at him. This one is floated outside off stump, is a little bit outside edgy from Rohit, but it has gone all the way to the boundary for a 4. Shadab looking really quite disappointed. I think he slightly got Rohit in flight there, and actually the fielder then actually dived over the ball and missed it. So always round, I think Shadab was a bit disappointed with that 4. He's in again outside off stump, and this one cuts away from Rohit. Just has to reach for it a little bit. He almost loses his balance in the crease, but fielder behind square fields it, so no run.
I can confirm he is a local minister, and in fact he's the BCCI secretary's father, Amit Shah, father of Jay Shah.
No wonder they're giving him some airtime then. Next ball from Shadab has just been punched into the offside by Rohit. No chance of a run.
Yeah, Minister of Home Affairs.
Ah.
The BJP.
This one's slightly short of a length from Shadab, and Rohit rocks back, punches it into the leg side, no chance of a run. End of the 16th over. What do we got, Mrs.?
Well, Jay says swing low, sweet chariot and Jerusalem are pretty fucking weird and all. I think condemning sectarian violence is laudable, though. Yeah, true. Yeah, that was Amit Shah, Home Minister of India and the father of Jay Shah, who runs the BCCI. Talk about nepotism.
Yeah.
Naked Fun Pornbot said, did Steve just allude to a scalping in the stands? Lolita's sugar daddy has the hair of someone important. Oh dear. Jay says, now he's groping a child. Must be a politician or a god person. All things are possible in the Modi day. No, I think he's just doing his thing. Oh wow! Some of those people really go to town on on the outfits, don't they?
Is this sort of Indian version of RuPaul or something?
There's a chap.
Yeah, it's amazing.
They keep showing with the yellow face. He's got big head and big painted yellow face. Classic.
Ooh. Yeah, he's a big
Nawaz back into the attack. Tries to jab this into the mid-wicket area, but I think Rohat and Shras got themselves in a little bit of a mix. There was plenty of time for a single there, but they didn't take it. Rohit, I think, apologising to Shras for his tardiness in leaving his crease.
Would you like a jingle?
Go on.
No, I was.
It's the winter of our discontent, made glorious summer by this sun.
Of Pakistan.
Next ball is another dot ball, just punched to the fielder.
I love our jingles, they're great.
Yeah, it's a good one. Nawaz in again. And Shreyas has actually managed to pierce the ring of fielders to get his single, and Rohit's agreed and jogged down to the other end. So,
or as Forthy likes to say, he's penetrated the inner ring.
Yeah, well, Pornbot's on, so I'm being very careful about what I say. So. Come on, Rohit, get yourself to 100 quickly, and then we can all go and watch the rugby.
Go on, go mad.
Nawaz, left arm over, and elegant stroke from Rohit, but straight to the fielder, so no chance of a run.
That man was portraying a Hindu god with that makeup.
Oh,
and dress,
really?
Says Mike. Yeah.
Right. It was very, very impressive.
It was.
So.
It's taken a
Must
lot
take
of time.
hours to, do. Nawaz in again right on middle stump, and Rohit punches it to the same fielder.
And all we do over here is dress up as a banana or something.
What amazes me is how they wear all that stuff in the heat.
Oh.
Nawaz again, and this one is a punch to a very, very deep long on, and they've added a single. So at the end of the 17th over, India are 118 for 2.
Dear, Steve Kelk is nodding off. Well, I mean,
we're trying to keep awake, but
they don't have to do a lot today.
No. I think
this has kind of just fizzled out quite a bit, hasn't it, this match? It was exciting when Pakistan was collapsing, but it just seems like India is just walking home.
I mean, Pakistan started off quite well.
Have India not heard of net run rate? Come on, boys. This is a chance to really put the knife in.
I think they've still got plenty of time for that.
True.
Anything before 35 overs, I think, will still be a fairly significant win.
Shadab continues. Rohit rocks back to a ball slightly short of a length and just punches it to the deep cover field. Wazim is the fielder there, just lobs it back in the... Everyone's sort of moving around at sort of half speed here, aren't they?
Yeah.
Indians, Pakistanis. We're back on this, back on the gentleman in the stand, the minister. Minister of Health, did you say, Kartik?
Minister of Home Affairs.
Home Affairs.
Minister of Home Affairs, yeah. And the father of the current BCCI secretary.
Amit Shah.
So basically he's the guy that runs the BCCI.
Yeah.
With his son as his puppet.
Oh, he's giving us Churchillian V signs now. This is he obviously thinks that victory is assured. Anyway, Shadab is in, and Rohit has heard me and has decided to launch this. Sorry, has actually heard me and has launched us for one of these.
Six.
Lovely shot, foot down the track, big arcing swing of the bat, off the middle, and that was straight back over the bowler's head and into the. Well, it would have gone into the stand, but actually it was where the groundsmen bring all their stuff out, where it landed. Should have been. Well, he bowled a slightly quicker one.
Ooh.
He did, and Shresh dummied to come down the track, then rocked back, played it out off stump, played and missed through to the wicketkeeper. A little bit of excitement for the Pakistanis, but not really a chance of hitting the bat. Should have jogs in. Oh, this one is a horrible short one.
Oh.
Hit square and hard on the offside, and I think it actually hit the fielder's knee rather more than his hand. Is it Baba?
Yeah.
He's moving around, gingerly holding his hand. But anyway, the upsup of all that, it was no run. Should have gone to a boundary somewhere, but Shreyas missing out. Should dab in again. And this one's given a bit of respect, punched in front of the man at cover point, which is Baba, and he's still holding his hand. It's obviously caused him some pain. Adds 1 to the score, and India at the end of the 18th over 126 for 2.
Well, as predicted, Naked Fun Pornbot says, fourthies in the ring, let's not go there.
Mhm.
It's not as exotic as it sounds. But, yeah, it's all getting a bit... it's like the agreed single, it's almost like the agreed result.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like, oh well. Which is a bit of a shame, considering the build-up.
Yeah, it was big.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, I mean, it usually is for an India-Pakistan game, and I mean, hey, let's not rule out a twist because they typically do happen. You're expecting India to win from here, but never say never.
And there's an example of it. Nawaz is back in to bowl his third over, and ball just turns away from Nawaz, from Shreyas, and quite a pushable bit of turn is off the outside edge. Flashes away to cover point, but a lot of oohs and ahs from the Pakistanis. This one's given more air, more flight, and hit straight back to Nawaz, who misfields it, but no chance of adding anything to the score.
Difficult to concentrate in these moments for the batsman.
Can be.
Yeah, you're drifting off almost.
Nawaz in again, and punched by Shreyas to the extra cover region. Babar barks some more orders to his bowlers, his fielders. 3-dot ball so far in this Nawaz over. This one again is slightly short of a length. Punched again into the extra cover area, but the fielder has to actually run to field it, and it gives the batsman a chance to take the single.
Yeah, a couple of wickets here and there could certainly start to make the Indian cap a bit nervous, but they're still a bit comfortable right now.
Was in again, and Rohit just comes forward and punches us down the ground to the man at long on, and they trundle through for another single. The Indian score moves on to 128 for 2 in pursuit of 192 to win. 31.1 overs remaining, so I don't think that's really the issue. They don't lose their wickets. Nawaz floats this one up, and Shreyas gives us a fairly full swing of the bat, but man at long off jogs around. So 3 dots, 3 singles. India 129 for 2. Messages?
Yeah, Jay said he just went to get a drink, and that BJP Banshoud is giving the bees not enough rum in the world. Warren wants to know predictions of the winners of the quarterfinals, and that's in the Rugby World
The rugby,
Cup.
yeah.
Ooh.
I'm going for a Northern Hemisphere shutout.
Really?
Yep.
Blimey.
That
Yeah, I was
means
gonna
England,
say that's,
Ireland, Wales and France winning, if that helps.
I think Ireland All Blacks is going to be close.
I think they'll all be France, South Africa will be a cracking game.
Yeah.
But France are at home, so I'm hoping that'll mean something. Anyway, it's Shadab continuing, and this is a full banger to Schreiers, who getting flicks it away, doesn't take advantage of dispatching this either out of the ground or to the boundary, but the man at long on just jogs around and fills it. Another single goes on to the score. This is a partnership. Do we have to do something here? Yeah. It's the 50 partnership between Shreyas and Rohit. Shadab in again. Rohit goes for the big barley mow there and misses the ball, and it's taken by the keeper. Was not a very elegant looking shot at all there. Not Rohit's normal elegance there.
No, that was a bit of a sort of trying to heave it out of the stadium sort of shot, wasn't it?
Shadab, this one's horribly short, and again Rohit's paid a fairly extraordinary shot at it. A sort of a topspin forehand, really. But anyway, it's disappeared to the deep leg field, and they've managed to add 2 to the score. It's a bit of a gallop here, 2 runs in one ball.
Somehow he's managed to pull that from almost first slip out to mid wicket.
Yeah.
That was.
I mean, it was a little bit of turn, and the ball kept a little bit low, which is why I think Rohit was ended up playing a fairly strange looking shot. This one is outside off stump, moving away from Rohit, but he just punches it to the man that sort of a little bit more behind square than just cover point. But, anyway, it doesn't get past Babarazan, who's fielding there. It's a dot ball. Goes for the paddle shot, and he's managed to beat the man in the ring. Who gets to the ball to stop it, and in his efforts to palm it back, just bashes it against his own arm, and Afridi takes it over the rope with him for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
That was a bit.
Yeah, he did all the hard work there, didn't he? And
hit his trailing
elbow,
arm.
yeah. So.
It's a good job Gary's not here. He doesn't like them flailing into the
ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, no.
What, they might hurt themselves?
Yes, exactly.
Sorry, Kartik.
That's the same momentum just kept going.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a full banger, and Rohit has said, "Yep, that is going into the ground," and it is.
My God. That deserved that Mog jingle.
So that's the end of the 20th over. We're due a swap around here.
I
would give you the score, but they've just taken it off the screen. So I'm sure
142 for 2.
142 for 2. Thanks to you very much, Kartik. I will see you later.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
What's that? What were you trying to say to me? Turn to the microphone so I can hear you. Round the wicket comes Nawaz. Third over. Smash! Back over his head by Rohit. Is he going to make it? Yes, he's made it. It's another one of these. That's extraordinary. Rohit has decided. Oh, by the way, Steve, there was a glasses case. Yeah. We'll find it later. Yeah, that's smashed back over the head of the bowler for another 6. I think that's what, 3 sixes in the last 6 balls or so. We'll take that, eh? But that was Shreyas. It wasn't even Rohit. This one he's more circumspect about. Just drives it out into the deep. We'll get a single. 44 runs required. 43 runs now required of 29.4 overs. They're going to walk
Still here.
this.
Looks like Ayaz hasn't arrived yet, so I'm happy to.
Oh, Ayaz has
continue
arrived.
on,
I just haven't let him in. There you go.
Oh, right.
Let him in now.
Okay. There you
People who leave and come back, it's very inconsiderate. We have to remember.
Enjoy.
Thanks.
Cheers.
See you later. All right, Ayaz, welcome back. Nawaz around the wicket. And this time Rohit just pushes it out into the offside. There is no run.
I thought I would avoid my stint here. The way
Yeah,
the
well,
was.
we all thought that was going to be the case. We were kind of hoping for it, weren't we? I don't think we'll be here for the full stint. Not at this rate, anyway. Nawaz around. Smashed into the outfield. Square. Fielder can't get around. Does get around. Oh, no. Right, I'm going to describe that because that's a bit weird. So it was driven square by Rohit. Out towards the boundary. Actually, the fielder did a pretty good job of getting around there, but he was sliding towards the sponge, so he stopped the ball and then sort of dived over the ball with his sponge and then hopped over the boundary. When hopping over the boundary, he used his foot to kick the sponge back onto the ball, and therefore it's 4 runs. Is that a pretty good explanation?
He dived,
so.
he stopped it, the other hand flicked it, he steps over the sponge, he's tripped over the sponge, and the sponge was then kicked into the ball. Yeah, bang on.
Bang on. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
And it was 150 up,
and
by
it
the
was
way.
150 up. 153 for 2 after 20.4 overs. Next ball is played up to mid on no run.
Rohit Sharma is emulating his exploits in the last World Cup. Multiple centuries.
He's really on it, isn't he? He had a good innings in the last game. Did he score? Has he scored 100 yet? He did score 100, didn't he, in that game? Or did he fall just short?
Against Afghanistan, he scored 100.
That's driven up to mid off just a single.
And then in the last World Cup, he scored 300s on the trot?
Yeah, and he scored 5 in total. Is that live?
5 in total.
Live. And then got out for 1 or none in the semi-final, as I pointed out earlier, when it mattered.
Yeah.
He was imperious. He was really imperious in that last World Cup until that bit. And he's doing the same here. Loves playing in World Cups. Showing around Rasmus his bicep. Lovely.
Oh, we got a bit of a break for a towel down and a general refresh. So I don't know if Nessa's had read out Farong's note, which was runs scored per over, excluding this match. South Africa averaging the highest, won't be a surprise, 7.39. Sri Lanka 6.7, which is a surprise. New Zealand 6.6, England 6.46, Bangladesh, then you drop massively to under 5, 4.6, and Afghanistan and Netherlands tied on 4.28, and Australia 3.76.
What's this for?
This is average runs per over.
Oh, right.
In this World Cup to date.
Australia have been extraordinarily poor.
You've got to balance that out a little bit.
With who they played?
Well, they played India and somebody else who was
you've
good.
Got to think if you're going to win the tournament, you're going to. They played 2 strong sides. You've got to put up a better bloody fight of it against 2 strong sides.
Well, I agree with that. Jay Grover said, I've just got, I presume, or bought a bunch of wind-up Halloween toys. They're adorable. If Gary were there, I might get cross enough to wake up. Okay. How appropriate Bear is on the end of this, for the end of this. If it is the end, but we suspect it will be, so that was Warren.
Could be over and over.
Jay Grover, it's lovely hearing Tony and the Bear in Concord. I do hate it when they fight.
I don't fight, I just tell him what to do.
And I say fuck off.
Yeah, exactly.
And ignore you.
Yeah.
Job done.
And then I get upset. That's worked down to the long leg for a single. Warren Davis has been in touch with a super chat. I don't know if we've read that out.
Not yet.
Surely the other thing you want is Dosh. That's right, Warren. And you know how you can give us Dosh? You can super chat, just like Warren has. And say hello to us on YouTube and give us some money that way. You can become a patron at patreon.com/GorillaCricket. Lots of extra little goodies there. You can donate. Play the GPL. That's dug into the pitch by Shaheen and just defended by Shreyas Iyer. There's no one. Do we actually have anybody enter the GPL today? I'll have a look.
In the meantime,
we did.
We did, but I don't suppose anyone was pitching it quite as
low
as it's going to be.
Lowest score was 573, which is no. That's not going to happen.
Steve was getting a lot of love for his laid-back approach on YouTube.
Yes, he's very laid back. That's in full. Oh, wow. Now, Shreyas Iyer has driven that up to mid-off. Badly explained there. It was very full by Shaheen Afridi. He drove it up to mid-off and then set off straight away, but it was going quite quickly to mid-off. If the throw had been accurate, it would have been very close. He probably would have been home. One run.
I can quickly read
After
you a
all
couple
that.
of them. Samantha G says, agreed, Steve should have his ASMR cricket channel. Stephen Russ says, Stephen Kelk says, Stephen Russ could have a calm off. Samantha G, my feed is seems to be about 10 seconds behind Guerrilla Cricket's, despite both being live.
Well, there you go. We have a wicket. Rohit Sharma is out. It's come to an end. He's not going to get a ton today. Slower ball by Shaheen Afridi, and it's just lobbed up to mid-wicket. Totally mistimed shot. Bottom hand came off the ball, off the bat. He's just knocked it up to mid-wicket. Who was that who caught it? I couldn't see who that was.
Iftikhar caught it.
It was Iftikhar. Iftikhar caught it. We have to say goodbye to Rohit. 86 off of, how many balls is that? 63, I think. Anyway, let's give him a jingle. Let's play him that one.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
63 deliveries. It was 63 deliveries. So India 156 for 3.
Surely there's not a twist in this tale.
No,
it had to be a heck of a twist, but
well, if that twist happens, it'll be one of the most exciting games of cricket you'll ever see, and will probably be a win by 1 run. Would be a suggestion.
There you go.
Mind you, you know, yeah, they could be in cahoots.
Ooh, steady. What do you reckon, Ayaz? It's been a poor showing from Pakistan, but there's something in the wicket still, isn't there? There is something that's not quite bringing the ball onto the bat every time as you'd want it.
Yeah, I mean, look, both the except for the Shubman Gill wicket, both of the wickets have been mistimed shots of short of a length, kind of, just back of a length deliveries. So, and this is how also the Indian fast bowlers bowl. They were just bowling back of a length. Also got a lot of wickets of cutters and things which just seamed off the wicket, moved to the wicket.
Yep, indeed. What a new batsman is the King legend himself. It's KL Rahul.
That is very good.
Yeah, KL Rahul. He's done all right recently.
He played a King Legend shot to finish that game against Pat Cummins.
Yeah, he got upset. He got upset when he didn't get to 100 in that other game as well, didn't he? Because he hit a 6. He drives that first ball back past the bowler. No timing, and it's only as far as mid-off. Well, I mean, Rohit's done his job, and he's done the team's job, really. I mean, they need 36 off 170 deliveries. 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, I think Pakistan tried to go to that back of a length technique strategy, but the thing is Rohit Sharma is so good on anything, even a bit short. He just kept hitting them into the stand.
That's the problem, isn't it? You get it slightly wrong and slightly short, then you get hammered into the stands, as you say. Worked nicely off his hit by KL Rahul, get himself off the mark. Out to deep mid wicket. He gets a single. 22 overs gone, 157 for 3. Tone.
Yes, Samantha G had said, my feed seems to be about 10 seconds behind Guerrilla Cricket's despite both being live. It's like the bear is speaking to me from the future. Stephen Kelk says, can we talk a tiny bit about the Afghanistan-England game tomorrow, given this one's essentially over? Looking forward to it. There's always a banana skin, and every team you don't fancy has got a win in them somewhere.
That's exactly what I said earlier, isn't it? And basically, you don't want to be the team on the end of that.
You don't want to be the team on the end of that.
You can guarantee, as I said earlier, I think Netherlands and Afghanistan have got a cracking game in them, one game in the tournament. They might not even win that one game, but they're gonna terrify somebody and get very close to it. And you just don't want to be that team. And if you catch them on a day and you're having a bad day, that's you. And it's, you never want to be a big scalp taken by someone you're expected to beat. Driven by KL Rahul, but straight at cover, and there's no run.
Where are they playing? Afghanistan, England?
Delhi, I think.
Is it Delhi?
Yeah, it's Delhi.
That's been a high-scoring round up to now.
Well, that'll suit us.
Yeah.
If we can negate Mujib Uram, is it? No, it's not Mujib.
It is Mujib.
Yeah, Mujib.
Yeah, it's Mujib and Rashid.
If we can negate Mujib and
Rashid Khan.
Rashid Khan on a flat deck, That'll suit us just fine.
Yeah, it was the. I think England fans would have been worried if it was in Chennai.
Yeah.
But I think in Delhi.
This is it. You've got to kind of if you get the right pitch with the team that's, the one that scares you, if that is playing out through the covers. Now that cover misses it. They're going to come back for 2, or is it just going to be the 1? Just the 1. There's
2019, of course, was the Morgan 17/6s blitz.
Yeah, Christ, I was there on that day.
Were you?
Yeah, of course. Funny that. And Rashid Khan had an absolute cracker at the end. They were getting bollocked. They were getting absolutely hammered. And he came out and scored about 70 or 80.
He did.
Double quick time.
It's still a big win for England.
Yeah, it was.
But nonetheless, yeah, they hauled it back a wee bit.
Got them almost respectable, wasn't it? Nawaz around the wicket and driven back past him by Shreyas Iyer. He'll get himself a single. And that moves the score on to 160. And to see the highlights reel of Rohit Sharma, there's a lot of 6s. A lot of big shots.
You're very acutely aware of highlights now, aren't you? I think you watch them with an additional professional interest.
It is funny.
I'm not surprised.
No.
I can see why.
That's cut. Out the backward point, there's no run. Thing is, if we're sharper now with this method, we can get a lot more in.
Providing we know which button to press. Yes,
exactly.
Indeed.
And people remember to press that button.
Messi Jez says the bear strikes again. This isn't over. He's referring to the Rohit wicket. Stephen Kelk had said sorry, Rohit, because he'd obviously said it was over, and then boom.
Well, it is over. Let's be honest. You just put the mockers on Rohit. I'm sure he won't mind. Driven up to long off, and there's a single. I guess there's always more of banana skin for India, especially in India. To lose to Pakistan would be quite painful, I'd imagine. Down the track.
Especially in front of a 100,000 crowd which has 5 Pakistanis in it.
Exactly that. Driven up to long off, and there's no run. And there was a point where you were thinking of that when when Rizwan and Baba were going along and they were 150 for 2. You were thinking, oh God, this could get ugly. But nope. Pakistan managed to self-combust, and that was that. End of the over, I believe. So over to you. I think so. It must be, isn't it? They've gone to an advert. No, there's 2 balls left.
Oh no, exactly. The adverts appear at weird times just to squeeze them in. Well, you might find that happening even more if it's a shorter game.
Well,
they've got to squeeze in the promotional messages.
This is the Sky advert as well, so.
But probably not for the local broadcaster.
Yeah, it was the end of the over. It was the end of the over.
It was. All right then. Jay Grover says, this woman with the magical fish is giving me the fear. This is why I hate telly. Is this something at the ground, Jay?
No,
I don't know.
It's that advert where she puts a fish in.
Oh.
And it multiplies.
Now there's some insane woman crawling towards me on an unmade bed. What madness is this?
You've been taking psychedelic substances, Jay. That one's driven. But he can't beat the man at cover. And there's no run.
Bear was certainly there that day. He's talking about Old Trafford. He has creepy stalking photos to prove it, the weirdo. We used to get them. You used to send them to the WhatsApp group every day.
Did. Well, everyone else
when you were bothering Tendulkar or someone else.
I didn't really want to do it, but then every other person would do it, and you kind of think, oh, why? Everyone's obsessed with their fucking egos and having their pictures taken with all these people. And I didn't do it for the first 2 weeks. Then I thought, well, everyone thinks I'm weird because I'm not doing it. So then I started asking people for photos. That one is defended back up the track, and there's no run. I did feel a bit weird doing it, I have to say. It's like, with some people you were talking to, and the weird thing is I never got a photo of myself with Clive Lloyd, and I drove him around, and he was a really nice fellow. We had lots of really good chats.
He was too nervous. He was too busy shaking.
Well,
he wouldn't have been able to sit still long enough for you to take a picture. He was going, no, keep that man away from me.
I wonder if he has some weird story on his chats about this crazy dude who's around in the World Cup. As that's clipped around the corner. Probably forgotten my name by now. Clipped around the corner down the deep square leg, and there's no run. He probably does book tours or whatever, and he's got this story about this mad fucker who drove around England in a big SUV at 90 miles an hour like a lunatic.
What would you do? What would you be saying to the Pakistan troops if you were Barber now?
Bowl it out. Let's get off the field. Reconvene. Get on with it. They won 2 out of 3, haven't they?
I was asking Ayaz, but
yeah, okay. Go on, Ayaz. You can answer that question.
No, I think. Look, I mean, they've been convincingly beaten, and they've got a lot to think about. But talk after this ball.
Driven by KL Rahul, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. They won.
But really,
is this their third game?
This is the third game, but really one way to think about it is, they've basically had a bad 45 minutes where they've lost the game, right? They were doing okay until the 30th, 29th over, and they've had a bad 45 minutes, 1 hour. And that would be the way to think about it. There's still quite a bit of quality in the team, because although I still think there's a lot to think about in other facets of the game, but the way to really...
Afridi is in, and it's just defended again out to cover, and there's no run. Everything's slowed down because of the wicket of Rohit.
The way to really G themselves up, I guess, one, they faced probably the strongest team in the tournament, and also, as I said, they went head to head for 1/3 of the game, and they lost the game in 1 hour. So and they will have other games to redeem themselves. The only issue is that they've slowed down a bit India right now, but the bent run rate might become an issue considering the heavy loss here, which happened to Pakistan in the last World Cup as well.
Well, it did indeed, but I think there'll be a few teams in that situation actually, as that one's driven out to mid-on. There's no run. There's not a lot of the big teams have played the big teams yet, are there really? There's been the odd game, but there's a lot. There's a lot to come. There's 5 or 6 teams. There are 5 or 6 teams. England lost to New Zealand, but we've still got to play Australia. We've still got to play India. We've still got to play South Africa. We've still got to play Pakistan. Those are all pivotal games, and they're all big games, right?
Exactly. So there's a lot of cricket to be played. You can read a lot into it, but there's the danger of over-reading into one bad performance, 1 bad hour, and that would be the way to go in the dressing room.
I agree. I think 6 wins will get you through. One team got through with 5 in the last World Cup, and that's where the run rate will come in. So if you can only keep yourself to 2 losses, exactly that. England have got to feel that. The first game of the World Cup lost, absolutely got battered. But what the fuck? First game of the World Cup doesn't really matter. You're better off losing early and getting some form and coming back than, although if you're Australia and you've just lost 2 off the bat and in quite humiliating fashion, then there's something to worry about.
Even Australia, I think there's always a danger of peaking too early in World Cup. So, the problem is, let's see after this ball.
They had 2 hard teams as well, but I think they wouldn't have wanted to do so bad against better teams. If you lose, that one's punched off the back foot to cover again. There's no run. If you lose by 20, 30 runs or, a couple of wickets against India or South Africa, you go, okay, it was a close game and we won. But in the way they've lost it, it's quite something to think about. Knocked out in the offside to point, and there's no run. Yeah,
precisely. Yeah, I think what you were saying earlier, you win against the 4 weaker teams. No disrespect to them. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, and Netherlands, and then you have to beat 2 of the other.
That stopped a little bit in the pitch, maybe, or just played a bit early by Shreyas. But popped it up towards cover, but it bounced a good couple of metres before him. There's no run. Pakistan are all still smiling. They have beaten the 2 weaker teams. I can't remember who did they play first up.
Netherlands,
that's right. Oh yeah, they battered them. That's driven up past the bowler. 2 long off, and it'll be a single.
I think another factor, yes, they're smiley, but both these sides seem to go out of their way, quite rightly, I might point out, to show goodwill between the 2 teams and to generally look, like they get on well. I'm sure they do. I'm sure Babar and Virat do, for a start.
Well, yeah. They've got a lot in common, haven't they? They're international cricketers, funnily enough. They all understand it all. I think outside the bubble, why would you get worried about it? You're playing a team sport. I don't think they'd like losing. You've got to take it on the chin, haven't you, when you get battered like this? As that's driven out to long off and there's no run. Inside they must be going, for fuck's sake, you can never beat them at a World Cup.
It's become a bit of a joke.
It has, right?
This will be 8, won't it?
This will be 8.
8th time in World Cup.
Some of the just after this ball.
Down the track comes Shreyas Iyer and just nudges it down a long on. There's a single. End of the over. Tains the strike.
I think it was the 2015 World Cup, and just before that, one of the Indian broadcasters, they came up with a hilariously funny ad about this Pakistan guy who's been waiting to blow up his fireworks since 1992. and now he's got grandchildren or something. And
That's evil.
That became, and it was also, the tune was very catchy, so it just caught up. And there've been many variations and taken.
You'll always have the Champions Trophy of 2017. Don't forget
Exactly.
that. Stephen Kelt's got a
Yeah.
question for you, Ayaz. Says, can I ask Ayaz if his students at Liverpool know that he's now a global figure in grassroots cricket commentary?
They will know on Monday.
They will know on Monday. Fantastic. That's good to know. And we've got some lovely pictures of Clive Lloyd. I have to give you Jay Grover's take on your relationship with Clive Lloyd. Clive Lloyd had to flee to his ex-wife's house because he was so traumatised by the Bears driving. Nigel Walker bringing families back together.
Hey, listen, he invited me around to his ex-wife's house and she cooked a very nice dinner. Harris Ralph is back into the attack and quite easy paced, even though it's 91.6 miles an hour, but Shreyas Iyer got behind it comfortably enough, punched it to cover, and there's no run.
And Messi Jez has sent a picture of Clive Lloyd, saying there actually is a photo of Clive Lloyd trying to recover from the Bears driving, which I have now retweeted so everyone can see it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
You probably saw it every time in your rear view mirror.
Yeah.
Or was he just cowering and covering both eyes?
Listen, I'm a very safe driver. Drive fast. Ralph in, and that's defended square at the point, and there's no run.
So a roll up in one hand, a phone in the other,
Spliff generally in one hand,
and the steering wheel between your knees on a motorway at about 80 is that's
the car's
that's cool,
balanced.
is it?
It drives in a straight line.
Excellent. I'd have been with Clive in the back seat,
No safer,
gibbering.
no safer in the back.
I'm sure that's true.
Harris Ralph. It's got number 34 and 4.2. Got a bit of tap at the top of the order. And Shreyas Iyer's punched that nicely out to extra cover. They should get 2 for that one. As deep cover has to come across.
I think what would be worrying for Pakistan is Shaheen Afridi's rhythm. He's been bowling in the low 80s, maximum mid 80s. When he's in rhythm, he's bowling high 80s, early 90s. And
but this is one game, as you say. I mean, you get a bit.
So the thing is, he's been like, even in the last game against Sri Lanka, after the score.
Harris Ralph is in. Ooh, bunted. Again, he kind of stopped on the shot, Shreyas. He's closing in on 50, actually. He's 43 or 52. Bunted it out towards point. And there's a single.
In the last game against Sri Lanka also, he struggled with the new ball. In fact, he had to come and bowl around the wicket, which he did again today. And when a left-arm fast bowler comes around the wicket, that's a sure sign that he's not able to control the swing, because then he's just trying to get it on the stumps.
Yes. Well, maybe he needs to practice a little bit more, get used to the conditions, goddammit. He is a prime weapon for them, isn't he? Harris Ralph over the wicket, punched again out to the deep cover, this time straight to him. It'll just be the 1 run. 24 runs required for 24.1 overs. We're in the 26th over, 168 for 3. Cal Rahul's on 4 off 10. Shreyas Iyer is 44 off 53. And this is all going towards the end. There's Jay Shah, his dad's in the crowd as well, isn't he? Now there's a man who got nepotism thrust upon him.
And he looks like someone who knows it as well.
Oh yeah, totally, doesn't he?
Who is that?
That's Jay Shah. He's the guy in charge of the BCCI or IPL or something, isn't he? But his dad was the politician who was being lauded earlier. There's a big appeal. Well, there's a half appeal. It does certainly look like there was a little bit of an edge. It's pretty quick, pretty straight, maybe a little bit of something off the pitch. Tried to drive at it. I presume that was KL Rahul, or maybe Shreyas Iyer. I can't remember who was facing at the end there. Anyway, it wasn't out because it went past the edge. Over to you, Tone.
Farong saying there's a new speed measurement system. Forget 90 plus miles an hour. He's bowling at bare speeds for anything over 90 miles an hour. Jay Grover says all adverts are giving me the proper fear. Bear may mock, but if you are not used to TV ads, the feeble-minded of us can become confused. Several people, including Air of the Dog, are rather liking our Clive Lloyd picture, which is not surprising because it sums up how the poor lad must have been fielding.
He's a very, very, very nice man.
Jeff Perkins. Oh, I'll have to wait.
Mohammed Nawaz is around the wicket, and Shreyas attempted to come down the track at him. I think he went a little bit too early, and Nawaz saw him coming, jammed it into the pitch. He had to stop and bunted it square out to point. No run. Something has made Tony chuckle a little bit. We'll get that after this ball.
After this ball or over?
Whichever. It depends how quick he gets through his over.
I can say it fairly quickly.
Nawaz is onto the pads this time. Shreyas Iyer, he clips it sweetly out to deep mid wicket to be a single.
It's Jeff Perkins. The only thing that would have made the experience worse for Clive would be to have a Randy Bishop trying to feel him up in the back seat during his traumatic drive. Something to take your mind off it.
He's
off the trauma.
He's a big lad, Clive. I don't think you'd trouble him.
I don't think that's what Jeff had in mind.
I know.
He is a big. They used to call him the bear, didn't they? Call him a bear because he
know.
loped like a bear, didn't he?
He's fucking enormous. I mean, he's about 6'6", and he's obviously much bigger now.
Or bigger and stockier.
Yeah. Well, not stocky, just big, man mountain.
Yeah.
He's huge. Down the track comes KL Rahul, drives up to mid-off, who's just maybe 4 or 5 yards up inside the 30-yard circle. Therefore, they can't get a single.
I think Pakistan will be ruining the batting because the scoring has become difficult as the overs have gone on.
It has, especially with the spinners on, isn't it? And this is what Kuldeep and Jadeja were able to do for India. They're just driven back to the bowl and there's no run unless you take a chance. That's the thing about
280, 290, not even 300, T20, 280 something would have been more.
Could have been quite competitive, yeah. That one squats, keeps low, and the bottom hand comes off the bat from KL Rahul when he skews it out to deep backward point, gets himself a single. And 1 ball left in the over. Yeah, they will rue it. I mean, they went from 150 for 2 to what?
90 all out.
Yeah, 190 all out. So
that's the most dramatic collapse in the World Cup so far, I think.
It's terrible. On the back foot, tempted to cut. Oh, I thought he got it, but he didn't. It went through to KL Rahul. Sorry, Rizwan. And then he's taken the bails off after he's walked out of the crease, cheeky bastard. He's not going to appeal. If he does and he gets given out, that'd be hilarious. But no, it's not. 170 for 3 after 27 overs. Over to you, Tony.
Well, for some reason, Jay Grover has got this impression of you appearing at someone as an uninvited guest at someone's house. One of the eternal horror tropes is the uninvited guest. Can you imagine the bear showing up at your house? All right, got any coffee? What? No gold blend? Fuck it. Give us some Rizzlers. No beer in the fridge. I'd even take a Carlin. Fucking hell. That's you, apparently. You're turning up as an uninvited guest at someone's house.
I don't know what you think I am.
I'm merely the reader. Don't shoot the messenger. Jersey Oak. Remind me not to get in a car driven by the bear or lend him my Mustang.
Oh yeah, can I have your Mustang? What's it got in it? Big fat V8 with about 500 brake horsepower. I'd love that. Although Mustangs probably don't handle very well around corners. Can I shove the back end out?
Probably not if you haven't got your hands on the steering wheel at the time. No, I suspect not.
I can do that. Yeah. My daughter might be going. One of her choices is Sheffield.
Oh.
For university. Harris Ralph is back in. Punched nicely by KL Rahul, but straight to mid-on. There's no run. I didn't think we were going to get through. I thought this would end before we got to the end of our 10 overs, boys. By quite short. It would have done, actually. Had Rohit not got out, to be fair. But Rohit getting out slowed everything up. We haven't had a boundary for donkeys, have we? I can't remember the last time we had a boundary. It must be about 5 overs ago. Harris Ralph has gone 7 and over. Driven nicely by KL Rahul square out to the man on the boundary. Sal Shakir is out there, and it'll just be the 1 run. Poor throw in, and Rizwan was 20 yards from the stump, so threw it to him rather than at stumps. There is just 1 run. 21 runs acquired in 22.4 overs. So India's tracksuit, is that their away colours? Is orange? Do they have an away kit? Presumably they're never away.
I think that's just their
tracksuit.
Their sort of pitch side leisure wear.
I love that. Pitch side leisure wear. Harris Ralph into the pads of Shreyas Iyer, clips that sweetly, but straight down the long leg, and there's a single.
It looks hideous. That
It's a bit
the orange.
It's a bit
saffron
orange.
colour.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not a nice orange either. It's a bit of a weird one.
I would imagine it'll have a
Looks
sponsor's
like it
message
should-
on somewhere.
Looks like it should be made of velour or something.
I think the '99 World Cup kits were the best. The lighter on the lighter side, all of them.
A lot of people like the
remember.
99 kits. They're kind of classic cricket wear. Ralph is in again. Good timing. It was pretty quick. 86.3 miles an hour. Punched out through the covers by Kale Rahul. Get himself a couple of runs. He seems to have got his iron a little bit better now. Find a gap. Going to run a ball. He's
I
only
think
got
KL Rahul is having a net out there.
Yeah, basically, but why not? He's got 8 off 17 and 18 just required.
834 balls.
Will this put India top of the table after 3? Will they go above New Zealand? That's the question. Harris Ralph is in. Slower ball, I think, but it's just guided down the third man for a single.
Those of you who want to do the maths, the required run rate is 0.76 and over. And they need less than 1 run and over to win. Kind of becomes a rather meaningless stat once you get down to that
Well, it
level
does.
with it, then, doesn't it?
So India currently on 2 points. So no, they might well go second.
I think New Zealand stayed top, don't they?
Yeah, currently on the current run
Blitzing
rate.
run
as is.
rates.
And South Africa, well, if they win the next game, looks like they'll go above them. Who's South Africa got next? Does that cut square out to the point boundary? Could it be a single? Who's South Africa got next, Tone? Come on.
South Africa, who have South
Yeah.
Africa got next? Well, if you give me a moment, I'll tell you. I can't remember off the top of my head.
They've got one of the qualifiers.
Have they? Oh, so that'll be good for them.
Ah.
I'm not sure which one, but they've got one of the qualifiers.
Again, you can see the pollution in the air and the light streams, can't you, off of the ring of light that comes down from
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
They're playing the
so-
Netherlands on Tuesday in Dharamsala.
Okay.
Which might be a leveller. But then with their seam attack as well.
You wouldn't have thought so.
You did, yeah. Oh, you'd
I mean,
give them the
imagine
edge
if that
anyway,
seam
wouldn't you?
attack also had bloody Henrik Nortje in it. The problem they'll have is when they go to one of these really spinning tracks and they play a really decent spinning side. That could all go horribly wrong. But if they can avoid those tracks by dint of a bit of luck, as Shreyas just pushes that down to long on off the back foot for a single, they'll do all right.
In South Africa have got a bit of their own spin threat, right, with Maharaj and Tabrez Shamsi in the team.
Yeah, not so bad. I'm not. Yeah, but I mean, it's more that if they're batting on a very spin-friendly track, you know, they've got a couple of spinners who can cause enough
trouble. Yeah,
trouble. Their batters are pretty hopeless at decent spin though. Down the track comes KL Rahul, drives that, can't. Oh no, that's terrible fielding. Iftikhar down at long off, gets across, slides, fields. But it hits his thigh and dribbles behind him and on to the sponge. And in fact, will be 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Whew, you know what? That's the first event that's happened in 27 minutes that requires a little
You're going
split
to
in
capture
our
that, are
audio
you?
channel. Yeah, well, and why not? We haven't
Could
had
almost have played the clown music to go with it, that one.
That's the first 4 we've had in 27 minutes then, or anything of value. As that one is, as it must have been 24 minutes since the 150 came up then.
Yeah,
Let's
as
just
you
go back
rightly
to the-
say, this is a bit of a net.
Yeah.
They can stroll there, eke out the promotional dollars for the BCCI by dragging it out for as long as they can.
Well, just 11 required, 2 big hits. Nawaz is in, and KL plays that up to mid-off, and there's no run. Excellent. I finish off the highlights and then watch a little bit of rugby.
They do look a bit like pyjamas, those orange
do a
leisure
bit.
suits.
Down the track comes Kyle Rahul. Doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. Stops his shot, pushes it out to the covers, and he'll get a single. No, just 10 required. Do you think they're going to do it before we get off?
Well, they're going to have to accelerate in a for this partnership a sort of fairly unprecedented manner.
Oh, well,
I'm on.
Okay, that's worked into the leg side, out to mid wicket.
But given the proximity to the close, I might suggest we don't juggle seats and you just stay there. There's no point in shifting seats for what might be like 2 balls, if it indeed it happens.
Well, that's true.
Right, Jay Grover says serious point, which he puts in capital letters to emphasise its seriousness. Said Sheffield is a very welcoming university city. Just tell your daughter to avoid short-bearded men carrying books and starting fights with park benches. Actually, that advice is universal. That's probably very sound. Steve, are you coming on to do the last?
No, he's not.
He's going to.
No, we might as well just stay like
He's
this.
another man with the rugby in mind. So
What is your daughter studying at Sheffield?
Well, she's hopefully going to get into Cambridge. That'd be nice. She's applying for that. She wants to do engineering or maths, basically.
Oh, Rishi would be happy.
Yeah, he would be. Harris Ralph is coming in, and that's played back to him by, I think it's KL Rahul. These two are quite difficult to tell apart by just their stance. I think I've got it now. I think that is KL. King Legend, and there is no run.
All sorts of messages flooding in on YouTube, which is nice.
Give us some cash too before we go. Come on.
You're shameless.
I am shameless. Mark Zip said we should always be shameless.
All right. Any super chats, send them our way, please.
Indeed. Smash back down the ground. Mid on is up, so we might get it done. That's 4. KRL just smashes that inside. Mid on.
It's one hit away.
Boundary. Yeah, 4 runs.
He will try. He'll definitely try.
Have you met me before?
Well, no one's going to get a 50, are they? What's Shreyas Iyer is on 48, so he could get a 50. But maybe Kale's going, you know what, I'm going to deny you your 50 and smash this for 6. But he doesn't. He drives it up to mid-off, doesn't go for the single. 3 balls left, 6 runs required. Just fucking hit it for 6, will you?
You're keen to get the highlights done.
Yeah, I'm keen to get
Feet
the
up.
highlights done. Feet up. We've got an early day today.
You've got tomorrow off. We're giving you for good behaviour. Well, you've just got tomorrow off.
Hassan is in. Hassan Ralph. Harris Ralph, sorry. No, it is Hassan Ali, sorry. It's driven up to mid-on. There's no run. 2 balls left. Pakistan knowing what's going on. Bubba's saying, just drop it short, let him hit it for 6. Let's get off the pitch.
Yeah. I've had enough of this rubbish.
Exactly. Harris Ralph is in, but it's defended by KL Rahul. Maybe he is giving Shreyas Iyer a chance to get a 50. Maybe he's realised that he only needs 2 runs, there's 6 to win. He screwed it up himself the other day.
He could hit a 4 and still give him a chance for 50.
Yeah, he could do. Pakistan next 3 fixtures, Australia. That'll be fun. Pakistan versus Australia is always fun. Harris Ralph is in, and that one is defended. I think Harris Ralph, KL Rahul has said, okay, Shreyas, you can have your 50, and we can win the weight game next over. That's 186 for 3 after 30 overs.
I think you're handing over to me.
You guys bring it home. Is that a point changing?
Yeah, we're going to bring
All
it
right,
home.
Messrs, we will, and thank you. I'll be seeing you first thing tomorrow for the England and Afghanistan game. Stephen Kelk says, needs must when the devil brackets or bear drives. Samantha G says, speaking of New Zealand, did I hear right that Kane Williamson broke his thumb, but they still expect him to play again this World Cup?
Yeah, apparently
and
so.
Stephen Kelk answers by saying, yeah, it's a fracture, but they think he'll be back for the group games. Samantha says, my osteology lessons always had me thinking fractures needed 6 weeks to heal, but clearly I'm not an expert.
Well, that's what I always thought too.
I guess, says Stephen, it's a favourable fracture. And they use all the latest medical tech. Yes, they do. It's going to be Nawaz into the attack. He's bowling left arm around to the right-handed Shreyas, who angles him away. Pass square. They might try and come back for 2. No, I wouldn't imagine they'd take that risk. So just a single. That means he's off the strike, and he's on 49. No, so KL ideally then, if his mission is to help see his team home, which of course is a formality now,
a single now,
but also to get Shreyas his 50, he should be also notching a single off this next ball.
Yep.
We shall see. There's a very thoughtful looking Babar Azam under his green cap. Slanted off the edge by KL Rahul, out to cover. Imam Haq fields. They will amble a single, possibly the most relaxed single we'll see in this entire World Cup, I would think. And it's 188 for 3. 4 is what's needed. Shreyas Iyer, what you got? Down the track he comes, launches it back over Nawaz's head. There it is. They've got the 4 runs they need. Shreyas Iyer has gone to his 50 at the same time. India have won this by 7 wickets. Shreyas has got himself a 50, and it has been, well, a royal thumping. Horrendous collapse from Pakistan. Regulation win, though they took a bit of time towards the end. But the fireworks are going off above Ahmedabad, and it's a 7-wicket win for India, Bear.
Well, it is indeed. Do you want me to play some jingles for his stuff?
Yes, we should probably
Okay,
jingle up his 50, I guess.
He got a 50.
With a 4.
You know you lift me with your 50.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We'll call it that. Right. Do we really need to go too much into the depth of this one? It was basically an appalling performance by Pakistan after they started off quite well and then just fell apart. And then, of course, it was an obvious win from India.
Well, I think the key stat to focus on is, Pakistan started well, Ayaz, but 8 for 36 they lost, if I got my maths right.
Yeah.
150 odd for 3 to 199 all out. That was extraordinary, wasn't it?
Yeah, you won't win against any team at any level after having that kind of collapse, let alone arguably the best team in the world right now. So
yeah, 36 actually. There were 155 for 3 and 191 all out.
Yeah. So no, it was, as I said, they will need to get it out of the system and just have to tell themselves that they had, a bad 50 minutes an hour. So just,
that's a positive way to look at it. Rohit Sharma made 86 off 63, and he really, any chance they had, the game was taken away by that, I think. Shubman Gill, he'd gone for 16, caught at back point off Shaheen Afridi. Virat Kohli went surprisingly, mistiming one that didn't come onto the bat as he hoped, to Hassan Ali, and all of India slumped its shoulders in grief. But Shreyas Iyer, he got to 50, 53, finished with that boundary, match-winning boundary. KL Rahul was not swift, but solid, 19 off 29. And, India have got home with 117 balls left, and by 7 wickets. It has been, as you rightly say, a thumping.
Total shellacking, really. But there you go. That's it, really. We don't have to say any more, do we?
A couple of last messages. I think we should do those. Well batted, sir, says Stephen Kelk. Priyansh says, think we got our once-in-a-lifetime thriller in Melbourne last year. Now it's back to normal service for India-Pakistan games. Thanks, gents, says Stephen Kelk, who's off to go and enjoy the rugby. There's a couple of messages, I think, over on the artist formerly known as Twitter, and I think they're all Jay. Sheffield is better than Cambridge for engineering. No clue about maths mind. Sheffield is also a lot cheaper than Cambridge. You can tell I'm feeling guilty about slagging the city off so much. And now the spunky triumphalism. Can I now say how much I fucking loathe Modi, the BJP and Shiv Sena? Okay, yes. There you go. You've said it.
Yeah, well, I think we all do that.
And that's a note to finish on. We're going to see you tomorrow, 9:20 UK time. We will be on air. Ayaz, thank you very much to you.
Indeed.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to everyone else who's been on today.
Yeah.
The Eddie Merckx of Epping, thank you to him for coming all the way to see him. Thanks to the Bear, and see you in the morning.
See you later. Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take
fleets patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine,